fun with it. But
Sure.
what I am curious of this one, so this is the first race they've had since, was it Austin Dillon? Is that the guy who the racer was that just wrecked 2 people on purpose last week to win the event?
At Richmond?
Yeah, and they said, okay, well, the NASCAR came in and said, great, you won the event, you get that, but you're not going to make the playoff. Like it was supposed to put him in the playoffs, and I guess now they're like, you can't do that because your driving was reckless and dangerous. And so I believe he's in this one.
I just started it up again. But whatever. I mean, I wonder how many NASCAR people that had tickets. Because when the rains were moving in, when they got to 100 laps, the race would have been official. If the rains stopped it after 100 laps, but they stopped the race before 100 laps, would you rather have the race stop at like 106 laps and you at least get a result? Or would you rather have to go to work on Monday and miss out on the end of the race, which can go the full distance now? And for people who could have the flexibility, and I'm looking down there, it's like the crowd looks, what, a tenth full when you see the stands? I don't know. But, hey, it's a great event we have here locally, and I know a lot of people take advantage of it. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Joe. You're next on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Hey, so that Patrick Mahomes behind the back pass, I read that he actually did that out of spite because Kelsey ran the wrong route. So, like, it wasn't even planned that way. He just threw it behind his back, and it ended up working out for him because, of course, why not, right?
Yeah, well, so he said he improvised it, but Kang, didn't you say there's video of him practicing it?
Yes, all the Chiefs beat reporters wrote about it that week in practice, that Patrick Mahomes threw behind the back pass. There's video of him throwing behind the back pass. The exact play, actually.
Oh. Well, yeah, I didn't see that, so.
No, it's okay. I just think they're lying. So, like, what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. All right, guys, love the show. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, Kelsey goes after the game like, I just looked up and it was already in motion. It was like, come on, guys, enough. You guys are great.
Yes.
We got it, man. Like, why are we doing this?
You remember when Tiger Woods, it was early in his career, and he won an event by, 7 strokes. And he got up in front of the media afterwards. And he goes, guys, I didn't even have my A game. And the rest of the PGA Tour was like, all right. All right. Yeah. And that irritated the hell out of them, right?
Yeah, nobody wants to hear that.
And here are the Chiefs.
I mean, it might have been true, but nobody wants to hear it.
But here are the Chiefs out here winning Super Bowls and then doing stuff like that. And that's kind of like the collective, all right. Got it. You're elite. Everybody knows you're incredible. But this is where an organization that hasn't done a ton to make me dislike him starts to make me dislike him.
I have to have my pants tailored because I'm just too much man. Anybody have a good tailor in town? I need some alterations over here. My inseam. It's an issue. I'm sorry.
I was playing golf last week. It's par 5. My son, he's 22 years old, he's incredibly flexible. Bombs a drive out there, and he can reach the green on a par 5 and 2. And he hits a ball, his second shot, and he swears. And the ball lands to the left of the green, rolls down an embankment and onto the green. He walks up, and he rolls in a birdie putt. I sink like a 12-footer to save double bogey.
Nice.
And I'm walking off the green. I said, hey, by the way, when your dad's tee shot goes out of bounds, and then I chunk one, and now I'm right of the green, and you hit a second shot to get on the green in 2, and you're putting for birdie, or for eagle, excuse me. You're putting for eagle, and you make it.
He made the eagle putt.
He made an eagle putt, not a birdie putt.
This is the younger?
Eagle putt.
The
oldest.
The oldest, okay.
The whole swearing over your second shot thing bothers me.
Yeah.
While you're kicking my butt, you're getting frustrated. And the same thing's with the Chiefs, and they're around the back pass. All right, we move on. Champ is the Tigers. Champ is Rob Manfred for his garbage Pandora's box excuse for not officially acknowledging Galarraga's perfect game. Torches and pitchforks to the commissioner's office. Let's get this wrong righted.
Not going to happen.
No, it's not. And
Stop it. I really want people to just stop it.
Do you?
Yeah. I mean, it was an interesting exercise by the folks at Monmouth College or Monmouth University, whatever it is. That's great.
Yep.
But the fact is the game's done. It's over with. It's already in the books. They didn't have replay at the time. It was a bad call. It happens. It happens. They didn't if they wanted to address it, they could have addressed it 14 years ago when it happened, and they didn't. They did. I mean, you were doing the shows that time, and Bud Selig is like, we're not going to overturn this.
Yep. I was doing a show solo the next day, and we had 10 lines when the show opened, and when the show ended, we had 10 lines.
Yeah.
Like, it was incredible. It was a firestorm, but...
And if he didn't do it then, you sure as hell aren't going to overturn it now. It's a bad call. Bad calls happen.
Tigers look great. Has anyone questioned Harris's plan to follow through on the youth?
Well, that was the thing that one of the things I brought up on Saturday's show, we were at the Dream Cruise with Stoney, is, Scott Harris he's got his vision and he's determined to see it through.
Mm-hmm.
And when he made the statement months ago about not wanting to block players, and then when he kind of doubled down on that recently, I think it was right after the draft, he was talking to the media and he said, didn't want to block players. And look, we got players at every position throughout our system that we're counting on to come up. And people continue to kind of roll their eyes at it and go, oh, whatever, dude. Meanwhile, he missed on a Matt Chapman and all this. And that's the lightning rod name, right? Well, in the meantime, they bring up Sweeney and Jace Young last week.
Yep.
And that to me was kind of like a validating moment it started the process of being a validating moment for Scott Harris. Those guys needed to do something. And early returns is, okay, looks fine. I like Jace Young's patience at the plate. Pretty good. Trey Sweeney's fielding everything that comes his way. That's great. But this is what he envisioned, that he wants these young guys out on the line. So now you've got Jace Young at third. Trey Sweeney will probably platoon with Javi Baez at shortstop for a while. You got Colt Keith at second base. They brought Torque back up. All he did was hit a double and a triple in his first game back. And you've got Dinglers up on his roster as well, along with Jake Rogers. That infield, that's the young infield, coupled with Kerry Carpenter, if he's going to play right field or if he's going to DH. You got Riley Green now back with the team. Obviously, Parker Meadows has done great. And Matt Vierling looks like it's a nice find to be your extra outfielder / utility guy, but needs to get 400 at-bats a year because he can hit. I like the team, and they're fun to watch
for a team that's out of it.
Yeah,
it's enjoyable, and you know what it is. There was a stretch this season where I was watching Tiger games going, all right, Colt Keith hits in 4 hitters. I'll cruise around and watch some other stuff. Let me get back. Colt Keith might be up because I wanted to see this young guy, right? They put a lineup out there yesterday where 7 of the 9 hitters I wanted to watch.
Yeah.
I wanted to watch, really wanted to see how these guys would do. And the only 2 that weren't were basically Vierling and Rogers. Yeah. And those guys might be around here for a while. Who knows what their roles might be if this team gets good, if they're still on the roster as role players. But the other 7 guys I wanted to see hit. I wanted to see Parker Meadows. I wanted to see Riley Green. I wanted to see Jace Young. I wanted to see Torque in his return. I wanted to see Sweeney. It's a team that you can watch and get on board with and think, because, okay, Tigers PR put out something fascinating. And I want to get to it because it's happened before. One time it was the foundation of something great. The other time it was nothing. And we'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug here. And as a Michigan guy, I know how tough our roads can be. If you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. That's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone in my family needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. That is what they want. That is what you want, rather, from your attorney. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with any other lawyer? Specialization matters. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
That was quite a brain fart from Jason Dominguez in left field.
Yep. So
thank you.
What
a throw! That was actually an amazing throw.
Yeah, and the thing about this is, in the grand scheme of things, this game has no consequence. But
it was the greatest winning run of all time, Doug.
It was.
ESPN just said it.
What a graphic up.
Yes.
His best loss because they went up, up the Yankees. There are losses, and then there are losses. When the Yankees lost last night, it's one for the ages, and it'll go down as the greatest loss in the history of baseball.
Hilarious.
In New York.
Don't get Doug to cry.
So this team can be fun to watch now. That lineup that they had out there last night, Tigers PR put this out, and I find it really interesting. They tweeted out before the game, tonight's lineup features 6 players aged 24 or younger. It's the first time since May 25th of 2015 that the Tigers had 6 starters under the age of 25. Prior to that, it hadn't happened for the Tigers since September 30th of 1978. Okay?
Yeah.
So in 1978,
exciting team. That was an exciting time.
That was Whitaker and Trammell. And the next year they had Lance Parrish and
Jack Morris, and
they were starting to lay the foundation for what was a World Series team. The 2015 team didn't lay the foundation for anything.
No, which is interesting you say, because my first thought was that was a team, that was a playoff team. It was a good team, but shouldn't that have worked well into the future when you're losing guys like Verlander and JD Martinez and Upton and Prince Field and all these guys you're losing. Well, shouldn't you be getting younger and even adding to that mix? And obviously it didn't work out.
It didn't really become, it wasn't a thing. And so this, you look at 78, it was the foundation laid for a World Series team. 2015, it really wasn't. But, I could watch this group of kids scrap every night. And it's easy to say when you win, but I mean, they got a 9th inning, bottom of the 9th, 2-out base hit from Jace Young to tie the game. And then they get a Parker Meadows single in the 10th to win the game. All while, having Skubal do Skubal things. And it was funny because I watched the Little League game, the Canada-Mexico game yesterday morning, because I knew the Tigers were arriving in Williamsport. And I knew what that meant. They would get on the buses, they would ride over the field, and the Tigers would get paraded out. And they, mingle amongst the kids. They ended up showing shots of like Justin Henry Malloy in the dorms with kids.
Did ESPN just show the sheer disappointment on the children's faces because they weren't the Yankees?
No, they didn't.
Oh,
it's funny you say that, but Will Vest was dancing in the stands.
Aaron Judge?
Jace Young and Jake Rogers were playing ping pong in the dorms. Yeah. Jason Foley tried the cardboard box down the hill thing. So it was kind of fun to watch the Tigers. There were some Tigers in the dorms playing video games with the kids. They really did a nice job interacting with the Little Leaguers while there were games going on and the kids were in their uniforms and they were getting autographs and everybody was smiling and laughing. And it was just kind of cool.
It's a great day.
It was kind of cool to see the Tigers unplugged, going back to, what it was all about. And then the Yankees showed up an hour and a half later. And it was they were like, here come the Beatles. That's how they treated it.
That's exactly what they said. And yeah, okay, it's got that atmosphere around it because the best player in baseball right now it might be Aaron Judge, and here he is, and he's larger than life because he's, Frankenstein's creation there at 6'9" and 300 pounds and all that.
We know what it is, right? It's the biggest market in the game. They're a really good team. They got the best player. They got a bunch of stars. Got it. It's kind of what I expected. And I wasn't mad about it, but our scrappy group of kids went out and won the game.
Mm-hmm.
They won the game. And Jace Young and Parker Meadows and guys made plays. And
Colt Keith and Parker Meadows combined for 6 hits last night.
Yep. And there's kind of, this might be one of those days, late in the game, okay? Remember, the Tigers are playing the Beatles.
Right.
And late in the game, the Tigers were up in the 9th, and they showed one of the Little League teams. And the Tigers were down a run in the bottom of the 9th. And one of these Little League teams, all the kids had their hats on like rally caps.
Mm-hmm.
They were rooting for the Tigers. When the Tigers tied it up, they had a shot down the third base line. We're behind because the stands are so close in that park that the tying run scores. And it was it Colt Keith? I think it was Colt Keith scored the tying run, slides across the plate, and the kids behind home plate are going crazy. Now, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, these are impressionable young kids and a bunch of young Tigers that they've not heard of, but maybe young stars. Are they getting on board with the Tigers? Or, and I have to admit, part of that might be, or are they just happy because the game might go to extras? And when you're that young age, you want it to keep going and going and going.
Sure, it's part of that. But the other thing is when you're in that proximity to major league players like that, and this whole event is just about the little leaguers and the two major league teams. Because outsiders aren't allowed there. That's it. The only people that are at the game are the little leaguers and their parents. So when they've had all day to kind of fraternize and mingle with these guys, it's pretty great. And if you can remember when you were a kid, and the first time you met, if you ever met a professional baseball player, how cool that was. Didn't matter how low on the totem pole that player was.
Doesn't matter at all.
If you met Stan Pappy in 1986, it was cool as hell.
Yep.
Even though nobody knows who the hell Stan Pappy was, if you met him, you do. You know, it's one of those things. So the fact that the Tigers have this young of a team and these guys are out there, so 10 years from now, let's hope that these guys hit, right? They end up being great players. These kids have that memory. Like, I remember when in 2024.
Dude, I met Tyler Holt.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Right. The great pitcher for the Tigers. You know, I met Colt Keith. I met Wenzel Perez or whatever it is, you know. Perez probably not there, but you know what I'm saying.
Yes. Anyway, the point is, on a night where we were the role player, we were the supporting actor, our team was the supporting actor, our team kind of ruined the party by coming through and winning. And what was neat is with the young kids, Parker Meadows and Jace Young and Colt Keith, and these guys coming up with big hits and big moments, when they won the game, they flew out of the dugout, like pouring over the top with a youthful exuberance of, because guess what these Tigers are? They're also kids. They're just like the little leaguers. The Tigers are like, there's a bunch of Tigers that probably were going, hey, that's Aaron Judge, right?
Yeah.
Doing the same thing the little leaguers are doing, and we won the game. And it's meaningless, but it felt really meaningful.
Well, and I'm watching afterwards, and I mean, they wrapped up their coverage pretty quick on that.
Yeah.
Which was too bad because I thought it was kind of cool. Then they start going to a handshake line, which you never see during the regular season.
Nope.
And they're doing the handshake line because that's what you do in Little League. You shake hands with the other team. And they're going through that, and you could see, I wanted to see the interactions with Aaron Judge and the young Tiger players, you know, and it was, and Tarek Skubal and the Yankee players and things like that. It was a really cool day, a cool event. I'm glad the Tigers are part of it. It's so much sweeter. Like initially, like, oh, they're playing the Yankees. Oh, crap. ESPN on Sunday night, Tigers and Yankees. They're all about the Yankees. This is going to be nauseating. And it was nauseating until the end when the Tigers won, and then it's sweet, sweet victory. And it was amazing.
It was really a compelling moment for a Tiger team that history will probably largely forget unless it truly is the beginning of the next group. And here's something that doesn't make any sense at all, but I want to have happen almost essentially for the rest of the season is use that lineup every night with that many players. I mean, they could have Dylan Dingler catching instead of Jake Rogers, and Torque could be playing first, but seriously, if the lineup looks something like this the rest of the year, I'll probably watch more innings of a Tiger team that is out of it than I have in previous years, because this is the window to the future. And winning one game doesn't mean they're going to be good. It doesn't mean these guys are going to be good. But boy, we always say play the young kids. People always say play the young kids.
Right.
This is what it looks like. And it looks even better when you trick around and win the game, right? And they did last night.
It looks great.
Well, I was just going to say that, like, play the young guys, and I want them to play young guys from here on out. But remember, they're not going to win every game.
Nope.
And there's going to be growing pains with playing the young guys. Everyone says play the young guys, but they don't realize when you play the young guys, there's going to be times they look like young guys. And last night when Carpenter and Torque, I think they messed up that fly ball. The announcers even said it, that pop-up, said, yeah, that's like Little League. Those moments might happen, and you're going to have to get through it right now because that's what young players are trying to get better at. just little stuff.
248-539-9797. Little injection of life into the Tigers. I don't know how many fans felt it last night. And oh, by the way, is there more help coming? We'll get to that today at 11:31. More Champ and Chump votes. Get them in. 248-539-9797. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We're running behind. Let's get caught up. If you send us a Champ and Chump vote via ticket text, we may read it next. So make sure you lock in here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
You know what's great? When you find a company that offers great customer service, you just don't see it anymore. Well, the great folks at Precision Garage Door, that's what they're about. Great customer service, like scheduling something on your time instead of just their time. In fact, you can go and schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. There's no need to call in, but you can if you'd like. But at Precision Garage Door, they make everything as easy as possible for you, including being available on weekends at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. If you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive the service fee, which is fantastic. And if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. I had them redo my garage doors. I am completely satisfied. I couldn't be happier. And again, they work with you and your schedule to make sure that you are satisfied. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Champ ESPN 60 for 60, an imperfect story, touched all the emotions. Chump ESPN for the nonstop behind the back pass stuff. That's from an unnamed texter.
What are you talking about? What, something in the WNBA? Caitlin Clark, is she going behind the back?
She actually
now?
had it around the back pass. It went viral yesterday. It was pretty sweet. I'd rather see that. I'm not kidding. There's no Ernie DiGregorio, but what is?
Oh, slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Go YouTube search Ernie DiGregorio around the back pass. Greatest pass you'll ever see.
Outside of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, of course.
In a preseason game.
Did you see Matt Vierling chase down the fly ball while mic'd up? I will champ and chump this. I love it as a fan, but it blows my mind they conduct interviews during live action.
I think I agree with that to a point, but at the when they make the play, it just screams all types of cool, and that's the kind of stuff that Major League Baseball needs to take advantage of.
They really do.
To get people interested.
They really do. I think it's worth the risk.
Yep.
Until he drops it in like a playoff game, and then you're like, why the hell did they mic up the players and talk to them during the game?
100%. Like if they mic up Spencer Torkelson while he's doing the pirouette in shallow right field, might be NSFW.
right?
You know?
While a valid point, Kang, that's particularly far down my list of current Tiger concerns.
Wow.
Is them?
I thought you were half glass full guy.
Is them blowing a playoff game because one of their players is getting interviewed during the game. Next, Champ, the Tigers are beating the Yankees on national primetime TV. Chump the rain for postponing the NASCAR race at MIS till today, headed back up to the track now. Good for you. Good for you. Monday, NASCAR, beer drinking, sitting in the stands, rooting for the Monster Energy Chevrolet or whatever it is.
I hope that's an older text because, they're halfway through this race.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Tigers winning that game, look, I don't think it's going to be particularly significant in the timeline, but it felt so in the moment. It did because it was Jace Young, because it was Parker Meadows, because it was Colt Keith, because it was Skubal dominating.
When this happens last night, I was watching at home and Yankees score to go up on top, and I'm like, all right, well, I gotta take something. I had some laundry that was in the dryer. I had to take it out and carry it to my room. And
I understand.
I don't know if you could possibly understand. And then made my bed, and by the time I got back to the room to watch the game, the Tigers were celebrating. And I'm like, oh, they just won. Wait a minute, let's go back 5 minutes and see what happened. And I didn't realize the sequence of events that happened. Like immediately after the base hit to give the Yankees the lead, boom, double play, boom, strikeout. Here come the Tigers getting the job done, tying it up, and then the play that gets Zach McKinstry to the first of all the stolen base, which he got it by a hair.
Yeah, great slide.
Great throw, great slide, but avoided the tag, and then comes home on really what should be probably an error from the left fielder because he double clutched in throwing it. But great job by the Tigers. We're all celebrating. They're going nuts, dumping water over everybody and acting like kids. And it was almost as if, hey, there's a handshake line you got to go through.
Yeah.
Like they went through the normal routine after they won a game, and then the Yankees are standing there all, sourpussed, and as they should.
All right, I mentioned it before the break. Dan Hasty tweeted out today, of course, formerly of the station and now play-by-play voice at West Michigan, Theron Larizano.
Tyrone.
Is it Tyrone? Is that
Tyrone Larizano?
I'm glad you cleared that up.
Lorenzo.
Put up straight video game numbers this week with the West Michigan Whitecaps reaching base in 20 of his 27 plate appearances. Here's how it broke down. 611 batting average, 741 on base percentage, 11 hits, 3 doubles, 3 home runs, 8 RBIs, and 18 at bats, 9 walks, 2 strikeouts.
Only 8 RBIs, huh?
Yep. Feedback from Twitch. God, these people are funny. FBG25 posted, yes, Tiger game was meaningless, but still more important than a behind-the-back pass. Big D Dog writes, the Tigers could play a lineup where Carpenter is the old guy out of the position players at the age of 26. Yep. They suddenly have gotten interesting. 248-539-9797. Brandon and Shelby, you're next. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. All right, Brandon.
So a couple of things about the game last night that I thought was funny. Soto for the Yankees, he was all over the place because I know he was mic'd up. He was saying some funny stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing, like, you know how when the Little League World Series goes on, they say, oh, what's your favorite movie? Who's a celebrity you'd like to meet?
Yep.
I thought it was funny that they were asking the questions with MLB players, and MLB players were acting like little kids, you know?
Oh, yeah. The whole thing about that broadcast, the cool thing is they have full buy-in from the players. And I mean the major league players. Those guys are like, okay, we understand the assignment. We are going to go there and we're going to have fun with the kids and we are going to answer all the questions and we're going to tap into our inner child and let it all go. I mean, they do a really nice job. The players do. I give them a ton of credit because they do make it worthwhile.
And it was crazy, too, because the fans had, like, all different jerseys on. They were wearing the jerseys from whatever region they were from.
Mm-hmm.
The baseball bats were different colors, you know. Everything they did was crazy.
Yep. Yeah, it was fun.
It was good to be on that stage.
Fun to watch. I said this to Kang. I said, honestly, it felt like a World Series game with the way the build-up and the attention and the pomp and the circumstance. And I'm like, it's not, okay, I got it. I'm not fooled. But it kind of felt like it because we haven't been the Tigers don't get on the big stage.
They don't, and it was cool to see. Jazz Chisholm that's in the crowd, and he stayed there for several innings with the kids. That's awesome. I'm like, hey, he can be called up to pinch it at any time, whatever, and he's just hanging out with them. That was cool. Another diss to Detroit. Did you see when they showed before the game? They had the ceremony where they were talking with the head of Little League Baseball.
Yeah,
and they had him out there. They're holding up a check or something like that, along with Joe Torre. I forget if it was Hal Steinbrenner or Brian Cashman, one of those two from the Yankees.
It was Hal Steinbrenner.
Hal Steinbrenner, and then Chris Ilitch.
Yep.
And they're talking about it, and they say, hey, look, here's the head of Little League Baseball, and being presented there with Hal Steinbrenner and Joe Torre. You know, he grew up a big Yankees fan his whole life, so this is great. And I'm like, anybody want to mention the guy over there with the Tiger logo on his golf shirt? No? Nobody wants to say that? No respect for the Tigers at all from ESPN last night.
No, and I didn't expect it, but that's just what's made it so cool that they won the game.
It's amazing that they won the game. It's great.
It was like the whole script got ruined at the end by this group of kids that were playing with a ton of enthusiasm, and it's fun to see.
Yep, and now they got 7 games coming up in Chicago. The first 3 are against the Cubs, and then they play the next 4 against the White Sox, including a rare Monday game. Is it a makeup game that they're playing, I think, on Monday against the White Sox? Because you don't normally see the same team on Sunday and Monday.
No.
But nonetheless, the next 7 in Chicago, this team is not going to – they're not going to make a playoff run. They're 8.5 games back of the wild card, but they're 3 games below 500. I mean, ask yourself if you thought after the trade deadline, was this team going to sniff 500 again?
Ask myself after the trade deadline if I was going to sniff watching this team much again, and now I think I can.
It's not just me. Yeah,
I'm with you there, Doug. I didn't even think I was going to care at all.
But
I'm bummed there's no Tigers game tonight.
But the thing is, though, after the game last night, Hinch said Skubal's going to be on. He's not going to be pitching pretty much on normal rest anymore. They're going to rest him even more. So you talk about piecing together a pitching lineup, Gator. It's going to be even harder now.
It's so piecemeal. It's unbelievable how they've done it. It really is. And it's not like you can go to the minors and just pull up guys because those guys are on, innings limitations as well. I'm not sure how they're going to cobble this thing together. I mean, because if you start skipping Skubal starts, if he goes like 6 or 7 days in between, it's like, what? How do they do this? I mean, I guess when you get to September, Casey Mize will come back, but Casey Mize is another guy who's probably on some innings watch, and he's pitching 3 innings at a time at Toledo and pitching reasonably well. He's done well there. Yep. But I don't know how they're going to do this. Like Reese Olson, can he come back soon? And maybe
they'll probably get a few innings out of Veerling.
Well, McKinstry's been their go-to when it comes to the position player.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get back to the Lions in the noon hour at 12:20 because there are a bunch of questions. I don't know how many are getting answered. Not all of them are getting answered, but some of them are starting to get answered here in the preseason. We'll go over that today at 12:20. 97.1 The Ticket. It was cool. I mean, it not particularly significant, probably in the grand scheme of things. But if you're looking to get on board a young team, they're not going to do that every night. I wish they would. But hell, maybe they'll finish at 500.
Well, that'd be nice.
It's an injection
into
an otherwise morbid season, morbid second half of the season.
This is when you want to see a young team come together. I don't know how much longer. Maybe this all fizzles out. You turn into a pumpkin on Wednesday. I don't know, but I'm enjoying it right now. If I have to look at this team and say, we're just trying to identify core players, right? Moving from season to season and looking into the offseason, where do they need to look at if they're going to go free agency wise, and do they need to spend money on this position or that position? This is the Scott Harris vision coming through right now, because I like the outfield when it's Parker Meadows, Riley Green, and Kerry Carpenter, and with Matt Vierling mixed in. I like that. I think I like Wencel Perez when he's healthy to contribute to that. So do you need an outfielder? I mean, I suppose if one comes falling in your lap, if Juan Soto is like, I want to play for the Tigers, and, the Tigers are, okay, we'll pick you up. But otherwise, it doesn't look like it. Then you look at the infield, and you're seeing Colt Keith. I feel pretty good that's a core guy. They gave him the contract to solidify that. It's way too early on. The other two guys on the left side of the infield.
Small sample size, but Jace Young's last at bat was awesome.
Jace Young looks like that's a guy. Like, he absolutely can hit. I don't know if he can field third base. I don't know if you even saw him field a play. I think he had one
play.
He
had a diving play on Saturday. It was a Saturday's game, which was great. Threw from his knees.
Hasn't had much to field just yet, but he's hit and he's had the at bats. He's drawn several walks already, which is fun to see. But with Parker Meadows, I feel like, and maybe normally this is probably premature to do it.
Okay, but let's hear this. Sure, you want to do this?
I'm ready to do it. I'm in. I'm buying in. I think he's a core guy. I recognize that he was like 7 for his first 74 at bats this year, hitting 096, and they sent him down. But I saw something last year. I'm like, there's something there. And then he comes back up, plays 3 games. They win all 3 games. He's hitting well, and then gets hurt again. Comes back, and he's hitting again. He doesn't look like any moment is too big for him. He's hitting righties. He's hitting lefties. He's hitting for power. He's got speed to burn, which is fantastic. And, of course, his defensive prowess is amazing. I'm buying in that that's a core guy. You already got Riley Green. I got, Parker Meadows. I feel strongly about Kerry Carpenter and Colt Keith. And they're starting to put these guys out there.
If you want to do big picture and why this could be important, do enough in the last month and a half to inspire them to make a move of significance in the offseason or 2.
So these 6 weeks are very important for guys like Jace Young and Trey Sweeney, and very important for Spencer Torkelson, that he has to show that there's a reason that you're back here. We're believing in you. Go ahead and hit like we know that you can hit. The strikeout rate at Toledo was alarming at north of 30%. But he also did damage when he hit the ball, which is not what he was doing when he was with the Tigers this season. So if he's going to strike out, great. You'll take a couple strikeouts a game if he's going to have a couple of hits that are of damage-worthy note that, hey, here's a double, here's a triple. That's great. But it's a big 6 weeks. He has to be consistent throughout.
Don't forget, we'll go full-in Lions talk today at 12:20. In the meantime, open lines, back to your calls. Diane, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Diane.
Yeah. I was just thinking, great game yesterday. Enjoyed it very much, and I don't want to dampen your parade, but I have to be very honest. I'm kind of tired of watching AAA baseball. There's no senior guys there, and sometimes I wonder maybe Torkelson would have never had to be sent down if he had a JD or a Miggy to mentor him a little bit and give him some direction. But and they're fun, they're young. But you need a couple of senior players.
You're really right. I mean, if you're trying to win at a big time level, you're absolutely right, Diane. You need some veterans that are good and know what they're doing and likely to lead this team. And so that's why we said it's important to finish this season strong to justify aggressive offseason moves.
I really believe you got a JD because of Miggy. You know,
JD Martinez was good because Miguel Cabrera was there to help.
Mickey mentored him and got him going, and I just think that's so valuable. It's so valuable to have 2 or 3 senior guys around. And that's my statement.
Thank you, Diane. Senior is an interesting term.
Senior is an interesting term.
Veteran, established player, sure.
Experienced player.
Yeah, you need some experience. There's no doubt about it. Feedback coming in. Champ the Tigers for beating the Yankees on the national primetime TV. Next one. Champ the Tigers. Chump Patrick Mahomes for lying and saying he did the behind-the-back pass because Kelsey ran the wrong route. It was 100% design. That's from Jamie in Ann Arbor.
Liar.
Next text. I have Mahomes fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
I have not. Until this weekend.
Now it's here.
Yep. The around the back pass was.
I'm sure that's the last we've seen him.
We're going to do this because we can. Get bent. From Scott, Champ Sionavaki, weapon. Chump, the schizophrenic weather. Rain, sun, messing with the dream cruise and postponing the NASCAR race at MIS. A couple of weather votes.
Yeah, it was. I got caught last night. I went grocery shopping, and as I'm in the checkout lane, all of a sudden you could hear the rain come down.
Yeah,
and I mean heavy rain. So I, pay for my groceries, start to walk out, and me along with like 8 other people are just waiting for the rain to kind of subside because you can see there's blue sky, but it is coming down in full force. And waited out for like 5 minutes, and then it kind of lets up and sprint to the car and load it up. But it was like flash flood because the parking lot, all the water was rushing downhill towards where my car was and towards the store. Unbelievable how much water there was. It wasn't just, oh yeah, it's a little wet here. No, I mean like inches of water in a short amount of time.
Next text, Doug is acting like some heroic effort by these amazing young players. They had 0 runs until 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Relax, my man. Okay. I'll take away my genuine enthusiasm for enjoying a game last night. My bad.
Where they beat the Yankees.
Yep.
They beat the Yankees. And frankly, they were only losing to the Yankees one.
Yeah. My fault.
That's all right, man. I understand.
My fault. I'll suppress my genuine emotion.
And they were losing to the Yankees because of, a pass ball by Jake Rogers.
Yeah.
That's why they were losing.
Actually, the funny thing was.
And the Tigers had a runner thrown out at home.
Yeah, you do see. There were a couple plays that are Little League. Pass ball runs is like half the runs when you're 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Walk, steal second, steal third, score on a wild pitch or pass ball. And then the drop pop-up. Like these were.
Yes. And yet, despite the fact that they made some mistakes last night, they came back not once but twice and won the game.
If Mahomes throws the ball behind his back and the ball hits the ground for an incomplete pass, or is it a live fumble? By rule, is the arm going forward? What if he throws it to the ground to avoid a sack? Is it live, incomplete, or grounding? It's from Dave and Flint.
That's a great question.
Could that be a fumble?
And the NFL needs to address it.
He's around the back.
In light of the phenomenal play turned in by Patrick Mahomes, the NFL has determined that whatever benefits Patrick Mahomes is what will be called. Is that a fumble? No, that's an incomplete pass. Jared Goff tries it. That's a fumble.
Yeah.
Not you.
Actually, if the ball hits the ground, we'll call it a complete pass because he tried.
He tried.
He's amazing.
I mean, who tries that?
Chump, ESPN for calling the behind-the-back pass the greatest play of all time. Champ, Jake Bates for making the most clutch kick in the history of football. That's from John. Love it.
I like the way that they didn't give up. They had the fumbled exchange right at the 5-yard line where you're like, just kill some time. Hey, punch it in, be great. Kill some time, kick a field goal, leave them with not much left, and just win. Preseason game, right? Mm-hmm. They don't. They fumble the exchange, and then the defense comes up, and of course, Kansas City makes some strange play decisions. But nonetheless, ball comes right back to the Lions. Great return from Williams, and a couple other plays, move the ball further down the field. I mean, that's fun to watch. It didn't rattle Hendon Hooker. Came right back out there, made up for the mistake, and led the team down the field again.
Okay, I'll recap my week up north, including a place I discovered. It's probably going to be a letdown. It's not like it's some great tourist site.
So whoa?
No. It was this place is awesome. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Plus, Gator was excited for me to go somewhere I'd never gone before. And I'll give you my review. All straight ahead. Lions talk at 12:20. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. 97.1 The Ticket. Some Lions discussion coming up today at 12:20. A lot of questions heading into the preseason. Some of them are being answered. Gator, thank you for holding down the fort while I was gone last week.
Yep.
Last final breath of fresh air before football kicks off. Last final time to relax before football kicks off. Kind of unplugged, and now I'm refreshed and ready to go. So we had planned a trip up north as a family. To our place in the Petoskey Harbor Springs area. But there were other stuff. We were, go visit some friends on Bear Lake, which is over by Arcadia Bluffs. I never played Arcadia Bluffs. Last Sunday night, my wife, who unfortunately her back started to hurt and couldn't play, so she just rode along. My two boys and I played Arcadia Bluffs. My daughter had to go back to work. So you have played there several times. Yeah. And I've raved about it as one of your favorite courses. Everybody does.
It's beautiful.
It's incredible, the views of Lake Michigan. And, we were playing Twilight. The only time we could get on was Twilight. We probably weren't going to get 18 holes in. We knew that. But that meant we were going to watch the sunset while we were playing. And the timing just so happened like it was peak sunset when we were on like 12, 13, 14, which is right by the water. And I was playing reasonably well for me, which is bogey golf, and then it all kind of unraveled on the back nine. But I was like, there's no way I'm going to let my game ruin my day. So a few things about it. That course, beyond the vistas, which are 10 out of 10, on some holes, the landing areas off the tee are so wide, even when you hit a bad shot, it lands in the fairway.
Yep.
Or at least you can find your ball. These are my favorite courses.
On some of the holes, yes.
On other holes, I have no shot of landing the ball off the tee in the fairway. It is amazing the difference between how wide and inviting some of the fairway, where you're standing over the ball and you're like, oh, I could just relax. And then there are other ones I'm like, well, this is what they call target golf. And why am I hitting driver here? And it doesn't even matter what club I hit. The odds of me landing the ball in the fairway are minimal.
You're like, this is a 500-yard hole with a very narrow fairway. I should probably hit an iron.
Yes, but I
mean, and yet I can't do that.
It's like hole 1, 4, 8. I mean, just massive
on
landing
the front.
areas.
There's
massive landing areas. And I think it might have been hole 10 where I'm like, wait, where are we supposed to hit this? It's just rolling hills, and you can't even really see it. But it's incredible.
And way off in the distance is the water, but it's like 10 and 11 there are great as they and then once you're standing at the green at 11, you know that when you walk up to the tee at 12 that you've got just a beautiful view of the water.
And as you're standing over some of these tee boxes in the shot, you're like, okay, just hit it anyway. I don't know where this is supposed to go. I don't know where the fairway is. What I think is the fairway looks way too little to be the fairway. Okay, good luck.
Then it gets tougher and tougher because the sun's out and it's starting to set, and that sun is blaring at you in the face.
And you hit
it's hard to see. You don't know what's going on. Yep. If you hit left on that hole on the back nine because the hills are so steep, and you start to go up looking for your errant tee shots, and you're in the fescue, and you might find it, you might not, but you're going to feel it the next day because your ankle's going to be, wow, I did a lot of walking sideways. It hurts.
I can't recommend enough, though, just as an experience to go play it.
Or just have a beverage on the 18th green afterwards when they bring the bagpipers in, the whole bit.
Okay, so that was I want to bring up the bagpiper because we were on 9 when the bagpiper perched himself up on the hill, which overlooked the 9th tee box. And what's hilarious is I'm like, oh, this is kind of awesome. My 17-year-old was like, what is that? It's a bagpiper. Why is there a bagpiper? Is a bagpiper just a bunch of flutes connected to a wind bag? And I'm like, dude, it's traditional.
Yeah.
It's traditional. It's, harkens back to Scotland. And I mean, it was like,
what is that?
Yeah. So as we're playing, he's like, when is it going to stop? I'm like, dude, just roll with it. He couldn't stand the bagpiper. But it was a cool experience. So we spent a day touring the Leelanau Peninsula, and we were going to hit wineries and all that. But it turned out it was a Monday, and a lot of wineries are closed.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't either. Neither did my wife. We found a couple, but it kind of cut our day short. So we were up in that peninsula area, and we thought we'd found a winery that was open, that had lunch, and we got there, and quite frankly, if you'd looked at the menu, you would say Doug would never eat here because we were going to get lunch and taste some wine and all that.
Lots of meat and meat.
The menu just reeked of a place that I would never choose to eat. And I'm like, well, we can. I said to my wife, "Do you want to eat here?" And she's like, "No." So we pulled the plug on trying to eat at a winery. We turned back to Sutton's Bay, and as we're driving back to Sutton's Bay looking for a place to eat, my wife chooses this spot. We know nothing about it. We pull in, and it was the greatest beer garden I've ever come across.
Wow.
It was a place called Hop Lot, which is just south, right outside of Sutton's Bay. And I had a friend who'd rented a house up there with his family, and I just texted him, "Have you ever been to Hop Lot?" And he texted back, "Greatest place up here." On a fall Saturday, they have outdoor TVs everywhere. They have fire pits. They have beach volleyball. They have a stage. They have barbecue.
Wow.
They got barbecue going on. It's massive. It feels like 1,000 people could be at this beer garden in Sutton's Bay.
Tons of outdoor seating and
I'm
right
like, is there
amidst
enough
the
people?
trees.
Is there enough people to support? Yeah, it's woven through the woods. And again, they had the NFL Network showing a replay of a preseason game on a Monday afternoon. And I was like, this is like perfect for a fall weekend. I don't know if I'll ever make it on a fall weekend, given what we do. I suspect not. And yeah, maybe Michigan's bye week, but it's a good hour and a half, 2 hours from where our house is. But if you ever get a chance, I'm not a big brew pub guy, but the beer was good.
Did you try the Strawberry Highway Robbery?
No, I did not. Oh. I tried a Mexican lager. And then they have barbecue. They had a pulled chicken sandwich. It was excellent. So Hop Lot, Sutton's Bay, big thumbs up. Big thumbs up for that spot.
Yeah, the Papa Pete's Cerveza.
Papa Pete's Cerveza. That's what I had. It was really good.
No, it looks like it'd be. I'd like to see this place. That looks pretty cool. It looks really cool. I'm kind of jealous,
dude. It is massive.
I need to get back up. I haven't been up north in years. I need to get back up.
Well, Hop Lot's great. Hop Lot's great.
And I've never really spent a ton of time. I don't think I've spent any time in Leelanau or Sutton's Bay for that. I've been to Traverse City, but the only time I've been to Traverse City, aside when I was a kid for one weekend, was when we've gone up on the Red Wing trips. Yeah. We're all kind of like, there at the resort at Grand Traverse.
Grand Traverse Resort, which is great, and it's south,
great.
It's outside. It's outside of Traverse City. We stayed in downtown Traverse City for the first time. Changed my opinion of it. I always thought Traverse City was nice. I like it a lot more when you can just walk everywhere. Then we went to Charlevoix for a day. That always delivers. And then played the Boyne Highlands courses and played the Arthur Hills, which is one of my favorite places that you can get on up north. And just had a great time. Harbor Springs, Petoskey, just relaxing before football season started. But, Gator, my son has landed a job in Arlington, Virginia, and we had to cut it short because he had to start Monday, today. This is his first day. And so suddenly we had to change everything and go back and help him get launched, which is fine. So something to be leery of. Everyone moving forward. We're looking for apartments. He is looking on Craigslist and Facebook for places to sublet. We found 3 places. The 2 of the 3 look beautiful. And I'm like, wow, these are really nice, great neighborhood. And
really expensive.
And no, affordable.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm like, this is awesome. Life lesson here. So we reach out, contact. The first place, the guy's like, look, I'm out of town. I have the keys with me. I have to be in Chattanooga for the week. But if you want to go look at the building and reserve the place, we can start the process. And I'm like, start the process. What does that mean? So I said, yeah, we might. How do we start the process? Blah, blah, blah. This is security deposit, first month rent. If you do that, we'll hold it until I get back in town and you can see it, which will be later this week. The second place, again, beautiful, great neighborhood, same deal. Emailed the guy, and the guy got back and said, yeah, somebody's in it right now, so you can't get in till Friday. We have a bunch of showings Saturday, but we can hold it for you if you start the process. Scams. They want you to make a down payment, and then I bet the site, poof, disappears. So we didn't start the process. We weren't sending any money.
All right, because you were looking through Craigslist and
Facebook. My son emailed one guy back and said, yeah, we're not giving you any money up front, but I'll go look at it and reach out to you. Let me know when you think I might be able to get in it. No response.
Yeah, that's a scam.
The other one, the listing disappeared today, which means they scam somebody, and the moment you get their money, it disappears.
Was your son trying to room with the Prince of Nigeria?
So here's the other thing. You know how those emails always have broken English? The first email we got back was perfect. When we asked a question and they had to respond to that question, to specific inquiries about the place, suddenly the English was terrible.
Oh. Huh.
So just be very leery.
Their AI hasn't caught up with it yet, huh?
People suck. And Craigslist, Facebook, subletting apartments.
Perhaps Google. Apartments.com.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's
something like that.
Use like a reputable site.
Yeah. Apartments.com, rent.com. Definitely felt more secure, but yeah, somebody got scammed on the one, and the other one, when we basically said we're not going to front any money, he stopped communicating.
Oh, that sucks.
It does suck, but
they'll find a place.
Just be careful. Just be careful.
Just tell them to shack up with some broad. Be all right.
Yeah, right. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Let's get to some Lions next. 97.1.
Hey, looking for a hassle-free car lease? Well, check out Sarah Chevrolet Southfield's transparent pricing. There's no hidden fees because with the taxes and the fees, they're already included in every quote. Let Sarah Chevrolet Southfield provide you with an upfront, honest deal. And at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they've got you covered. They're open every Saturday for not just sales, but also for service. Their hours are for working people like you and me. And if you need your car serviced, they offer loaner vehicles to keep you moving. Plus, their service technicians work in a comfortable air-conditioned environment. It helps them stay focused. I've seen it firsthand. These guys are happy, and you want them to be happy when they're taking care of something as important as your vehicle. And trust me, it makes a big difference. With over 80 new demos available, you can drive away in a new vehicle for literally thousands less than employee pricing. At Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, all new 2024 vehicles are sold at employee pricing for everyone. Choose from the best selection of used cars in the state while getting top dollar for your trade-in. Visit the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my car, and I know that they're going to take great care of you as well. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and experience unbeatable service combined with an exceptional selection.
Scott Anderson.
House smoked pulled, but you went with chicken. Yeah.
With
house smoked chicken.
Yep.
House made Carolina barbecue slaw, brioche, house barbecue, served with kettle chips. That's what you got?
Here's the thing,
chicken sandwich?
is I'm seriously loved Hop Lot so much that I may change vacation plans.
Gonna move your spot to Sutton's Bay now?
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to sell our house. But it was so good. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jeff. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Good. Great show, first off.
Thank you.
So I'm sitting here at lunch, and I'm listening to the talk about the scams.
Yeah.
And just yesterday or Saturday night, I was looking at vans on Marketplace. So I reach out to this guy, send a message. It's in Livonia. If you can see me, yada, yada, yada. He replies back, yeah, you can see it. Shoot me your phone number, and I'll call you on a time. And immediately I'm thinking to myself, why do I need to shoot you my phone number? We're already communicating through Messenger.
Right.
And then I had heard from, I'm a little bit older, some younger folks, and I don't keep up on a lot of this, but if somebody gets a hold of your phone number through, like, you send it to them through a text, there's something where they might be able to shut and lock up your phone.
Yeah.
But I don't know all the details on that. So I immediately just sent back and said, well, just shoot me a message, and I'll meet you there in 15 minutes tomorrow then. Never heard back from the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I hate it because, I tend to believe and trust people, but I'm glad I thought of this earlier because there was a little bit of these apartments are too good to be true, but they are sublets and people are just trying to get out from under leases, so maybe they're eating some of the costs. And
well, you know what?
But when they
the
started
van
wanting,
was too good to be true.
There you go.
The van was too good to be true, also, and that's because my wife found it, and I'm like, God, that doesn't add up because I'd been looking for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So it had all the right. I just told my wife, I said, this guy won't get back with me, and he never did. So
yeah, well, I mean,
people suck.
I hate hearing this, man.
People do suck. Because today, like I said, I went to show Kang the listing before the show of one of these apartments that was listed that wanted us to, quote, start the process before we even saw the place. And when I went to look at it, the link had, to a Facebook page, something went wrong. The page had been taken down, which means they probably took somebody else's money and shut everything down, and it just sucks. But no surprise, it's just another way to scam people.
Well, yeah, and each scam becomes more and more elaborate, and the technology involved is frightening. AI scares the hell out of me.
Mm-hmm.
And, as you get older and you're not up on the technology as much, you're more susceptible. And I put myself in that category. I feel like I'm only going to buy stuff face to face. I'm never going to send my credit card again.
Well, anyway, enough about that. Lions get a win over the Chiefs 24-23 on a Jake Bates walk-off field goal.
Wait, they won the game?
They did win the game.
But Mahomes went behind the back.
Mahomes went behind the back, and I think that's worth 7 points alone. But the Lions were able to overcome that. And hey, got themselves a win. So a few things, a bunch of questions going into the preseason. And let's run down some of them. You can't answer everything in the preseason. But one of the questions was, can Jake Bates handle the kicking duties? And there has been good and there has been bad. The missed extra point is a problem. You want to kick, you want to be 100% on extra points, and many of us grew up in a world where you were 100% on extra points. But he also was perfect on field goals. 4 for 4, he hit a 55-yarder, and he kicked and made a game winner. Is there something to be said for missing an extra point and then coming right back and hitting? I think he hit 2 field goals after that, including the game winner. Like, once you've missed an extra point, if you miss another kick after that, we might be hearing that the Lions are signing a free agent kicker today, right?
Yeah, that's not going to sit well if that happens. But he did make the next kick, and then he made the pressure field kick at the end of the game. Now, how pressure filled is it when the stadium is all but empty at that point? And the game's on the line.
Yep. Well, I think it's pretty pressure filled because if you miss a kick after missing the extra point, they're bringing somebody in, right?
Yeah, there's a pressure on the individual in particular. So I was disappointed he missed the extra point. I'm glad he made the kicks. I still will stand by. I think he's only going to get better because he's really just scratching the surface on what he can be as a place kicker.
After he missed the extra point, he hit 3 field goals and another extra point. So, look, you'd rather he be perfect, but he came through because I think for him, every kick after that was pressure filled. It gets multiplied once you miss one kick. One kick isn't going to prompt them. One missed kick isn't going to prompt them to sign another kicker. 2 probably would. Kang, am I wrong on that? Do you think if he missed another kick, we'd be hearing about a kicker brought in today?
Quite possibly. I'm shocked that they hadn't brought one in, but I guess that just speaks to their confidence level in him, or maybe that's just a way to give him confidence too. Like, hey, this is your job to lose, man. We believe in you. No one else is coming in here, right?
Yeah. And the leg strength isn't in question.
Sir.
And as much as we want him to prove that he is consistent, consistency is proven over time. It's not actually proven over 2 preseason games and a bunch of practices. It's proven over probably months. And, what he's done in practice has not had him sign another kicker. And maybe we'll hear about a kicker being brought in this week, but it doesn't look like it. There was a quote in The Athletic. I'll see if I can find it. From the Fipper, Dave Fipp, the
special teams coach.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't print it up. It was something along the lines of when they were asked, did you not sign another kicker because you have faith in Jake Bates or because there aren't enough kickers out there? You're waiting for another kicker to become available. None of the free agents impress you.
Solid question.
And his response was basically, we love Jake Bates. I'm going to go see if I can find the exact quote because I thought it was kind of telling. Other than that, special teams really have been kind of a mess. And I don't know how seriously we should worry about that because you would have to think that there are guys on special teams that aren't going to be on this team. But there was a hold on one return. Jalen Calhoun fumbled a kickoff. Isaiah Williams fumbled a punt return. They gave up a huge punt return in the third quarter. Sky Moore had that huge kickoff return out to the 47. And then on a positive, Jack Fox did hit a booming punt, I should say. And a boom. It's called a boom.
Is it when it goes plus 70 yards, it's called a boom?
I guess.
A boom. A kaboom.
He hit a nuke. How about that? And Isaiah Williams had a 22-yard punt return. But there have been a lot of mistakes in coverage and in returns.
I'm not terribly concerned with the kick stuff because I think that's for everybody. It's a work in progress. People are trying to get used to the new kickoff rules, and that's part of it. And if Calhoun's going to fumble something, Calhoun's not going to be on this team, so that doesn't really concern me. Williams with the punt when he dropped the punt, that's a little concerning. But then again, is he going to be returning kicks if he makes the team? It's Khalif Raymond, but can he fill in if he has to? The fact that his 2 punt returns went like 19 and 20 yards respectively, that's impressive to me. He's got some shake. Getting the ball ripped out of your hands, that's okay. That's going to happen, and that's something he's going to have to work on. But I think Isaiah Williams has done enough in the first 2 weeks where he belongs on this roster. I think he absolutely belongs on this roster. As a 4th receiver, will the 5th receiver, will it be from outside the organization? Will it be DPJ or somebody that's got more size? Darius Fountain, we've heard all this great talk about Darius Fountain in training camp, and yet in 2 preseason games, it hasn't really been there. Caden Davis had a nice play and got open for some other plays too. He's a little bit of size there.
Well, that was our next question, is what is happening at the receiver position? And you can get some reads into that. We'll get into that a little bit more in depth at 12:33. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so working our way through questions with the Detroit Lions that are partially getting answered in this preseason. But we also, at the same time, we want your Champ and Chump nominations, 248-539-9797. And we'd love to know in the Lions preseason a guy that's winning you over. Who is winning you over? Like, I'll give you an example. We're getting into the 4th and 5th wide receiver. An obvious one is Isaiah Williams. When he signed as an undrafted free agent, Gator, you and I both, we love to look at the undrafted free agent list and say, ooh, this could be a find. And, the day after the draft or whatever, when those lists start to come out, and we did the whole, ooh, this guy could be a find. Your guy was Isaiah Williams. Mine was Jalen Garnes from Wake Forest, the safety. Doesn't look like he's a find.
No.
But Isaiah Williams looks like he could make this team. Is he possibly the 4th receiver? Or is the fact that unfortunately he plays a slot receiver spot and they kind of have those guys, does it make it almost impossible for it to be him?
Well, that's interesting because that's a part that I guess when you factor it in, it would be the number one reason he doesn't make the team.
Yeah.
He makes the team because he can catch the football and he can get open. And frankly, does it matter if you're a slot receiver or outside? If you can get open, you can get open. And if you can catch the ball, you can catch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He's caught 10 passes on 12 targets this year for over 100 yards. He was the only guy who really kind of showed up in the first game against the Giants late in the game. They threw to him, and he caught all the passes that were thrown to all 4 that were thrown to him. But you couldn't ignore him against the Chiefs. He was there making plays on special teams as well, and I think he's got that spot, and he should be on this team. It shouldn't stop the Lions from scouring the waiver wire, looking at potential free agents or trades, and trying to find another receiver, perhaps of size. And I think they probably need to have another bigger receiver on this team. I think they need to carry 5 receivers anyway, because receivers get hurt all the time too.
Yep.
But do they have that already? Are you going to find it with Caden Davis or Darius Fountain? I'm not convinced that those guys are the guys. Or Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Donovan Peoples-Jones is a veteran. He's bigger. He's clearly an outside receiver.
And yet, 1 catch for 5 yards against Kansas City. And I forget what he did against the Giants, but it wasn't anything special.
He also had a big block on Caden Davis's touchdown.
Yeah, was that where he did? And I think he kind of got in the way of a player, but it's a block nonetheless, and it sprung him to get outside and free. So there are things like that the coaches love. But ultimately, as a receiver, you still have to catch the football and you still have to get open. And if they're looking for a guy that's got decent size, I mean, he's not screaming, I'm the guy. He hasn't, grabbed that brass ring to be that player.
Cuts are a week from tomorrow. And, during the broadcast, they said that Donovan Peoples-Jones had earned some praise, had a good week of practice. It's curious. This guy's career arc is very... It's been, for people who followed it closely, right? If you're a Michigan fan, you saw a guy that made some catches, but kind of just came up a bit short from being the guy. Like being that elite guy. He goes pro. He has the 1 year in Cleveland where he looks great. Something hasn't quite clicked.
Right.
And it's hard to say what it is. It's hard to say what it is, but I feel like it feels like they want him to be the guy.
I think they'd love for him to be the guy. Yeah. And they traded for him. They gave him a resource. And, okay, let's see what you got. And he was a complete non-factor last season after the trade.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't really seen much of him in the preseason. I don't see how he makes the team unless, writing's on the wall. He goes out there, blows up in practice this week. They suit up Saturday for the game against the Steelers, and then he has a game. He shows up. He's open all over the field, making contested catches when they have to be, yards after the catch, doing all those things. But it kind of feels like if it's me on the outside, because we're not at practice. We'll be at practice the next couple of days. And even then, it's limited what we can see. The coaches know. But as a fan, from what we've seen, there's there's nothing to get excited about in thinking that guy's on the roster. So I can't say it. But
No.
But we do trust Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. And even with the Onwuzurike stuff, I expected to see Onwuzurike on Saturday. He didn't play.
No, he didn't. I think he's getting starter treatment, and we'll get to that coming up in a minute. But anybody else at the wide receiver spot that
I'd like Caden Davis. I think he's flashing a little bit. Obviously the big play was the touchdown, but it was a nice route, and kind of confused the defense of Kansas City a little bit, and there was some of that. But he's been open as well. But beyond that, no, there has not been impressive. I was expecting more out of Darius Fountain, and it just hasn't been terribly impressive. Unfortunately, Hendon Hooker missed him on a pass, one of his first passes.
Yeah.
It looked like that could have gone for maybe 20 yards or so. And I'd love to see what it looks like when he's got the ball in his hands, yards after catch stuff. Can he make somebody miss? But haven't seen it in the game situation. That's all we've been privy to.
name that gets talked about every year, and we haven't brought him up yet, but here he is, Tom Kennedy. Tom Kennedy's still here.
I mean, Tom Kennedy does what Tom Kennedy does. Plays in the preseason. And it's not a knock on him. He shows up in the preseason and then gets to the practice squad and occasionally gets activated, and you're like, okay, that's going to be a guy that they're going to go to. But they don't.
Right.
They just don't, because there's a reason the other guys are starters. There's a reason other guys are already on the roster. And I feel like if you're looking at Tom Kennedy and Isaiah Williams, one is outplayed the other to this point. Or one looks, I guess, passes the eyeball test more than Tom Kennedy. It feels like we've already seen Tom Kennedy. We haven't seen Isaiah Williams. He's younger. I'd go that route.
Yeah. And yet I have a feeling if Tom Kennedy doesn't make the team, if he's still eligible, he ends up on the practice squad, and then next year in the preseason, he's out there making catches for them again. And maybe he gets into if he is still eligible for the practice squad, these practice squad guys shouldn't be forgotten, because those are the guys that get called up when there are injuries, and invariably there are injuries. And I don't think Isaiah Williams is sneaking through the practice squad.
I don't think he's sneaking through there either. Would Tom Kennedy?
Probably would.
If he's eligible for the practice squad. But, I mean, if you're one of the other 31 teams and you're looking for wide receivers on your roster, I mean, you could do worse than Tom Kennedy.
248-539-9797. All right, other questions. The backup quarterback, Hendon Hooker, his performance. You mentioned Levi Onwuzurike. We'll get to all that coming up. Who has impressed you? Who is the guy that you say, you know what? I like this guy. I hope he makes the team. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, here's a great experience I had recently. I needed new garage doors. I'm like, what am I going to do? Well, the only place to call was Precision Garage Door. I mean, that's all I ever cared about. They were awesome. They showed up immediately after we scheduled the appointment, and I couldn't have been happier. They talked me through the entire process. John, Jeff, the whole team, easy to work with. They're true professionals. Picked out the doors. They told me when they were going to be shipped. Told me when they were going to install them. We worked it all out. It was fantastic. What I love about Precision is that they're there for you. They're available weekends at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. All calls are answered 24/7. And if you want to schedule your appointment online for something that works for you, you can do that. And they're going to show up. And if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive the service fee. It's awesome. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Okay, so talking about the Lions here, players that have impressed you, and certainly questions that we are seeing, could they get answered? We've talked about the kicking situation with Jake Bates. Trending in a positive direction, ways to go still. The 4th and 5th wide receiver might come down to Isaiah Williams versus Donovan Peoples-Jones. If they go 5, they might keep them both. Backup quarterback. Look, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, but circling back for people who didn't hear it. Look, Hendon Hooker is playing in the second half of preseason games against guys who aren't going to make the roster. The bulk of those players aren't going to make the roster. Nate Sudfeld has been starting games and playing against guys that are fighting for positions on the roster, trying to start, trying to solidify their spots. I think it's important in this next game coming up Saturday that Hendon Hooker starts the game and Nate Sudfeld plays the second half. Because what we may find is that, as you move up the food chain of opponents, it could get a little tougher for Hendon Hooker to look as good as he did this past Saturday, and Nate Sudfeld might tear up the Steelers in the second half, right? I mean, it's an important thing to remember who you're playing against, but the Hendon Hooker returns have been pretty encouraging.
Yeah, the limited action he's gotten in each of the games, it looked like he built off of what happened in the first game. The fact that he didn't have much practice at all last week because he was in concussion protocol, I thought he looked very good. Looked comfortable in the pocket, looked comfortable maneuvering through the pocket to buy himself some extra time. He delivered the ball well. When he takes off and runs, it's clear that he's the best of the 3 quarterbacks that can do that. It's not even close, and nor would we have expected it to be close. But now you actually see it. I mean, his was an 8-yard touchdown run that he had was great. Just boom, right through there, make the decision, gone, and in the end zone. And when he made the decision to take off and run earlier in the game, pick up get close to a first down, and then slide. That shows growth because you learn from one week to the next. At some point, you're going to have to slide. Stop trying to blow through players, and he did the job. He looked good. Yes, I'd like to see him against the clear number 2s on a team, or I don't know what Pittsburgh's going to throw at them on Saturday, but I would expect that he gets at least a quarter of action. Maybe he's just good enough in that quarter of action that then you turn things over to Sudfeld and see what Nate can do, but he should get a lot more time.
With all quarterbacks, I mean, I get the sense that in the preseason when teams aren't game planning to stop you, that if you take a snap, drop back to pass, and you want to throw the ball over the middle on a crossing route or to a running back out of the backfield, you can do it all day. You can do it all day and dink and dunk your way down the field. And there was plenty of that from Sudfeld and Hooker. But Hooker in the second half, he hit Mo Alexander over the middle on a down and in for a big gainer. He actually did it twice in one drive to Mo Alexander. He had Dory's Fountain on a ball down the field. He had that slant cut to Jalen Calhoun. These were balls that he was pushing down the field and giving his, showing a little bit more than just I can dump it off and I can run a little bit. Long way to go. But given what these tests of Hendon Hooker were, I'm impressed. And I'd have to think that he would be a guy trending to be the kicker, or the backup quarterback. Kicker. Sure, that too. Trending to be the backup quarterback at this point. But still, it's not a wrap. But I think Sudfeld deserves a bit of the luxury of facing some of the similar defenses that Hendon Hooker has because, we just want the best guy. And, I was reading how much Mark Brunell, and this was in The Athletic, they love Sudfeld, that he's cerebral and that he provides a second pair of eyes for Jared Goff. And they really want to keep him around for the same reasons they want to keep David Blau around, again, from The Athletic over the weekend. And yet Sudfeld, as they wrote, has a ceiling. So he's providing something for this team. So we shouldn't think of it as a wrap, but I get the sense the fans do.
Oh, I definitely. The fans have been done with it before the season began, it feels like, before training camp began. And then you see what you saw in the first preseason game, and they were done. And then he throws a touchdown pass to Caden Davis. Like, all right, that looked good. Mm-hmm. And then comes right back out and throws an interception Horribly played. A horrible pass. The receiver was not only covered, but the cornerback was leading him when coming back across the middle on that play. It was just terrible. So, but when you hear that the quarterback's coach loves him, Mark Brunell loves him,
yep,
that he has value to Jared Goff, I get all that, and that's okay, fine. But that's a third quarterback position, or is that just a guy like if Nate Sudfeld gets dropped, do you think another team picks him up?
No,
I agree with that.
And if you want Nate Sudfeld, if the third pair of eyes, okay, are important to you, then hey Nate, your back hurts.
Can you find a way, that he stays on the sideline in some capacity that doesn't take up a roster spot?
Yep. Because
right now roster spots are becoming very valuable. Now, if he's not, does that mean the Lions only go with two quarterbacks?
They could,
but that's also that can be dangerous if you do that. That's another question that Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes have to answer. When you start looking at the whole 53-man roster and how many receivers and defensive backs and defensive linemen you want, I mean, it starts with quarterback. How many quarterbacks do you want?
Yeah.
Do I want an extra defensive back and I only carry two quarterbacks? Like, do I need Brandon Joseph? Do I want to have 5 wide receivers? If so, then maybe I don't carry 3 quarterbacks.
Back in the day, it was like you had to keep 3 quarterbacks on your team. You just had to. But when years passed, recently now, it's not the same anymore. You have other players that play a role in every week during a real game than the third string quarterback. I think they go with 2 quarterbacks. Hooker's the guy. Appreciate the insight, Sudfeld, but we also have coaches on the staff that do that as well. That provide other things for Goff and intel. So. Yeah, if it's even close in your mind, if you think Sudfeld's even close to Hooker, Hooker wins that all day. He's the draft. You use the draft pick on him. He's got way higher ceiling. He's still growing as far as in the position. What he can do for this team. To me, they keep 2 quarterbacks, move on to the rest of the roster.
248-539-9797. Who impressed you? Who caught your eye? Who's a guy that you didn't think was going to make the team? Now you think might make the team. The edge rusher opposite of Hutch. Okay, the leading candidates are guys like Marcus Davenport and James Houston. Davenport hasn't played in the preseason. Houston did. They held him out of this game after playing in the first game. Gator, is there anybody else doing anything to earn that job? Kaminsky's out for the year. Mitchell Agude showed up a little bit. So did Matthew Betts, but Matthew Betts at one point destroyed somebody, and then I realized the player he was going up against was Kansas City's international player program guy.
Yeah. He just kind of went inside on him.
Yep. And almost untouched. And you want to say, hey, that's awesome for him, but you're playing their international player program guy.
Exactly. When I was thinking of the and I saw that Kyle Meinke of MLive had, I think, 10 defensive linemen making his roster at this point, I was thinking to myself, who would those 10 be? And I think I came up with the same guys. And so even though some of these guys might be flashing and might have a nice play here and there, it's tough to make this rotation. It just is. I think, look, specifically defensive tackles, you're going to have DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil and Unzarike, Pascal and Pecco. I think Pecco makes this team, and they're treating it like that. He hasn't played. It hasn't played a ton, so I think it starts there, and then you go on the outside, and James Houston's going to make this team. Marcus Davenport, obviously Aiden Hutchinson. It's hard to get in there, even if you've had a couple of nice plays and a couple of nice games. But I just don't see a path there for some of those guys. Agude is interesting because they've been talking about him for a while. Is that somebody they can sneak on a practice squad?
Could be.
Ukwo is the other one that has made a couple of plays.
He's shown up.
But I guess the Pro Football Focus numbers don't show favorably in his direction, but I don't really look at that too much because they said the same thing about James Houston, and yet Houston's going to make the team. So,
all right, a couple of guys that are interesting. You've mentioned one already, and you skipped over one at a position. And I want to talk about them and how important they are and whether or not they're both going to make the team. We will get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Talking some Lions, get into the final preseason week. Cut day is a week from tomorrow, 248-539-9797. And look, cut day is always kind of interesting. What else is, in many ways, this time it's different because there are going to be players that are cut that people want to make the team. Who is it that you are hoping makes the team? Tom in Detroit writes in, I was impressed with Pascal and Betts and their quarterback sacks. It excites me to think that the defensive line and the defense as a whole can leapfrog the offense. It'd be something really special this year. I'm disappointed in Donovan Peoples-Jones. I thought for sure he would grab the third wide receiver spot playing against the 2s and the 3s. He's been invisible. He hasn't necessarily been invisible, but he hasn't dominated. Like if you are the Donovan Peoples-Jones from a couple of years ago in Cleveland, wouldn't he dominate the 2s and 3s?
You would think so.
Yeah. I mean, it's a valid point. I wouldn't go so far as to say he's been invisible. How would he look running with the 1s and catching passes from Jared Goff? How many times is he actually open and a young quarterback doesn't see him? But, he hasn't been great. As far as the defense leapfrogging the offense, that's one hell of an ask. Is there any way that the defense is going to be better than the offense?
I don't think so.
I almost hope not, because that feels like it's more likely that that's the offense struggling than the defense becoming an elite defense.
I mean, that screams that there was an injury to Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Offense is playing they're an awfully high-level offense.
Mm-hmm.
The defense I expect to be much better, but if the defense is just average in the NFL, that's a dramatic improvement over what they were last year.
Yeah.
They were very good against the rush, but against the pass, not so much. They made the moves in the offseason to try to fix that. If they had to play tomorrow, how healthy would they be on the back end, though? I mean, I suppose some of these injuries are things they can play through, but, Rakestraw and Arnold, they're both, dinged up a little bit. Carlton Davis the same way. Brian Branch.
Yeah, those guys, they're supposed to be back in time for the preseason, for the regular season. But yes, as it stands right now.
Here's where I am encouraged, though, is that despite that laundry list of players I just mentioned, and those are all guys that are starters or certainly in a nickel rotation when you look at that, guys like Kindle Vildor, he's played well. And I think we need to acknowledge that I think he's played well in the preseason, because the lasting impression we have is ball bouncing off his helmet, off his hands, and into Brandon Ayuk's hands in the NFC Championship game. But Kindle Vildor has been step for step with receivers so far in the limited action we've seen this season, and he's somebody who definitely knows what's expected of him. I suspect he makes the team as one of the final cuts in the defensive backfield because they're going to need extra corners. But I just wanted to show him a little bit of love because he hasn't gotten a whole lot.
Yeah, we've referenced that play a lot, and it's certainly not something that we hope is his legacy in Detroit. And if he can contribute, great. If he earns the opportunity to contribute, that's awesome. 248-539-9797. What's the situation with Traquan Smith from the Saints? Is he not doing anything? That's from an unnamed texter. He hurt his hand.
Yep.
He's going to be out for a while. Kelly and Howell says, I would love to see the Lions make a trade for Cortland Sutton. He's a big 6'4" receiver that can go get the contested catches. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of guys out there that could help him. Question is, what's it going to cost?
Right. What's the draft compensation you'd be willing to give up to add that extra piece?
Yeah. Did he just score a touchdown? Thought he just scored a touchdown a preseason game. Yeah, it depends a lot on what it costs, of course, right? And if you can get a player like that, it would be a good ad for sure.
I still strongly feel the fifth receiver on this team is not on this team right now. Like after cut day, I think they keep 4, and let's say they even keep 5, and it's Isaiah Williams and DPJ, right, or the 4th and 5th receivers. Don't be surprised if one of those guys gets cut after the other teams make their cuts. Remember when Tim Boyle and David Blau, the 2 quarterbacks, they cut Tim Boyle, I believe, and then they kept Blau. And then moments later when everyone else made their cuts, they cut Blau, I believe, and then they went and got Sudfeld.
Yeah.
So, it's. I really think the fifth receiver is not on the roster right now.
Cortland Sutton, by the way, he's the leading receiver he's number one guy over in Denver, and they're breaking in a brand new quarterback in Bo Nix. I don't know if they're going to want to move away the number one guy.
They already traded Jerry Jeudy in the offseason.
Yeah, so
it would take something to get him. You wouldn't get him free. Andrew in Livonia writes in, Champ Matsuyama for winning the St. Jude this weekend without his caddy and interpreter after being robbed in London. Chump the fact that there was professional pillow fighting on Bally's last week. Was there?
Gator was watching a bunch of weird stuff.
I saw
week.
a lot of weird stuff on Bally's over the weekend. Last week, the warehouse games is strange as hell to me.
What are the warehouse games?
There's like 4 games that they include in that. One's like a variation of. These are big games that are played literally in a warehouse. It sounds like stuff that we would make up if we were drunk back in college.
Yeah.
There's one game that basically it's like wiffle ball. You can curve the ball and all that, and that's kind of fun to watch. It's like from the John Boy Entertainment. And then they have another one. It's called Ball and Play, I believe, which is a kind of a combination of wiffle ball, although you're not allowed to curve the ball. You just have to groove it straight through. And cricket. So you don't really know what the rules are. It's really confusing. I saw last week there was another one that I swear to God, they're just trolling us now. There was, it was called the Ultimate Tire Wrestling, where you and another guy are wrestling against each other one-on-one, and one person has to be in contact with 2 giant tires that are stacked on top of each other. And the object is to eventually stuff one of the guys into the tires.
This is an actual...
It was an actual, yeah, that goes along with car jujitsu, which is 2 practitioners in a car with a jujitsu match.
Like in the back seat, or is this all over the car? It doesn't matter.
They're
Front seat, back seat.
Yeah, wherever you got to go.
So you put 2 people in a car and they fight.
Yeah.
In jiu-jitsu style.
Apparently
in a car.
Yeah. Apparently there's...
Yeah, I've seen like the 2 guys fight.
Booth?
Yeah, phone booth. Literally, they put them in a phone booth. They say fight, and they go at it in a phone booth.
I mean, what are we watching?
I don't know. What are you watching?
I just had to stop on it. I could have stopped and I would have gone to something else
if you had a remote control.
If I only could do it.
Yeah.
I feel like we're peaking as a sports society. That's the way I interpret
this. This is a sports bubble, Doug. This is a sports bubble bursting.
That's
what we're left with.
What we're left
car
with?
Jiu-jitsu.
What do you mean? I've been waiting for car jiu-jitsu.
It's probably going to be the Olympics in 2028.
Probably will. Greco-Roman car jiu-jitsu.
Yes, you're right. It's a specific, that one right there.
Car jiu-jitsu. It's literally 2 guys in a car. I'm watching it now. It's hysterical.
They're trying to
they start with both of them in the front seats of the car with their seatbelts on. And then they just
safety
start going.
first.
Right. I want this guy's got.
Yeah, you might get hurt.
Yeah. Right?
Oh, there goes the passenger seat just broke and fell down. I'm like, I don't understand this. I don't get it. Just strange stuff, man.
I'm fired up. Oh my God.
And there's female car jiu-jitsu. The referee is standing outside the car.
Yeah, like is he over like the sunroof or what is this?
They're looking in.
There's no question that people were high when this idea came together.
They got the windows out of the car, fortunately.
Mike is next on 97 on a Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hello. 2 things. Firstly, could explain the rules of cricket, but you don't really want me to.
No, it's too much time.
Point, yes.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't got 3 weeks. But best warehouse game you've never played. It's dead easy to play. Get 2 remote control cars, polished wood floor, 8-foot chalk circle, inebriation of your choice. Put the cars on either side, and you have to push the other remote control car out. You will play that game for about 10 hours straight and laugh your butt off.
Is that right? You've done this?
Of course I have, yeah. In a warehouse, in a photographer's studio in London about 30 years ago. I should have patented it. It's the biggest regret of my life. It's so much fun. Dumb as ditch water, but so much fun.
Mike, good to
Have
know.
a great day, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Right. Hey, the show now has a
Hey,
cricket.
man, leave it to the Brits.
The show now has a cricket expert if we need one, by the way.
That's just true.
We got to remember that name. We'll call on Mike if necessary. 248-539-9797. Hey, you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV.
Can I bet car jiu-jitsu?
I don't know. I have not seen it yet on the FanDuel app, but maybe you should check it out. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out of market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will automatically charge seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so random question. As Tyler Reddick wins the Firekeepers 400. My question is, are any of you out there listening that were there yesterday and are not there today because of the rain out? Because that would suck for it to be in an event, have it get pushed back a day. Have you ever thought about that? Like, when the U.S. Open or whatever gets pushed to a Monday, big golf. I don't remember which one plays the full 18 on Monday as a tiebreaker.
I believe it's the U.S. Open.
Is it?
I say because when I was a security guard at the U.S. Senior Open back in 1991, I think it was.
What exactly were you responsible for?
Yeah, I was the back area. Wanted to make sure nobody came in through the side gates at Oakland Hills.
There was a side gate, and you were in charge of the side.
Sorry, you have to go out the front. You have to go to the front.
And
but we're right here. Yeah, I'm sorry, you have to go to the front.
How many people tried to get through the side gate?
2,300. I don't know. There were a lot.
There were a lot. Okay,
people just kept trying to come in. Like, can't we just walk up through here? No, you can't. You have to go all the way around to the front. But we're right here. I understand, but I'm not unlocking the gate. It's not happening. But that one, I believe, it came down to they had to play on Monday to finish it up, and I want to say the Chichi Rodriguez, who just passed away last week. I think he won it or was in it. Maybe with Jack Nicklaus.
Wow.
I forget what the finish was in 91, but I thought Chichi Rodriguez was involved with it. And I thought that was a full 18 they have to play.
Anyway, there are probably some NASCAR fans that missed the finish of the race today that are back here in Metro Detroit because the race got delayed because of rain and they pushed back the finish till today. Actually, the bulk of the race was today. More than 50% of the race was today. But still, it's got to be frustrating for fans.
Jack Nicklaus won in a playoff over Chichi Rodriguez.
And they went the full 18 holes, huh?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, hey, look. I don't know if they still do that. Do they still do full 18-hole playoff for the U.S. Open?
That's a question I can't answer.
Okay, fair enough. Back to the lines. So, interesting players in this preseason. You mentioned the defensive tackle spot, and you talked about Anzarike, who still hasn't played this preseason, but he's repping with the ones. Anzarike in his career has played so little. Are you at all surprised that now that he's finally healthy, that they aren't playing him just to kind of get him up to speed? And if they're worried about him getting hurt again, isn't this kind of like, yeah, if he gets hurt again, then that might be a wrap. Like, we understand that he's finally healthy and looking great and probably only repping with the ones because DJ Reader's hurt. Everybody that's been there evaluates him as being an impact player this year. But if he's really going to be an impact player, doesn't he need the reps?
Well, if he got the reps in the joint practices against the Giants, that's what matters. And It sounds like that's the deal. So I don't think they care as much about the preseason games. Those are for the players that are fighting for jobs on the roster, as opposed to the guys who already have the jobs claimed on the roster. Mm-hmm. And you look at it, who else didn't play on Saturday? Lee McNeil didn't play. Kyle Pecco didn't play. Those are guys that are going to make this team, along with Anzarike. So it doesn't concern me that much. I still want to see it to believe it with the hype. But it's hard for me to say stay that because I do believe in Dan Campbell so much. But
and Brad Holmes.
And Brad Holmes
pick, yeah. And this has been one of the picks that has been deemed kind of a failure so far, but the book hasn't been closed on Levi Anzarike. It'd be awfully nice if he could, live up to where he was drafted. And my God, everything we read about him is that he is really showing that he's going to make an impact in the middle of the D line. But I guess I thought they would have wanted him to get reps, given how his limited playing time in his career.
Doug, you were gone last week. And Dan Campbell was on the morning show.
Yep.
And John Jansen had asked about the D-line, and then he followed up with a specific question about Levi, because that's where they were trying to get to.
Yep.
And Dan Campbell said some stuff, and I have the cut if you want to hear it.
I do.
That it made me actually, all right, maybe I'm starting to lean towards Doug here, where you just believe, I mean, the glowing, just stuff they say about him every week in practice seems like it's just too much to ignore at this point. It really is.
So people know what.
I don't think he's a liar like Gator does.
I didn't see that.
I've made the comment that I believe everything that Dan Campbell says because I've spent the bulk of my adult life being skeptical of everything positive said by the Lions, that now that we have what we have here in Detroit, I'm going the other way. I'm going to believe everything. And, maybe I'll get burned by that. I guess who really cares as long as they're winning? But I'm like, all right, let me go the other way. I believe everything. And part of that is because if you ask him about a player that isn't doing well, he will tell you in not so many words. He'll say, well, we need to see more from him. He won't just say, oh, yeah, he's in there, he's battling, we like him, blah, blah, blah. They'll tell you he's got to do more. And I respect that and I like that. Now, okay, we got the cut. This is what he had to say about Levi Onwuzurike last week. You believe everything he says?
Well, there's two things in that cut that me and Gator both noticed right away. The one, he kind of stops and laughs, and I think it's a good laugh. Like, he can't wait to talk about this guy.
Right.
He's that good. And
it's
the
like
second,
when as he's continuing to talk about it, he's getting happier and happier to the point where he actually bursts out laughing because he's not happy. He's giddy.
I like it.
And then the last part, the second part is he says he's getting it done against the ones.
It says unbelievable reps is what he said.
Do you think the Lions have a good offensive line, Doug?
Yes. This is highly encouraging. Highly encouraging.
Is he beating up on Frank Ragnow?
Might be. All right, so the other defensive tackles, Broderick Martin. When you were working your way through the guys.
Yeah, I just forgot his name.
Okay, fair enough.
Part of the list, yeah.
I want to know, how you just decide I'm going to watch a guy for a bunch of plays? I'd be fascinated to know what he's grading out at against the run. Because I'm not sure he's doing much against the pass. I haven't noticed him as much in the pass rush. But when Kansas City tried to run the ball up the middle, there was he feels like he might be a run stuffer. We'll see. But my early small sample size read on Broderick Martin is he might be useful as a run stuffer.
Yeah, I think he got half the snaps against Kansas City last week, which is great to see. And if you look at what Kansas City did in the game from a running standpoint, it wasn't much, like 74 yards rushing or something like that. And most of that came on one play. Running back Prince got free for 41 yards on the outside, and then they had an end around for Worthy was 11 yards. Everything else was minimal. Absolutely minimal gain. It was a nice job. But again, it's not all the first unit for Kansas City, and they did play a little bit in the first couple series, but it's building off of something that was a strength last year, which was their attention to stopping the run. If Broderick Martin can be that guy, to be the run stuffer, and you put him in the first and second down, I feel pretty good about that. It's at some point during the game, he's not going to get the start over guys, but he should get some playing time, you hope. Although, work in progress with him, right? This is his second year with the team. We hardly saw him last year, but he's passed the eyeball test.
It's interesting. Matthew Betts, Mekhi Wingo, and Broderick Martin, all guys on the depth chart, all played 30 snaps defensively, exactly 50% of the defensive snaps. They clearly had a rotation of this, what could be second wave, maybe third wave of guys. And I'll just say, I thought Martin stood out. I mean, Betts had some plays. I feel like he's got a long way to go. I'm watching Betts, the CFL defensive end project player they got. I thought this might be a poor man's James Houston, but they have James Houston. And in Broderick Martin's case, a Snacks Harrison type player that helps you against the run, maybe, just maybe.
Well, Snacks Harrison was such a great addition to the Lions because it was tangible. You saw it right away.
Yep.
The difference between yards per carry when he wasn't on the team and yards per carry when he was on the team, I think it was almost a 2-yard difference. It was impressive.
Just looked at Ticket Text. I am getting scolded, and I deserve it. We'll get to that today at 1:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. I joined because UMCU team members work really hard to ensure exceptional member experiences. I had a great meeting with them recently, and that doesn't just happen by accident. It starts at the top with great leadership, and they have exciting news to share with you as UMCU is teaming up with Will Johnson, national champion, cornerback, All-American, awesome player, Michigan Wolverines. He's a strong league MVP candidate, and you can become a UMCU checking MVP with an MVP checking account. MVP checking from the University of Michigan Credit Union gives you a chance to intercept your debt by becoming a member and opening an MVP checking account, set up direct deposit, and transferring your existing loans from another financial institution. Bam, just like that, you'll get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA, University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so feedback here. Jeff on a Roof writes in, I've been to MIS 2 years in a row where it got rained out and moved to Monday. And I've been at work on Monday both years and missed the rest of the race. So frustrating.
Sorry.
I was at the Firekeepers 400, first time ever at a NASCAR race and at MIS. I had a great time, even though there were 2 rain delays and eventually a postponement. Saw way too many Huck Tua flags and shirts. Signed Marquise in Plymouth.
That's a shirt, huh?
That's the apparently pretty
Did you
popular.
see her throughout the first pitch?
Yeah,
was
was
a Mets game?
Was it a Mets game?
That's not embarrassing.
All right, so here's the thing. Fantasy football season's starting. A lot of drafts have happening or going to happen.
Yeah.
Hawk Tua is going to be the number 1 team name for anyone that drafts Tua Tagovailoa.
I think 100%.
Like, so don't do it. You're not going to, it's not creative. You know what I mean? You're not being unique.
This is, this is you had 2 kids and you had a third kid.
Yes. 100%.
And you go around telling people, can't play man-to-man anymore. We have to play zone.
So if you draft Tua, you don't have to name your team Hawk Tua.
No,
you don't have to.
You also don't have to say with the 15th pick in our fantasy football league draft, I select Hawk Tua Tagovailoa. You don't have to say that either.
I'm sure they will.
They will. And it will get a laugh.
And it doesn't matter if you say it or not. Someone in the league is going to say it.
Absolutely.
Like, you can't stop, one out of, every 15, 12, 10 guys in your league, you can't stop them all.
Then there's this. And this person has a point. Thanks, Doug. I was in the bubble for the Firekeepers 400, and you just said who won. WTF.
Listen, when you have $3 on a race, it matters. And my man came through.
I'm not going to say it again, and it's too late for Roy and probably some others. It's a valid point, and I should know better. I execute. Now, I've never done it for a NASCAR race.
Well, hang on a second. If someone's listening to a sports talk show while the race is going on, that's on the person, okay? Listen at your own risk. We're of the minute here on our show.
Right. It's like being mad at ESPN for putting a final score on the crawl if you're in the bubble for another game.
And then you block out that part of your TV, I guess. But no. I got your back on this, Doug.
Thank you.
And what was the listener's name?
Roy.
Thank you for listening, Roy.
I feel bad, though, because...
We're sorry Doug relayed the information, but I mean, it happens. We're on the air. That's we can't apologize for that.
Okay, but if Roy's a longtime listener, Roy's probably saying,
he's king of the bubble, Doug is.
And it's a pretty safe bet that Doug and Gator aren't going to bring up the Firekeepers 400 in the result.
He might say that, yeah.
Considering the fact we brought up NASCAR anywhere between 10 and 15 times in 18 years of doing the show together.
And most of it was during the pandemic.
And probably 12 of the shows where we talked about NASCAR were the 2 weeks where the only sports going on.
A lot of it happened
was NASCAR race.
Yeah. A lot of it was April 2020.
Roy rolled the dice a little bit, but it was probably a pretty safe bet.
But he had to know there was a risk. There was a risk.
He had to know there was a risk.
Yeah.
I apologize to Roy nonetheless, because as being the king of the bubble, and it's a lot of watching sports on tape without knowing who won.
Now, we're not likely to go through, the horse racing results from Kyoto, Japan on the air.
Musburger style?
Yeah, we're not likely to do that.
God.
But NASCAR, it's a local event.
Yeah, there's a chance. It was a local event.
If
but
this
Roy,
wasn't in Brooklyn, Michigan, I think there was a 0% chance.
Yeah, we were giving the results from Richmond.
Right.
From Dover. From Bristol.
Is there a Hanover? There should be.
Regarding Levi Onwuzurike, an unnamed texter writes in, this reminds me of last year when they kept talking about Brian Branch, and he ended up being very productive.
I guess the thing is, I thought Brian Branch was going to be great to begin with. I was so happy he was there for the Lions to take in the second round.
Humble brag there a little bit, Kang. Is that what he's doing?
I think
I knew all along.
Yeah. Okay. But I guess the thing is, I don't think I was alone in that.
No.
Okay. When after the first round of the draft, and you see the mock drafts come out for round 2 and all this, and best undrafted players at this point, who's the top board, I think we all kind of came in that next day and went, "Ooh, Brian Branch is on board. Available. Let's go get him," and they did. But yes, I'll pat myself on the back if nobody else will.
It was no, it's cool. It's cool that Levi's getting a lot of attention. I think most people just want him. It's like, remember Casey Mize? We said one of the most important
stats
Mize is to get to 30 starts this year.
Yeah.
Just give us a healthy year, man.
Oh. Did they fall short?
Yeah, he's falling short.
What if we combine the starts he's made in is still going to fall short?
Well, it's not impossible. He needs 14 starts in the last month and 11 days.
So it's impossible.
But yes, Levi Onwuzurike, it'd be cool to see the stat GP 17.
Yeah.
That's games played.
It's games played.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I was just hoping he'd be a rotational guy, but if he's, day one starter, making a difference, that's huge. I remember when I talked about taking Brian Branch in the first round for the Lions.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, yeah, I did that a little early. Yeah.
I talked about them taking Brian Branch before the first round. Before the draft even started. Why don't they just take Brian Branch now? Before the draft even starts, the Detroit Lions select Brian Branch.
When he was a mere sapling, I was saying this is a guy in the future.
In Pee Wee football?
I knew who his parents were, and I thought, the Lions should get their offspring. Top that.
I was trying to set his parents up for a long time.
Right?
I mean, a long time. And I'm glad that I was able to do that
well done.
For the betterment of the NFL and the Detroit Lions.
Regarding Tom Kennedy, Scott writes in, Tom Kennedy is like an off-brand replacement part for your car. If nothing else is available, you can plug him in.
Universal part?
You wonder if Tom Kennedy's like, is he love this? If you're Tom Kennedy, you're like, this is my team. I love this. I want to be here. Or if you're Tom Kennedy, you're like, all right, I'm 28 years old. I've been in this league. I've made 14 catches since 2021. Maybe I should be somewhere else.
Well, if he can still play in the NFL, you want to play in the NFL. If you can find yourself on a roster of a team like the Lions that has a chance to do something in the postseason, maybe you're relegated to the practice squad, or would you rather be, wide receiver number 5 for Carolina, where you might see some action? I'm not sure. I don't know what he'd rather do.
I just looked up the rule on pensions because players think about that.
Yeah.
You have to play in 3 games in 3 separate seasons. He's played in 3 games or more, obviously, and he's played in more than 3 games in 2 separate seasons. So I'm going to guess that what Tom Kennedy wants.
Kind of pulling for him. Now that you say that, I'm kind of pulling for the guy, and yet I don't think he's got a chance to make the roster.
No, but then there's a practice squad rules. You can't be on the practice squad forever.
No, there are different, but they do allow veterans to be on the practice squad. There's certain accrued, there are 3 different categories for it. There's players that haven't played in the NFL yet. There's players that have accrued 3 games or less, and then there's a veteran status. But it's still a little confusing.
Yep.
I think wherever gets him the check. I mean, because he's got we talk about athletes with small windows. Tom Kennedy's got a smaller window than those athletes, and that's you still get an NFL check if you're an NFL roster, and that could be that could help him for the rest of his further his career in life.
Made some money in the last couple of years, but got an NFL roster. It's not. I mean, not.
No,
he's not. It's not 7 figures, but it's well into 6 figures. And does that help propel your dream to continue on? Like, if he doesn't make it, do you go and play in the UFL next year and keep chasing a dream? Even though the money's not there, but if he's already made some decent money in his first couple of years, that'll afford you the opportunity to keep trying to chase the dream.
Practice squad players make $12,000 a week. If you're on the practice squad for an entire season, you make over $200,000. So, all right. Something we haven't talked about yet, question could it get answered, is something going on with RB3. And I saw something with one of the candidates I've never seen in an NFL game ever. And it happened against the Chiefs. We'll get to that today at 1:47. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, tired of hitting up the same old corner spots or wing spot for the same flat draft beer that's warm by the time you finish it? Well, let me tell you a little secret. Twin Peaks is the best place to watch any game, anytime. For starters, when I say they have the best draft beer in the state, I'm not lying. It takes at least 6 hours to freeze their mugs properly. And they keep enough on hand where each mug is used only once an entire day. Combine that with a beer system that pours it at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees. You see those glaciers rising up out of the mug. The beer crystals. Now you pair that with their wings. Have you seen their wings? They're a full meal in themselves. You can have them 4 different ways. Their boneless wings are never frozen, hand-cut and breaded and fried to order. You can't beat it. And they're bone-in. Their bone-in, breaded, and smoked wings are bigger than your favorite wing spot. Now toss any of those wings in 14 possible sauces and rubs. You're in wing heaven. The new flavors, the chili crisp and tikka, just in time for football season. The beautiful Twin Peaks girls say their favorite is the spicy Thai chili. Make sure you're back Saturday at 1 for the final preseason game as Detroit takes on Pittsburgh. You won't want to miss it. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. So I've struggled mightily. Like there's one word I can never spell correctly. I don't even come close so that the spell check suggests what I'm trying to spell.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And that word is necessary.
Really?
I cannot spell necessary. And I don't, I'm moving on because I also cannot say Tyron Lorenzo.
There you go.
Did I actually say it right for the first time?
I believe so, yes.
I wrote it out phonetically because that's probably the first time since the Tigers traded for him like 3 weeks ago that I've said it correctly. I've called him Lirazano. I've called him Liaronzo. I've called him Theron. I've called him everything, but it's Tyron Lorenzo.
I only know this because Dan Hasty, our former employee here who does play-by-play for West Michigan, he had posted weeks ago when he joined the team the batting order for West Michigan, and he had written out on a batting order. It was actually a photo of his, and phonetically he had written out Tyron.
Which is how I do it whenever I'm building a board for a game. But we mentioned earlier how hot he was and how he is just absolutely scalding the baseball at West Michigan. And you pointed out something very astute. And was it your original observation, or did you take it from somebody on Twitter?
No, I think I'll take credit for it again today. I mean, I'm here for you.
Yep.
He's only played 15 games, and other people have tweeted this out too about the 15 games, how good he's been in the 15 games with West Michigan, that he's hitting 396 and a 13-18 OPS. But he's got 15 runs in the 15 games. He's also driven in 13 runs in those 15 games, and he's walked 16 times in those 15 games, let alone that he's hitting. He's got 10 extra base hits in the 15 games. What's amazing to me is that the previous 74 games, he hit 220 with a 700 OPS and a combined 22 extra base hits. His walk rate was high, but it wasn't anywhere near walking a one time per game. He had 49 walks in 74 games. He's got 16 in 15 games. The crazy thing about that is that it's the same league.
Right.
He's still playing in the Midwest League. He was with the Great Lakes Loons, the Dodgers organization, and now coming to West Michigan, it's only been 15 games, but my God, it's night and day difference. You say a heater, okay, guy's hot for a week. This is a full-on 2-week, 15-game stand here. Again, it's not a long sample size or a huge sample size, but compared to the previous 74, wow.
It's pretty awesome that this guy is doing what he's doing. And all I got to do is make sure I get it right from here on out. I hope I have to say it a lot.
Yeah.
Tyron Lorenzo.
There you go. He's always had a high walk rate in the minors. He's done a great job of drawing walks. His career on base percentage is 382 to a 255 batting average. So when it's 130 points roughly, that's huge. Mm-hmm. That's big. That's big time. And he's hitting 396 with West Michigan. His on base percentage is 547. It's Mickey Mouse. But we'll see how he does the last couple weeks of the year there.
Okay. Saw something in the Lions KC game. I don't know if you noticed it. Kang said he didn't when I talked to him about it earlier. Did you see the run where Sione Vaki lost his face mask?
No.
I've never seen this in a football game before. The only time I've seen is when a player's hurt and they have to like backboard them and they take the face mask off. It was late first half. He put his head down, ran into a pile, and they had a field level shot of him standing up, and he had no face mask. His face mask had gotten knocked off. Did
they replay it? Or were they too busy replaying the backward shovel pass?
They didn't. No, they were spending all their time talking about the around the back pass. They never replayed it. At one point, you saw a player pick up the face mask and hand it, I think, to Sione Vaki.
How is that not replayed?
I don't know. Somebody else must have seen this, right? Someone text, you saw Sione Vaki lose his face mask?
That's crazy.
But you didn't notice
it.
I
didn't notice. This is the first time hearing of it.
Kang, you didn't notice it.
No, and I told you how I watched the game, too.
Yeah.
I pulled a Doug Gator. I couldn't watch it all in one sitting. I DVR'd it. I taped it. And went back to it. And I was watching it late Saturday night, and I was so tired. I only could watch the first half. Then I watched the second half Sunday. I'm like, God, come on, man. I was so tired.
Fairness.
So I was so tired, maybe I missed it. That's what I thought.
I watched most of the first quarter, left, and then watched the rest of the game when I came home that night. So I didn't see it until Saturday night at like 11 o'clock at night. I rewatched it.
So everybody was making a big deal about the around the back pass that nobody had ever seen before. But what about that?
What about that? Nobody, face mask?
His face mask came off.
That's tough. That's toughness right there. Faki's the man.
Yes.
As Ken keeps tweeting out, he is the truth.
So, quick follow-up.
That's credit to you, my friend.
Thank you. He's the truth, man.
Is Vaki
the truth? Yes.
Is Vaki going to impact Craig Reynolds?
He might.
They seem to love Craig Reynolds.
Vaki's more of a weapon.
And he plays special teams.
Catches the ball out of the backfield.
He could probably play defense if they want him to.
I think he can paint the interior of her house, cutting in, and just going ahead and rolling. He can do it all.
But guys, this is a Brad Holmes special. I mean, this guy is a natural offensive weapon. He had 11, I think, catches total at Utah.
They all came in like one game.
Yeah. And look what he's doing. Look what he did against the Chiefs. Yep. I know it was the second, third stringers, but this guy never played offense. Like, 2 or 3 games or something at Utah?
Yep.
He looks like a natural. Like, this is what he's been doing this whole career.
Yeah,
I think this is a great find. He's the truth.
He's been incredibly impressive in a very short time.
So, Craig Reynolds, I think everybody thought for sure RB3. Vaki at this point isn't. Go look at our mentions. Somebody's got a picture. Brad Galley was the one that tweeted it out originally when Vaki lost the face mask. I should retweet it. Thank you, Brad, for seeing that.
Oh, that's that's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird looking. It's like a motorcycle helmet without a visor.
Yep. Kang, everybody, it's been retweeted at DunganGator971.
Huh.
Yep. So you can see it for yourself. It was bizarre. But could he unseat Craig Reynolds? And the one thing about these players, I mean, he's going to make the team, right? We know that. But the one thing that they always say that increases a player's ability is their ability to make a roster, is their ability to play special teams, right?
Yes.
And that's what he's known for.
Yeah, it's exactly what he's known for. And because he also has that defensive background, I think you talk about the Swiss Army knife type player.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he can be hopefully without being nauseating like that guy in New Orleans.
Your favorite?
Just saying.
Why was Rico laughing when he came in the studio?
Doug is back. As soon as I opened the door, I'm like,
oh, it's a little warmer in here?
Doug's back.
Dude, there was a day last week that even, like, I didn't change the thermostat when I came in. The morning show was on remote at the Lions practice.
Yep.
So the last people to do a show here in studio, I think Mike was in. I don't know if you were in that day or not. I forget which day was last week, but so Stoney and I are doing a show, and we're in the third hour of the show, and then finally Stoney is like, I'm like, what was that? Did you just take a bong hit? What was that noise? And he's like, no, I'm cold. I was just blowing on my hands, and I'm like, and it dawned on me, like, it is cold in here, and I look over, and it's like 66 degrees in the studio.
That's not us, so no. But I as soon as I walk through the door, I'm like, a little tropical in here. Okay.
Well, you feel free to turn it down.
So
believe me, Mike will. Yeah.
Were you uncomfortable throughout the show, Gator?
No, I knew it. I'm like, it's cool in here. That's fine. But as soon as Stoney did that, I realized that is cold, and I had to adjust.
Yep. All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We have a couple of things. Detroit Tigers question, fresh off of their cardiac cats.
Yeah.
Again.
Yep.
In Cooperstown. More Connor Stallions weird news over the weekend. And we're going to start some college football receipts. So,
okay.
Since week 0 is upon us.
And how many games will you watch this coming weekend?
I'll watch a lot.
Yeah.
See, I'm not one of those I'm going to watch.
Yeah.
So I'm not one of
that
those
first
people.
game, Georgia Tech, Florida State.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Because unlike preseason football, these games actually matter.
Yeah, wasn't last year, was it Navy and Notre Dame?
Yeah, was that the one like
and then
Ireland?
Yeah, and I think this Georgia Tech, Florida State game's in Ireland. And the year before that was Nebraska and Northwestern.
Yeah.
Week 0.
They're not the greatest games, but at least they count.
My prediction is the networks are going to take over Week 0, and it's going to be an awesome weekend in the next few years.
Or how about we just call it Week 1?
Well, that's going to be also done too. They won't do that, though.
But this one goes to 0.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The preseason football All-Americans were released today. Wolverines had 3, including Colston Loughlin, Mason Graham, and Will Johnson. Jace Young made his Major League debut last week, playing 3 games while logging 3 hits. Young recently made the switch to third base after Keith signed his long-term deal. Alan Trammell Young thought he was ready to go out of spring, but Alan Trammell told me it was good for him to get some more reps in Toledo. The Tigers have the day off. They'll start their two-team Chicago tour tomorrow at Wrigley Field. Before their win yesterday over the Yankees, the Tigers recalled Riley Green back to the big leagues. No other roster move had to be made because they were given an extra roster spot with a Little League Classic. After the game yesterday, Justin Henry Malloy was sent to AAA. In his first big league go-around, he logged a .217 average with 8 homers. After the rain postponement yesterday, Tyler Reddick has won the Firekeepers Casino 400 at the Michigan International Speedway. And after officially retiring from football, Colt McCoy heading to the broadcast booth will serve as an analyst on NBC's Big Ten games. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, somehow it's Monday again, and here we are. All right, we're going to get to the Tigers momentarily because I have what I deem to be the only thing you can take out of these fake little wins. You know, like after you're out of it, what can you take it out of it? I'll tell you. And I don't know if you'll like it, but it's my best attempt at being friendly on a Monday. I received some very interesting news. We're only going to do this for a couple of minutes. But, you know, you don't realize what a difference you can make in this silly job. And even further, it is just proof positive that I have done more for David's church than he himself has done.
So we really do it.
I received a report from David's aunt, who I'm friends with. And she was out and about town this weekend, and she had on some merch from the Greater Life Church on Tyerman Avenue. You can get to their merch store anytime you want at ourlifeisgreaterthanyours.com. The point is, she had on church garb, and she was stopped by a total stranger, and they said, "Miss, I know that church, because that's the church Mike talks about in the afternoon show." And David, my question was this. You know, I know you're into saving souls, but see, I put butts in the seats. I think that's what this is about. I think I put asses in the pew. And the question just becomes, does this news today that I have done more for marketing for Greater Life than you've ever done, does that bother you, or do you consider that a blessing?
I don't know what to think of it. Well, I have no idea what to think of it.
Because you know the Bible verse, go ye therefore and put butts in the seats.
Put asses in the pews, y'all.
Like the woman didn't say, you know what? I've seen them on YouTube or.
Right. Your scripture was so meaningful to me. No. None of
that.
That guy on the ticket talks about that place. Yes, I do. Factually. David, I think it sends shockwaves through the church.
It does.
I'm more impactful than your uncle.
Greater Life and horses. That's what Mike Valenti's all about. It's like Maryland.
Yeah, crab cakes. That's what we do. David, it was a wonderful way to start my week, knowing that I've had that amount of impact. Now, how can people seriously get to the merchandise store? Is it at ourlifeisbetterthanyours.com?
.net. Yeah, sure.
.org.
Yeah, right.
My God is better than yours.net. Is there a merch store? That's the other thing I had to ask you. You've never offered us Greater Life Church gear. Kenny would love a free T-shirt.
You want a free T-shirt?
Well, he did wear the God Begotten.
He did wear that. You're right about that. One day we'll all have Greater Life shirts on.
Drinking be drinking. I mean, come on.
But is it Tuesday yet?
David, it made my week to know that I've had a positive impact on the good people down there.
Yeah, it was.
No one's ever come up to you and said, "Hey."
That's what I'm saying. No one's ever come up to me. I've had stuff on. Nothing.
Nope.
Yeah, I've heard you on there talking about the. Nope, they've heard Mike talk about the shirt.
You're the guy
Mike.
who prayed and got Cade here.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. So we start out on a positive. Now, let's get into this. So the Tigers take 2 or 3 from the Yankees, mainly because Clay Holmes.
I thought you were going to tell me your next infomercial on Sunday morning.
Write the check.
Mike
do the
Valenti's
taping.
here for you.
The Prayer Network, like Dionne Warwick used to do.
A little church, a little Italian cooking, a little horse
hold on.
breakdown.
All right, time out. Before I get to the Tigers, see, now I got to ask about it. No. Bam! No, I have a serious question. Now, you and David are extreme men of faith, which is respectable and commendable. But you have to be offended by some of the infomercial things that have taken place in the religious sphere, correct?
Oh, it's
like I'll send you prayer beads if you send me 10 grand and instead of a Lego shows up.
Oh, Mike.
Like that's wrong. That's not right.
No, it is.
Not even I would execute that caper. That's ridiculous.
It's so offensive. It's funny. Like,
okay.
Wow. There's a special condominium being built for you in hell right now.
Okay, good.
Exactly.
You don't have to stand in the line. Oh, no. That's that bishop. Come on.
Let them through. Let them through.
They got TSA clear. Just come all the way through the line, and you're right there.
And
I've seen water, but the funniest one I ever saw was the handprint. You could buy the pastor's handprint and lay it upon yourself.
That's how David funds Michigan's NIL.
I thought it was vacuum cleaners.
No, he's got to print. He's got to print to something else. You can buy a new plaster cast. All right.
That's a whole nother thing.
That's a whole problem. Woo! No, it just, listen, I wondered.
It's so ridiculous. It's one of those things like you just call up your friends, but hey, quick, if you're up, turn to this channel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like the phone call I got from you over the weekend.
Yes. Are you hearing this?
Right. And it's like, what?
Yeah, we'll leave that alone. We'll keep positive vibes going. I want to do it.
He had a point. No, he didn't.
A bad one. I know if I do it, it'll upset certain people here, so I'll just leave it alone.
No, you can hear it on the
you
can't. Rewind on the weekend.
Nope, you don't want to. Let me now just to put a button on this, and then we will get into the Tigers, and then we got Lions to get to. Lots of stuff today, but David, from a factual standpoint, now that boosted my resume. If there is an afterlife, that is a boost, right?
Well, I don't know, but
increasing public profile of church in a good way has to be a boost to my resume.
I think it boosted your street cred.
I'll take it.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, Ryan did just text in saying Hatch is going to be sent down to the church minor league equivalent if Mike keeps showing up like he does.
Right. David's a AA pastor. Call it what it is. You need more reps. Your Corinthians a little rough. 7 errors in the first 12 sermons. It's a problem. You imagine if David got sent to the minors? Right. He's at a church in Independence, Mississippi. He's gone. Can't come back to Detroit ever.
Like David, it was 12 disciples, not 18.
I thought it was going to be 16 playoffs.
Can you name the 12 disciples? Bama, Georgia.
Woo! Couple ticket texts, and I want to get to the Tigers because I think I can take my spite for a team winning when it's too late, and I can spin it into a positive. I think. I will try. David with a few texts, and then I want to sell you this pen to you and David and Kenny and you, the people, about the Tigers' little hot streak here, which hasn't gotten them any closer to Kansas City. Sorry, it hasn't.
Comeback Cats.
Right. Shout out Clay Holmes, a.k.a. Wet Garbage. 10th blown save of the year. David, ticket text coming in.
This segment is hilarious. Mike, don't ever change, bruh. Bishop Don Magic Mike Marcus. That is from Marcus.
Does your church ever, I don't know what stature I'd have to arrive at. Now, I assume if this exists, your uncle has earned it. Do you offer any of the chalices like Don Juan used to carry around, a.k.a. Indiana Jones Holy Grail edition, where they you grab the wrong one and you turn into a skeleton? Do you offer chalices?
No.
Is there a points club? For people who donate a lot to the church, do you have a rewards program? Could I get a replica chalice?
No.
Why?
With greater life written in on.
Bedazzled? Bejeweled? Bespeckled? I don't know. If you donate,
speckled.
If you donate, remember how when they knocked down Tiger Stadium and they sold the seats? Could I get a commemorative pew if I donate enough money? A plaque?
Oh,
you know how Jim Harbaugh was the Ira Smitherman head coach, University of Michigan. This pew presented by Mike Enrico.
Or here's the thing.
A plaque.
Or you can get the cup with pieces of the original building glued to the cup.
Yes. Okay, hold on. If you go to your uncle and ask, can we start a rewards club?
I can't believe I'm helping him right now.
I was wondering what's going on
because what do people like? They like freebies. So if David is able to increase fundraising to the church, why couldn't there be a rewards club? Hey, you donated a bunch. Here's a blender.
David,
what's the problem?
Okay, it's blasphemous, but I want this man in the pulpit at your church. Why? Okay, communion, we have 4 different types of bread, okay? You can go with the standard or
ciabatta.
I got a nice ciabatta, little Parmesan on it.
Oh, my God.
What if we did church bread bowls?
And it's warm. Got to get it while it's hot.
Has to be. Think about it.
David, we got a little sourdough.
When you
for
go
those
to
who gluten allergies, here's a little sourdough for you.
Go to a great restaurant. They have an elite bread bowl. We could do bread bowl communion, and we only offer it 1 service a week. I know a couple guys in the baking space. We'll get them down there piping hot.
You know what? We
got a little paisano loaf for everybody.
We got a little dip for you in case
yes.
you want. Yeah.
A little olive oil, a little balsamic. We'll put olive oil bowls out.
We're working our way towards a sandwich is what we're doing right now. This is exciting.
The Greater Life Church Sandwich Club.
This is how you bring me into religion. I never was interested before, but now.
If you donate all 4 Sundays of the calendar month, you get a sandwich.
It's like a sub of the month, you punch the card.
4 punches.
We'll call it Holy Subs and Sides.
Someone's texting in, when do we get disciple expansion? The TV networks are calling for it.
They are. We could do a disciple draft.
It actually was a disciple expansion.
It was.
All right. My point is.
Someone else is saying David is a 5-tool preacher.
My point is, only one of us has raised the profile of David's church. Me. And I'm very proud of that. They're good people down there. And I am scared of your uncle.
You know what, David?
His uncle's very.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be.
Your uncle's intimidating.
For those out there in the listening land, you know what, David? You know what Mike is? He's the modern day 2024 Saul.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Call Saul?
You're right.
Bob
no,
Odenkirk?
not call Saul.
No. Nope. You are the modern day.
This is an insult, isn't it?
It is not an insult.
No.
All right. He ended up becoming one of the most powerful men in church.
I'm in.
He changed his name from Saul to Paul.
I'm in.
That would be you.
All right. I have what I think we can take out of the Tigers winning and a Scooble update that frustrates me even more. Not because the team's wrong either. I'll explain. We'll do it next. 97.1. All right, we've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. And they can do it because it's all in stock all the time. Order it, buy it, build it, save money while you're doing it. Some of it as low as $1.59. It's just that simple. And if you need someone to build that deck for you, they'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. So I want to talk about the Tigers, and don't turn the channel. Just hear me out on this. I think there are just two distinctly different types of fans. I think those that there are idiots, and then there are not idiots. And it really is just this line of delineation. Now, I have one way I approach sports. I get very bitter and angry when I don't feel teams do everything in their power to win. And once they have, through their own action or inaction, arrived at a point where I'm not going to get a postseason out of it or joy out of it, I really don't care what they will do. It's like the scene in Wedding Crashers. Just kindly leave. You're done. I don't want to hear from you. Now, the Tigers this past week, past 10 days, if you want to be accurate, have gotten hot. They've played a really nice 10-game set. You go 6-4, you play 600 ball. It's good baseball. Sweep the Mariners, take 2 or 3 from the Yankees. I loved the Little League presentation last night. I did. No, I'm not talking about your normal TV coverage. I'm talking about the fact the game was in Williamsport, and it was fun.
I was wondering where you were going with this.
It was fun. Every time a ball got put in play, it sounded like a gunshot. Like it was great, and it was cool for the kids, and I love that. Didn't love the game because, I'm not lying to you. I'm a Yankee fan. You can have Clay Holmes. I digress. This team, it's too late. Now, what we're seeing lately is you're getting this is where the idiots come out. Oh, the kids, the cardiac cats. And I go, yeah, where were they earlier? Why did I have to look at Javi Baez all year? Why do I look at the McKinstries all year? Why did Mark Hanna sit here all year? Why did you do this to us? Why was Akil Baddoo in the backseat of my car? Now, here's the positive I will take out of all of this. The winning doesn't do anything for the playoffs. You're 8.5 out of the wild card, and with so few games left, unless Kansas City somehow won like 5 games the rest of the year, you're not catching them. The only positive, Rico, is if they play well enough that they force this godforsaken owner and GM to spend money, then I will smile. Because all of this is what happens after you die.
Yeah.
Their season died.
Well,
now the announcement today, by the way, for all the idiots, and there are plenty, who are sitting there touching their chandelier because the team showed up in a 10-game set after tanking the 10 games prior, Tarek Skubal is going to make his last start on regular rest right now. They're ramping him down. He's blown through an innings limit. He'll get 6-7 days off of pop because they don't want him starting. Why? The games are useless.
They're telling you without telling you, right. We're not in this.
So please, I don't want to hear anything about anything as it pertains to the kids, because these are the same kids we waited all year for. And if you had supplemented the kids by spending money, we wouldn't be here. We'd be on the air, Rico would have no pants on, and we'd be scoreboard watching about a wild card chase, because there is no life. You will sell me that the addition of a Matt Chapman or the addition of a Bellinger or the addition of human beings that don't hurt the team from winning wouldn't have you 4, 5, 6 games better, i.e. in the thick of a race.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're scoreboard watching multiple teams.
Right.
Okay, this team lost and this team lost. That just helped us because we won this game. We're one step closer to that final wild card spot. You may not be further from the truth, Mike. I didn't want to mention this in pre-show, but if this team can ball out in their last 40-some games that they have to play, and even if they won't make it, if you hold Scott Harris to his word, he said, I'm not going to start to spend
until the core
is there.
Okay.
And that means if they go out there and they go on some miraculous run, and let's just say they finish out 25-15. I don't know how many games they have left.
You're in the range.
Right. Then you have your core and you have no more excuses, because that was the one thing that you kept kicking that can on.
Right.
Core's not ready. Core's not ready. This would tell you Core is ready.
Like Parker
Core
Meadows.
is there. Let's add to it. Let's get rid of dead weight, and we bring in bodies that can help this team. The bodies that we all begged for in the offseason this previous year, he would have no reason not to go out and do this, Mike.
And if it means we get to put them on Main Street, off-season, buy out Baez, no excuses. Buy out Maeda, no excuses. $50 million in added payroll, multiple bats, a legitimate arm. Because here's the other thing. They've already shown you they're going to slow roll every player, and they're going to play with the service time.
Right.
Jackson Jobe next year won't break camp. And even if he does, you're lucky if you get 100 innings out of him. It's going to be exciting, but he ain't going to be here. Max Clark ain't going to be here. McGonigal ain't going to be here. So here's the deal. All right, you want me to be all pumped up about the team winning games when it's too late for me to care about winning games? Cool. Rico's nailed it. I will be pumped up because then we get to turn the hibachi on.
Yeah.
All winter long.
And you don't even have to be like the Royals and go out there and spend a ton, but you have to spend.
Oh, no,
I got to do something.
I want them to
Now, it'd be nice if they went full Royals, but if you spent a total
league average payroll, Rico,
I understand, but let's just say you're cheap, so you spent an extra
30.
Yeah,
after buyouts. That's not going to cut it. You're going to need a $15 million pitcher. You're going to need a $15 million
spend at least
bat.
$50 million on and maybe get 3 players.
I like it. 50? Yes. Yeah. Done. In. And you're still $30 million below league average.
2 position players and a pitcher.
And you got to buy out Baez and Maeda. Agree? Ding. Okay, Bell's gone. The point is, if you want me to be pumped up about it, that's fine. But if you want to do this crap where you think, oh my God, we're going to the World Series next year, not without ownership support and not without Scott Harris getting involved in the offseason. Can't be $12.5 million on Mark Canha. Can't be $13 million on Kenta Maeda. And it can't be another one of these pitchers that I'm more interested in selling than signing. Show me. And I don't want to hear for a second we can't block players that aren't here. You mean block Jace Young, who didn't come up until mid-August? Who cares? By the time Young came up, team was dead. So, yeah, okay. You want me to be pumped? There we are. Win. Win a lot. And force your owner and GM to get off their ass and do something. I'm tired of waiting. It's the 10th year now without the playoffs. I'm tired of waiting. I will get excited when I get to watch real baseball.
Mm-hmm. But this is what Scott said, and I'm going to hold the man at his word. Once we get our core ready, he came on it, and then I'll worry about spending. And well, get ready, get the checkbook ready, do some wrist exercises because you're going to start writing checks to some people,
honestly,
and you're going to get rid of some dead weight on this team and turn this into a legitimate baseball team.
I said this a week ago. I'll say it again, and it's not hyperbole, and I'm not doing like hot take stuff. I'd shut Skubal down. There's no reason to pitch him. God forbid if something happened here in the last month of the season, he'd be dead all next year.
I'm with you.
I don't understand. Well, we're gonna give him more rest between starts. That's like being half pregnant.
I would have played. Basically, yesterday would have been the last time, only because of the novelty, because it was in Cooperstown. Not Cooperstown. It was in Williamsport. Yes, we're going to do this for the networks, for the TV, because everybody's watching. We're going to showcase. We're going to show our best pitcher. And then after that, you can go ahead and take an extended vacation on us because we don't need you because we're not in this.
He's the single most important player you have on the pitching staff. He's the anchor. You didn't want to trade him. You're probably going to try to sign him. God help you. Do not let anything happen the last 7 weeks here. There's no purpose.
Because this would, Mike, on Friday while you were gone, we were talking about the meaningless games and how nobody wanted to see any of the Lions players in preseason games because what if they get hurt?
Yeah.
Right there.
For a pitcher, I agree. Yeah. Hitters, I don't, just because there's, again, if it's
for
Ronald Acuna off second base blowing his ACL, yeah, but pitchers. It's one pitch from gone for 18 months.
And that's why, you're out of it. We're going to shut him down, work on some long-term deals, send him on a vacation. Everybody will be happy.
So here's the deal. You want us to be excited about winning? Great. We're doing it with a purpose so that we can go onion volcano on this team all winter demanding they act like they care. Other than that, this is just, I actually feel very spiteful towards winning when it's too late. It's like when the Giants started winning games for no reason. Stop it. Just kindly leave.
Oh, man. You're a giant.
Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. I know what you want to say.
You know what? It wasn't Daniel Jones' best day. I'll leave it at that.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm specialized in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's so simple. These guys are pros. They've been in front of the Supreme Court. They will fight for you, advocate for you, and craft a plan to help you fight the IRS. They'll save your dollars and spare you the headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, David. So we've tried to figure out a way to not be Latte Larry, Mocha Joe spite about Tigers winning after it's too late. I've given you the way. I could be happy about the winning because it's going to allow this radio show to power bomb the owner and GM into spending money. And if they don't, then their words were hollow. Because if they win, it means the core is here. Look, Colt Keith is an all-star hitter. He's terrible as a second baseman, but whatever. He's an all-star hitter. Riley Green is superb. After that, I'm not ready to crown anyone. I know Parker Meadows will be here because his value intrinsically, defensively, you can hit him ninth if he can't ever learn to hit. Now, beyond that, I mean, you can't make a determination on Young. You can't make a determination on most anybody. So it's just this idea of, all right, if they get hot, if it's the kids propelling them, then if it's not now, then when? Because I'll say it again. I have no problem you wanted to keep Skubal, but you got to get good, real good, while you have him. I mean, it has to be now. Otherwise, you're entering the final year of his contract. Or even worse, you're going to sign him, do nothing, and continue to waste a Cy Young caliber arm. So that's where I'm at. Good. Win games. I don't care. They play the Cubs who stink. They play the White Sox who stink. Go win. You're not making the wild card. But if it gets your owner to wake up and it gets Scott Harris to do something meaningful, I'm in. David, what do people have to say on the ticket text? Let's hear it.
Mike, if Harris sold us on blocking guys last year, he's 100% doubling down. Blocking guys is a good thing, though, because that means we have good players we can possibly trade later for guys and things that we need.
Okay, so what is your reaction if they have another offseason like last offseason? Let's say they finish the year. I thought they'd win 85 games to start the year. I don't think they'll get there, but let's say they win 82. Let's say they're 82-80. They get hot. The kids play well, right? Riley's coming back up. Fine. If they have the same offseason they had last year, what's your reaction? How can we take this guy seriously?
You can't.
You can. You're right. You can't.
Because if they get hot, once again, I'm going to use your words against you, Scott. You've said once the core is ready, then you'll go out and spend, but you're not going to spend until they're ready. If this team gets hot and they're doing this without playing Skubal in the regular rotation, then you're forced to go out and add some bats. And that's it. I'm not saying you need to add $100 million in payroll, okay? But I do want to see you go out and get the 2025 equivalent of Chapman. I want to see you go out and get somebody who can help out these young players and aid to them winning, who has a positive WAR, who doesn't literally hurt your team every time they play.
Buy out Baez.
And I was going to say, get rid of the dead weight.
Schedule is awful approaching for the Tigers. Make them take you seriously. If you keep winning, it's still possible to make noise.
All right, so make noise. Do the math. Do the math. What are they, 60 and 63? Is that right?
Something like that, yep.
All right, so what, 123 games? You got 39 games left. You want to go 25 and 14? You think
no way?
No, my point is 25 and 14, and you still don't make it. You'll still be 3-4 games off the pace of the Royals. What's the noise? I mean, you literally would have to go 22 and 10.
Yeah, 25 and 14 will just upset you because you'll think of all those games you gave up when you didn't give run support to Olsen.
But it won't upset me because it will put me in a position where I can go on the air and hold the hand of my audience and say, let's walk together on this. You didn't want to follow my plan last year. Are you ready to do this now?
Yeah. You'll think of all the games you lost 1-0 earlier in the year, 2-1. Yeah, you'll think of the biased base running error and extra innings. You'll think of all of that stuff.
Let's go to Robert. He's been hanging, and we'll see what he's got to say. Robert, how you doing on a Monday? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing well, but I kind of want to give you a little bit of a depressing scenario.
Okay.
I don't think Harvey Baez is going anywhere. I don't think Maeda is going anywhere. And even if Sweeney just goes absolutely nuts and he tears the cover off the ball with an 850 OPS, they're going to sell Baez on he can play multiple positions. He's still good on defense, even though he's not.
Yeah.
He's 100% not. And Maeda, they'll say, oh, he's still got the capability of, being that player who, can do something, and he's got 1 year left on the deal. They've proven themselves as the Oakland Athletics, and I don't like Rico mentioned, hey, take him at his word. No, I don't because of the fact that I don't listen to what people say. I listen to what they do, and what they've shown me over the past is that they're the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, I mean, Robert, that's my whole point, though, is you're right. And if the things you say are true, then I have no reason to take them seriously. Not as a World Series caliber team.
Well, and also on top of that, they showed no willingness, which I agree with you. I'm fine with the fact that they didn't trade Skubal, but it's the fact that they didn't really try. They said, hey, he's slightly out there, but they were like, we have no interest. There was nothing that was going to be out there for us, which means they weren't really looking.
No, Robert, I agree with you. My point is, what I'm not going to do is do pom-pom radio for a team that's still not over 500. Yes, they've had a good 10 days. And the 10 days before it, they were horrible. Mm-hmm. It has to lead to something. It has to lead to a Skubal extension. It has to lead to Harvey being gone. It has to lead to this owner stepping up to the plate and better yet, Scott Harris demanding it.
Yeah, it has to lead to real hope.
Yeah, and let's go win.
Yeah, just some legitimately, okay, you know what? We're going to write this year off, but next year will not be a wash, rinse, repeat of this year.
You get to a point like, dude, you've been out of the playoffs for a decade. At a minimum, we know you're trying. It's time to expedite it.
You want the feeling, different sport, but you want the feeling of the Lions when they beat the Packers in the final game. They didn't make the playoffs, but you felt good about the team that maybe they've turned the corner.
I think that's what I like about the NFL is just there's no scenario you get to just sit around and do nothing.
No.
Sport doesn't work that way.
No, either you're buying or you're selling. Yeah, you're right.
Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Rob, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys. Love the show. It all comes down, and I'm not, it's not a hot take at all. You guys have done a great job with it. It really just comes down to the ownership. The division is there for the taking. If you just open up the checkbook, there's 60 million below league average payroll wise, which is embarrassing. I get it. We're not it's not a small market like Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati, and it's not New York, but it's somewhere in the middle. So it's just embarrassing and it's frustrating and
it's even worse when you factor in you've got one of the 7 wealthiest owners in the sport.
Correct. Yeah, and I mean, hey, there's an old adage like the first generation makes the money. The second generation, they just kind of, have it. And then the third generation just kind of blows it all away. And this owner doesn't, he's never had skin in the game, so to speak, he's been born into wealth. So it's a hobby for him. So
yeah. And again, if it's a hobby you don't enjoy, and if it's a hobby you don't make money at, someone will come along and take it from you. Hell, if I got to read about Bezos bidding on my Celtics, here, may I interest you in the Tigers? They're on the clearance rack. Here, Jeff, float into town on your spaceship. I don't care. I just want to win.
No, 100%. And the shame of it is I actually think now that there are some coaches in the minor leagues that actually are developing some hitters. I do actually believe that, which is there was Travis Fryman and then Curtis Granderson, I think, was the all-star gap in positional players. Pitchers, no problem at all.
No, I agree. But ultimately, it has to lead to something. And look, any anger, it just is born of frustration of doing 10 years of radio without a playoff baseball team. And I do believe in my heart they could have made the playoffs this year had they approached this differently. And I don't really think it would have greatly altered their future. It wouldn't have hurt anyone. So if they're going to get hot towards the end, like they did last year, fine. But the pressure has to be ratcheted up by you, the customer. That's reality. 248-539-9797. All right, summer is here. Kids are getting back to school. The youth sports never stop. Your schedule's busy. Let Hungry Howie's get dinner on the table when you're just out of time. The summer menu, limited time only. They're offering a big sale, $14.99 for any large pizza they offer for a limited time only. That includes the Kenny Cott menu, the Pickle Bacon Ranch, or Backyard Burger, and then the classics. Any large pizza, $14.99, limited time only. Go to hungryhowies.com or download the Hungry Howie's app to start your order now. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, let's turn our attention to football. This will be Rico's chance to make fun of Dan Jones, and I'm here for it. So, David, hit the button.
Well, there is a lot of quarterback news out there. Some people being named starters. Some people not being named starters. Well, we'll start in New York. Let's start with Daniel Jones because he looked like a rookie out there. He looked really, really bad.
That throw out of the end zone should be etched on his tombstone. And I don't even value preseason. But if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's in fact a duck. All Daniel Jones has done since walking in the league is be stupid. And whether he's got an ACL intact or a C7 vertebra cracked, he's stupid. And he continued to be stupid this weekend. So I hear, go ahead. Like, I'm going to defend it. I'm just glad he grew a beard so I don't have to, his face isn't completely blank.
David, I'm going to say 3 words when it comes to Daniel Jones this game. And especially that throw in the end zone. Mistakes were made.
That throw in the end zone is something a rookie doesn't do.
Mistakes were made.
Throw the ball away.
Take the safety. You know what? Seriously. Take the safety because in that time, 2 is actually greater than 6.
Here's your
Instead of
critical
giving
question.
up 6, just give them 2 and we'll hit the reset button.
Here's your critical question for Rico's receipts right now. Does Daniel Jones finish the season as the New York Giants starting quarterback?
No.
Yes, because I don't see who you have behind him.
Hard to start when you're in a wheelchair. I'll say no.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Because of injuries, or I thought he was just going to get pulled?
Because of anything. He blows or he's brittle. It doesn't matter.
No, if he's injuries, okay. But I'm saying if he doesn't get injured, he's your quarterback because...
Is he?
Yeah. Because Tommy Cutlets, all right.
David?
In no way can it be Tommy Cutlets. No.
Okay.
Jesus, man.
All right.
All right, let's get to this. A couple people were just named starters for their team. One, Gardner Minshew. He was named QB1 for the Raiders.
It's a no-brainer. He led a team to the playoffs last year. He's gutsy. He's a leader. People follow him. And let's face it, your other option was Aiden O'Connell.
Hey, I was rooting for Aiden O'Connell.
Go to hell.
I thought that he was a fan favorite in, I was about to say Oakland, in Las Vegas. They liked him because he was try-hard guy, and he fit the Raider mystique. And, but yeah, in the end, I don't think it's going to matter because I think they're going to end up platooning both QBs throughout the season.
I think the Raiders could be a playoff team, and Rico's on crack. Keep it going.
The other quarterback that was named a starter, and this was just minutes ago, Jaden Daniels was named a starter in Washington. Did they have any other choice?
I was going to say, who's the backup?
Exactly.
Are they going to bring back Mark Rippon?
I think the thing I get scared about for him is the weapons are great. The scheme is great with Kingsbury calling the plays. I'm just so scared that O-line's going to get him killed. He's built very slight, and Kingsbury is the king of zero protections. Jaden better have his running shoes on because that line is bad, and Kingsbury won't do anything to help him.
Now, what it could end up being, he could become this year's version of a Justin Fields, where he just doesn't have the talent around him. He has enough to win games, but he doesn't have the O-line. He doesn't have a lot of pieces around. He's fun to watch, a la Fields with the Bears, where he would have times where it's like, man, this guy's entertainment if you just gave him this. But if you're the Commanders, you have nothing to lose. You might as well put him out there.
Well, let's get to it because...
So what are you going to tell me next? Kansas City's decided on their starter?
Yeah, they have named QB Patrick Mahomes as their QB1. No, let's get to that.
Breaking news, everyone. Live report from Ed Werder. The Dallas Cowboys have named Dak Prescott their starter. Anything else you'd like to tell us? Perhaps Caleb Williams is starting for the Bears.
I've heard that may be happening for the Bears. Let's talk about Bo Nix before we get to my team. Nix was 8 for 9 for 80 yards and a touchdown in his 2 drives on Sunday. But more than that, he has led a 6 scoring drive in 7 possessions he's played. Why hasn't he been named the starter yet, though?
I think it's just to make him hungry, David. I think that he is the starter, whether you like it or not. It's one of those things that come day one, they want to make sure that they don't give them the pressure. But he's out. Like, he's a grown man. He's got a family. He's got kids. Like, he can't afford to fail.
He's got an AARP card.
He can't afford to fail. So that's why you're seeing him out there, because he's literally out there because I don't want to have to move my family every year to a different city because I'm a backup. I got a chance to win it now. I'm going to win this thing now. And I think he's in a good situation because I think the coach knows I screwed up with Russell Wilson last year, and he's going to listen to me and do everything that I tell him to do. There is no ego with him.
And he's not a normal rookie, like Rico said. The guy's 38 years old. He's Tom Berenger in Major League.
He's not 38, but yes.
But he's their best option. He's mobile. He's smart. Peyton will try to, hand him 10 to 12 throws a game that are, cherry-picked. Here's the other thing. I could see a pathway. No, the Broncos aren't good. But with Javonte Williams and Audric Estime, there's the ability to pound the rock. Maybe they can set him up for some play action, some bootleg, some RPO, and he could try to bump along. I mean, they're not a good football team, clearly.
I mean, to me, he appears smart enough to just throw the ball away. Don't do what Daniel Jones did. Throw it out of bounds. We'll punt the ball, and we'll live on for another series.
I love how he says, don't do what Daniel Jones did. Thank you.
This next question is for you, Rico, because I was a little confused about what your team decided to do in the preseason game. I know
you're Brock Purdy.
Yes, I know you're a fan of playing starters, but they had 3 main starters on the offensive line gone, no weapons there, and yet they still played him, and he didn't look good because of that.
Right. Now, I'm all about quarterbacks playing a couple series, and they did, but this was almost like a punishment. Like, Brock didn't bring donuts to the morning meeting, and it was like, okay, well, guess what? Now you're out there. And he was running for his life, and it was just like, Brock, just go down. And Chase Young made that game personal. Chase Young turned it into the NFC Championship game, and the winner goes to the Super Bowl. He was on Purdy from the first snap. So I was happy when he finally left the game, because it's not if you're going to play your starting quarterback, he has to have other starters out there and not third stringers.
So I'll close it out with this, because I did
But he didn't throw a pick in the end zone.
Oh, you didn't ask about Caleb.
I don't need to ask about Caleb. Caleb is Caleb. He looks good out there.
I hope that's my point. Is it something or nothing? You guys know how I feel about preseason ball. I'm asking you. Everybody talked about Caleb and how good he looked.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is it something or nothing? Or were you just fixated on your godson, Rome?
Well, he did make a great catch.
Oh, congratulations.
Well, Giants could have had him.
Jesus. Malik Neighbors is fine. Will you just leave me alone?
I look at Caleb Williams, and he may be the person that I'm willing to go and say I was wrong about, that he may be able to actually get it done this season. I thought they were just anointing him a little too fast, but he looks like he can handle it. Now, I will say, hot take or not, I think in the end, I like what Bo Nix is doing in Denver a little bit more, but Caleb is showing me he's going to be a big problem long-term starting this year, but it's only going to get worse for this division and Lions fans.
See, what you just said made me change my thoughts now. Yes, while he looks good, it's nothing but vanilla defenses on the other side. So
here's the other thing. If you wanted a piece of real news that you can, if you're a Lions fan, value, the fact that the Patriots let Matthew Judon choose his next destination when 2 teams made the same offer, and he chose Atlanta and not Chicago, big win for the Lions. Because if you put Judon opposite Montez Sweat on that defense, and you got to face them twice versus an Atlanta team you may never see, you dodged a bullet.
You did.
He chose Atlanta, which I can't be mad at him. It's a playoff team. But wow.
And David, real quick, was it the ultimate sign of disrespect what the Kansas City Chiefs did?
Oh, the behind-the-back pass?
Yeah. Poor Vildor. He just can't catch a break. I mean, not only will we run this play against you, but
he said Kelsey didn't run the right route. That's why he did it. I'm just telling you.
I know. I saw that, and he was like, and Kelsey was like, I couldn't understand him. The way he talks, it looks scripted, and it looked to me like a sign of, you can't stop us.
Wow. So Rico thinks that's disrespectful, but not the Vegas odds from last week.
Interesting there.
Okay, a behind the back pass. That's right. This isn't the Pistons out on the court. This is football, and they completed it. So, as soon as I saw it, I was like, wow.
He's
did
Michael
that just
Jordan.
happen?
That's his game, man.
It is what it is, Rico, and that is in football today.
Talk about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Technically speaking, people, it is week 0. College football, Florida State, Georgia Tech this week. Rico's going to the game. FanDuel has an offer right now through September 22nd. All FanDuel customers bet $5, get 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and your current form of payment. You can cancel anytime. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, before we turn our attention to the Lions, can we just deconstruct that update for a minute, just so I'm clear? We had single A baseball stats. We had an entire romantic reading of a Yahoo Fantasy Football article and the Washington Commanders starting quarterback. I'm going to write Jeremy's next update.
No, it is funny because I asked him, hey, what's the big news? He was like, not a lot. What do you got? I was like, not a lot.
I didn't realize we were doing passages from Yahoo Fantasy. Who cares? I digress. Let's get into the football. I am in a different mind space than other hosts at this station, so I can't sit here and, in any serious manner, do a big debate about, Bob Bates, this nobody kicker they have, or, oh my God, who's going to be the third receiver? I mean, the morning show did 2 hours on this today, yelling about Julio Jones, who's a corpse. So here's the way we are going to attempt to do this. What is your biggest concern of the three things I offer you? One is you don't have a third wide receiver. You just don't. Now, I've argued you probably don't really need one. Your third wide receiver is truthfully, let's see, Jamison Williams and a combination of David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Mm-hmm. And you have Khalif Raymond. You have pieces that make up that thing because you have the number one, arguably one of the 5 best receivers in football and the number 1 tight end in the game. I ain't arguing about a third wide
but see, I think when people say third wide receiver, what they're really saying is if Amon-Ra goes down, who could fill in that spot?
But that's football.
I understand, but that's what, because guys, you have a third receiver on the team. As you stated, it's J-Mo, it's Gibbs out the back. There's so many different options that you have that I don't know how Ben Johnson's going to keep everybody happy.
Isn't Hunter Renfrow unemployed? Can Hunter Renfrow play special teams? Last I checked, yes. Sign Hunter Renfrow. He's a rat, and I mean that as a compliment. He's a ball breaker, like Wes Welker, rat. Like these slot machine players, they just do their job. They run little diddly-do routes.
We'll just go ahead and put Tom Kennedy on the 53-man roster.
Sure. The point I'm making is, okay, no third receiver. Number 2, Jake Bates. I mean, the arguments about kickers at this station, they don't value the kicker spot. How many times do we have to go over this? They don't care. They just don't care.
No.
They're going to play the analytics. It's like Bo Schembechler. You guys all worship at that guy's grave. He had walk-on kickers. He would never give one a scholarship. He didn't value him. He didn't like him. That's Dan Campbell. They don't care. They're not going to use their kicker because the downs of consequence are going to determine their game well before it. Or number 3, and this is the one I really just can't freak out about. Oh, my God, we need an established backup. Okay, who? You used a third-round pick on a quarterback 2 years ago. Hendon Hooker's your backup. And if Hendon Hooker has to play, you're probably effed. The same way that if Chad Henne has to play, you're effed. Okay? There's your greeting card from Hallmark.
Really? Hendon shouldn't start?
Leave it alone. Leave it alone. The point I'm making is these are the 3 prevailing things that people are wailing about right now. So which of these 3 concerns you the most? No legitimate option at the wide receiver spot after Amon-Ra and J-Mo. A shaky kicker from like the California Penal League. Or no legitimate veteran backup, which seems weird in a town where most people already have the Hooker statue up next to Barry. 248-539-9797.
The Hendon Hooker statue, just to be clear.
I just realized that could be taken. I'd like to apologize to the Sanders family. There was nothing leading. Okay. I'd like to apologize.
30 for 30. The real reason why Barry left.
No. No. I understand and thank you for the correction.
I look at this and honestly, I don't see any of these being a concern for you because, as I explained, the third receiver, guys, you already have too many mouths to feed. Ben Johnson has to come up with different ways to keep so many people happy. You have 5 options already. A third receiver will only be the 6th option. What you're really saying is, what if Amon-Ra goes down? Hey, that's life, okay? That's football. It happens. Everybody's going to get dinged up.
Look at the Vikings. Jordan Addison just got carried off the field.
Right.
You got your quarterback's dead. Like, this is football.
The backup QB, if you really look at it, there's not too many teams who could just insert backup guy and keep it going for more than, I think, 3 games, where this guy is going to end up becoming the next person. So, yeah, that's not a concern for me because that's every other team. So I guess by default, it's kicker because eventually you're going to have to kick field goals. I don't think that any of the 3 are a high priority, but kicker wins by default. It was nice to see with a little bit of pressure on. He stepped up. He got it done. He kicked the walk-off game-winning field goal on the road. That's something that Dan Campbell can put in his back pocket, even though he does not respect kickers, knowing that if I have to in a game in Minnesota, or if I have to in a game where we're playing the Falcons in the playoffs and we're in Atlanta, he's done this before. I can trust him to at least go out there and not embarrass himself.
All right, so Rico goes with the kicker, and I don't think you're crazy for it. And again, you want a third wide receiver, you can go off the scrap heap. You could trade for one down the line. Somebody gets cut during the year.
Yeah, you're probably going to have to go with somebody who gets cut because you don't have the trade pieces.
But what you're not going to find is a kicker. You're not going to make some big trade for a great kicker. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, Tucker's not leaving Baltimore.
Exactly. Right. I'll give you a second-round pick. It's not happening. So, look, the backup quarterback thing, I'm just a believer if Jared Goff gets hurt, season's over anyways. You know, things like Brock Purdy, that you don't plan on that. That just happens to you.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, and I think Kirk Cousins may have been the last backup who
before that, you look at Tom Brady, right? Yeah. Drew Bledsoe died, and a guy who they never wanted to play played and just blossomed. I don't believe there's a backup that, oh my God, if we bring in Ryan Tannehill, you what? You don't win a playoff game.
So, yeah, I mean, even Nick Foles couldn't keep the job after he won the Super Bowl.
So, look, those are the 3 topics other shows are wailing about. I just would like to know, which one are you most worried about? Rico and I are pretty chill about it. Sure, I'm fine if you say, hey, let's get a receiver. But, like, I'm not going to die on the hill named Julio Jones with his 11 catches. Yeah. What's Julio on his 15? He's 100 years old. He's never healthy. He's got nothing in the tank.
Yeah. My biggest concern was not an option that you gave, and it's nothing that the Lions can control.
Injuries?
No, it's the division's gotten better.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
No, right. I said that's my biggest concern, man. And that's nothing that you can do. It's just, hey, the neighborhood, hey, they went out and worked on their houses as well. Good luck with that. But of the 3, it's kicker by default because if you have so many offensive weapons that putting Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield, like you line him and Montgomery up in the backfield and then you swing him out in motion, congratulations. You know what you now have? A third receiver. He's going to be getting picked up by a linebacker or a safety. Good luck to that guy.
248-539-9797. David, of the 3 that other shows have been yelling about, what's your biggest concern?
Yeah, I'm not going to go crazy over either one of these, but I think my default answer will be the wide receiver, just because having another weapon would be great, but I'm not going crazy over getting one. I'm not so broken up that, oh my gosh, I need to get one.
And it's not. There's no wrong answer. But for everybody so concerned over the third receiver, then if this guy is involved in the offense, whose balls are you taking away? Who's not getting receptions?
That's a drop. 248-539-9797. Kenny.
Just laughing at that last drop.
No, I mean, listen, there's potential there. Go ahead.
So I'm looking at the third wide receiver as a luxury. It's not my biggest concern, and you have it by committee, whether it's Laporta, whether it's Gibbs, whether it's Montgomery. You can do it a variety of ways.
What if it's J-Mo from a technical standpoint?
100%.
J-Mo won't get the targets Laporta or Amon-Ra get.
100%. It could easily be J-Mo. And the backup quarterback thing, I think I line up more with you, where if you need one, then you're in enough trouble already where, well, the season's over to begin with.
Yeah, if you wanted that type of luxury, and I didn't advise it, You had to go out and pay Minshew $10, $12, $13 million a year, and you're not going to do that in a Super Bowl window. You needed to add players. You needed to add Carlton Davis. You need to add DJ Reader. You needed to pay Taylor Decker or pay these people. So, I look. I know it's preseason. I know people want to really be intense about football, but this is why I don't value any of this. You have to look at the NFL. You can't future-proof everything.
Right.
You just can't. If you get a hole in your roof, you're going to get wet. That's the NFL.
Yeah. And I don't think that Hendon Hooker is your immediate starter because if hypothetically you don't want this, Goff goes down, you're not going to start the Rams game with Hendon Hooker. At that point, they're going to get desperate and they're going to try to go out and make a trade to bring in somebody with more experience, especially if he's going to be gone for a long time.
248-539-9797.
You want to do the topic?
We'll get with you, the people. Not in this lifetime or the next, Rico. 97.1.
Some things are just better together. In fact, it's pretty cool if you can get your favorite streaming apps and internet together, right? Xfinity thinks so. That's why the Xfinity Stream Saver was designed to deliver. When you add Xfinity Stream Saver to your internet, you get Apple Plus TV. You get Netflix, you get Peacock, all for one low price. And now through September 22nd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, add the Stream Saver for just $15 a month. That's a whole lot of entertainment for your money, all on a network built for streaming. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just simply stop and visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Sorry, was in the middle of a conversation there. My fault. Hey, being number one. Yes, in fact, being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They have the experience with 111 years of it. Making the best mattresses right here in the state of Michigan. Right now, during the Labor Day sales event, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right. David, ticket checks. We got a lot of shows doing a lot of moaning about a lot of things we don't think are problems. But of these three critical preseason issues, what's the biggest concern? Is it no veteran backup? Is it no veteran third receiver? Or is it kicker from garbage can? Which is it? Because what we're not doing is taking any of those serious in any... And if you disagree with my viewpoint on the NFL, let's battle. I got the energy and the bad attitude for it today. Let's do it. I just believe in the NFL, you get a hole in your roof, you're getting wet. There is no future-proofing everything. There's a salary cap and roster limitations for a reason. The wrong thing happens at the wrong time, guess what? You're dead. David?
Khalif averages over 500 receiving yards the last 3 years. I am not worried about the third wide receiver. Someone else says number 4, none of the above. We're fine. People were losing their minds last year for the same reasons. How did that turn out?
I think people want to create stuff in preseason because they know deep down it's useless. All of this, it's silly. Play. Let's start week 1.
Someone says we have the cap room. Go get a wide receiver. No reason not to.
Who? Give me a name. You think I'm going to get on the air like John and start yelling and screaming about Julio Jones's cadaver? What, are you kidding me? You think if you asked Julio to go play special teams and take up a roster spot, he would? Here, no. Julio, be a gunner. He'd have to get on a Vespa. This isn't Madden. Whoever you add as a depth player has to help you on special teams. Has to. Julio Jones. If Julio Jones were so special, he'd be employed.
I don't think Julio Jones is ready to be a number 3 receiver. In his mind, he's thinking, I can still be a 1, maybe a 2. A 3 is an insult to him. And you know what you'll get? A lackluster Julio if he comes here.
Don't get one anyway because he's that bad. Someone says, I think the backup quarterback is the issue. Sign Stidham for $6 or $7 million. Another person texting in, Josh in Detroit texting in, big wide receiver is what I want. We have no big end zone jump ball guys. Big guy to go outside, work the middle of the field.
Yeah, you do. His name's Sam Laporta. The guy's built like a corn silo. Yeah, that's your guy in the red zone. How about Amon-Ra? Oh, he's small. Really? Who can cover him?
Mike and Roy Loke, I'm most worried about the Lions and their zone defense. It was awful last year, and then this preseason, it looks the same. Keep playing man.
Okay, if they're playing vanilla coverages in the preseason, they're showing nothing. Please, don't stress yourself out. Make no determinations on what you're watching. Now, if your kicker's 0 for 7, we can have a conversation. But I'm with Rico. I have learned this is what Dan Campbell's going to do. They do not care about kicker. They are not going to spend on a kicker. And they're not even going to use him. They're not.
Mike, the same way you were wrong about Goff, you will be proven wrong on Hooker. He will be the Lions quarterback of the future in 3 to 4 years.
Hold on, time. First of all, he won't be signed in 3 to 4 years. So, goodbye. Second of all, what have I said wrong about Goff?
When he first got here.
Oh, guilty as charged.
No, but then quickly, those are the receipts. He's got little hands. He's a Band-Aid. You're going to do better. You're going to find somebody with those first-round draft
And
picks.
what did he do once he started playing?
Started winning.
What did we do?
We changed our mind.
I'm the hillbilly who wanted to pay the guy a year earlier, and I would have saved you money.
I said, hey, Daniel Jones deal right now, $40 million. Just give it to him.
Like what? Let me ask you a question. I can't. You're a texter. I just. What is it like? What is this cologne that Hendon Hooker wears that just gets you all hot and bothered?
You know what it is.
I don't understand it. You have a quarterback you just paid. You're dead.
It's not Hooker. It's the backup quarterback that they love. They always love the backup quarterback in this town.
David, you bought the ticket. You're in the ballpark. You're in the wrong seat. It is the backup QB, but what is he? And what's not? What can't Goff do? Hooker has mobility. That's the difference. So
Jared Goff just led you to the NFC title game and has played Pro Bowl caliber football.
But on a 3rd and 8, he can elude the pocket and pick up 15 yards. Okay. And no, Mike, it's why people like seeing what Caleb Williams is doing and Jaden Daniels, and you like seeing that stuff.
I just
even
always
the Bo
thought
Nix.
in this town when the Lions started winning, people would get smarter. And
Thank you.
instead, they've gotten dumber.
No, because
They have. I'll say it. I
It's-
don't care. You're too nice.
No.
Stop being stupid.
It's Detroit versus everybody, but you want everybody to value what you have.
They
and
sound
nobody.
like Michigan fans then. You don't need validation. Your team is really good.
Where do you think Michigan fans go on Sunday?
I won't say it. I was about to say something absolutely terrible.
It's
no, Kenny, no.
You want a quarterback. You like people see what Mahomes did, and you want somebody to say, "I want this. I want that." That's what. What'd you say?
None of your business. I will tell you, if you are nice and you behave yourself,
Okay.
I will tell you at the next break.
Okay.
I'm not starting the week being that mean.
But yes,
Kenny knows I'm right.
Lions fans are Michigan fans. So when it sounds and seems that way, it's because most are.
It is that way. 248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts. Get to the callers in a moment. Go ahead.
I'm concerned about the special teams. They muffed 2 kicks back in back-to-back games. Their special team sucks.
Okay.
That's from Frank.
Those guys will be riding a garbage truck here in
Thank
a
you.
week. All right, relax.
Thank you. Someone says, go get Corey Davis as the 3rd wide receiver. He's a big body.
He can't play. If Corey Davis were any good, he would be currently being paid U.S. currency to play football. He's
Long
not
way away from
good.
those Western Michigan days.
Right, and again, like all of these names, if they're any good, they're in camp. Like the difference between winning and losing isn't Corey Davis. And if you have an injury and you go sign somebody, the odds are they're not going to help you. What?
You know, maybe they should go get Colin Kaepernick for the backup QB.
Okay. Maybe you should go home.
Thank you.
Leave.
See you guys.
Yeah, you get your ass to that wedding.
Can I get an amen?
2-4. Nope. Definitely not with what he was
You're
saying.
going to be a problem.
You're a real problem. God. 248-539-9797. I will get to the callers momentarily. We'll do it next. 97.1. All right, a lot of you is going to have to replace your roof. Unlike the NFL, where you can't fix your roof midseason, you can do it in real life. You do it with Victor's, but you got to have a plan. Most companies, they don't even identify, much less plan for, an air circulation plan in that attic. And if you don't, you're inviting mold and wood rot and a complete disaster into your home. And it won't matter what kind of roof you put on. With Victor's, they don't skip the step because that's where it starts. Then they apply their perfect roof. That's why with every roof they install, they can offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's simple. Not only do they have the best installation crews, they also got the crews and the supervisors to give you a guarantee of perfect. Call for that free inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, straight to the people. Number of topics in the mix. We'll start out with our man Garrett, who's got something to say regarding the Tigers. Garrett, how you doing, brother? What's going on?
Mike, it's good. How was your weekend? You been doing all right?
Superb. Yes, and I know my opinion with the Tigers winning. I don't know how you take it, but where are you at with it?
Well, I think, agree with you more than I'd agree with some of the mouth breathers right now with 2 games into the preseason for the Lions, because that's why I can't talk about that football. So God bless you, Mike. God bless you. God bless you and Rico on that.
We're trying.
Hey, no, I totally agree with you. But so I guess in my eyes, I'm looking at this team next year for 2025, and we had talked about how really the only guys you think next year are truly on the team are Green, Meadows, maybe, for his defensive metrics, sure. And then obviously, Skubal and things like that. Well, I guess out of the young kids that are there, and hypothetically, if everything goes right, okay, and say Young does come out of camp next year at third base, say Trey Sweeney at least has a spot in the roster next year, and say at least that Vierling is on the roster as a fourth outfield, because I don't think the outfield is awful, but I would argue this, Mike, that really up next year, you need an arm and maybe 2, maybe 3 bats, and then maybe go out and get another guy in the pen, depending on what you have in the minors. I don't really know familiarity as much, but I feel like that's kind of par for the course for what Scott Harris should be doing. And same thing like what Steve Yzerman did when he had to blow that up too. And I hate that I keep going back to it, but remember, everyone hated the fact that, that team was so bad after Ken Holland had it. What did he do? He nuked it for 2 years. He played all the young kids, was able to identify what kids needed to stay, sign players, and then he realized, oh crap, this isn't moving as fast as it is. And now he signed himself a team that's hypothetically supposed to be in the playoff hunt this year.
But that's what I need Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch to do. That if this team gets hot at the end of this year, like they did at the end of last year, then it's Baez, pay to money, Maeda, pay to money, and I need you to go out and add and build it around Skubal and help these kids. I mean, Garrett, You can't offer me another offseason like last year. You know what? You might be able to, because this fan base has no idea what they're talking about. That's just the bottom line.
No, you're right. I know you're right. I guess the only thing that scares me is that what this offseason was kind of the track record that Scott Harris has had. So then it makes you question, then did you really get the right hire in the first place, right?
Look, I think Scott Harris is a really smart guy, and I think clearly he's made a number of smart moves. The problem is he's made a lot of bad ones too, or done nothing at all. So, Garrett, right. I'm not challenging that it's not the right hire. I'm challenging that you don't have an owner that has urgency or refuses to show it. Mm-hmm. And I have a problem with that.
I'm not trying to say, Mike, that it's the wrong hire. What I'm trying to say is that I just look at what Scott Harris did, right? Not just here in Detroit, but in his baseball life, right? Like
what did he do? He was the assistant in Frisco for like a day, and then he was just a low-level staffer in Chicago, right?
Yeah, and a lot of those people didn't really spend, which sucks because they should have, but they didn't. And you're right, they need to spend. They need to go out and probably get 2 bats and go out and do what they did with Flaherty this year and find themselves a 1 year or 2 year
And the
deal.
other thing that's looming is you got to get Skubal signed.
Yep. And you got to figure that out because, okay, if you got to get him signed, you got Reese Olson, you're going to have a couple more years of control on him. And then basically you got yourself a 1-2 where now you hope Job can be your number 3. You go out, you sign another mid-end guy, hopefully then that's your number 4, and then who cares who your number 5 is.
Well, see, Garrett, that's why I'm hoping that this team goes out and does well and finishes out, because then Scott Harris, we're going to hold you to your word. You said when the score was ready, you go spin.
And that's the other thing. Mm-hmm. Look, I know you guys don't want to hear this, but it's reality. Job shouldn't break camp with this team because there is no value to me in bringing him up here and then shutting him down in July. You need Job for the stretch if you're going to be competitive next year, and he's going to be on a hard innings cap. He just hasn't pitched a lot, and I can't bring him up till mid-year. So I don't want to hear that, we can't block Job. Stop. Injuries and pitchers. It is bacon and eggs. You need more than 5 pitchers. It'll sort itself out.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, and if you want the full, we talked about this. I mean, the Tigers 2 or 3 against the Yanks, and they sweep the Mariners. All right, you want us to be pumped up about it? Cool. Here's why. This is what it has to lead to. Actual accountability for Harris and Ilitch, that they are going to provide us a product where we can feel proud of our baseball team and win and make a playoff run. I can't. It's been 10 years. And this year, I'll be honest, When they start winning like this, it upsets me because they should have made it this year if they just would have tried.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that. Oh, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people, you're an idiot. I don't even care. I genuinely, that's fine. I'm not mad at the drop. I really think like this town just wants to make excuses for the Tigers instead of holding them to the same accountability that they hold their Detroit Lions. Like, literally for years, the Lions were a pariah in this town.
But people made excuses for them until the Lions just said, you know what, how about we just start winning? And then it was, they're the best team ever. They're never going to lose a game. They're going to go 15-2.
Yes.
I think the same holds true with the Tigers. If the Tigers would just actually win and actually bring in some players, this fan base would go nuts.
It would take care of itself. Go to Matt, 97.1. What's up, Matty?
Hey now.
Hey now.
Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
Thanks for letting my long drives go by much quicker. You guys are awesome. Hey, 2 quick points, and then I'll get to my main. Rico, that drop, all I want to hear is Rico's veterinary service with that drop in it, and I think you got a home run there.
Oh, David, hit the button. You know what he's asking for. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want it for the people. David, go ahead. The computer blew up. We'll get to it, Matt. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry.
Great
Go ahead.
job. I couldn't stop laughing when I heard him say it. I'm like, I know what Mike's doing with that. Oh, and by the way, Jake Guy got some inside information. C.J. Stroud will be starting for Houston, so go ahead and throw that in your
Breaking news. Prescott starting for the Cowboys.
Breaking news. So, my Lions. So, I kind of think that people are kind of overreacting because we've got this mentality of we went from the orphanage all the way up to getting spoiled, and we don't know how to handle it. So we went from begging, oh please sir, let one of our draft picks be okay, to like all of a sudden we got all these weapons, all these tools, and we don't know what to do. We gotta be concerned about something. I'm not worried. I don't even want a kicker. I'm with Dan Campbell. I think we could go in this whole season without one. We don't need one. We had 3 great kickers for about 40 years, and we had 1 playoff win. So I don't think I'm overly concerned about a kicker. Backup quarterback, I'll roll with Hendon Hooker going into the season. If something happens to Goff long term, I have full confidence they can go out and grab someone like Tannehill at that point, but I don't want to spend the money to do it now. So that kind of leaves you with the receivers. Yeah, I'm not too overly concerned either because, boy, if I had to draw up plays and I had names like Gibbs, Laporta, Vaki, Brown, once again, if they were concerned, I have full confidence in Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to say, yeah, let's go get someone. And since they haven't, I'm going to roll with it myself.
Yeah.
So,
I'm with
that's
you.
where I stand.
And Matty, look, that's where you're at is when, there you go, Rico's vet service. It's like Bob Barker at the end of The Price is Right. Get your pets spaded and neutered. No, seriously, he used to say it at the end of Price is Right. Kenny, did you watch Price is Right as a kid? No.
What am I, 100? No.
Oh, come on.
Whoa.
Whoa. 100? You don't have no.
Really? Barker was doing that show until like 2 years ago.
I was about to say, you never had grandma babysit you as you're watching Price is Right because she loved
Sick on a school day and you watch The Price is Right?
No, none of it.
Okay. All right. Georgia Bacon's.
Wow. 248-539-9797. We talk about FanDuel a lot, America's #1 sports book. Hey, something different, September 22nd. Now through September 22nd. All FanDuel customers. Bet $5, you get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Base plan, you're going to be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. Hell, just do the deal just so you can laugh at Dan Jones and root against me. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment. You can cancel anytime. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sports book. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, quick timeout. We'll touch the table on some football that actually matters. It's week 0, people. Rico's heading to Florida State, Georgia Tech to kick the season off. Very exciting times. He's stopping in at Magic City for some of the wings.
Lou Williams special.
It's in Atlanta, right? Aren't they playing him in G-Tech? Oh, who cares? David, hit the button. The hell is this?
It's week 0, Mike. It's time for a little.
That means I got to listen to you. All right.
College football predictions for the year.
Yeah, there it is. That's all this is. Translation. Rico sits back, takes receipts. He says nothing and then holds everything we say against us.
No.
Great. Let's do it.
No, I'm going to be on this as well.
It.
Let's start right here in the Big Ten. Ohio State wins the Big Ten.
No. It's Oregon's conference to lose. They're better up front both ways. They got a more established quarterback. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure Ryan Day's a smart human being anymore. Oregon.
Penn State will say no. or Oregon. It's definitely Oregon.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I think this is going to be a consensus here. I don't think anybody's going to have Ohio State unless Rico does. I'm Oregon.
I'm taking the Buckeyes to win the Big Ten. I think they will upset the Oregon Ducks. Is it really an upset if you're a 1-point underdog? But yeah, Ohio State. All right. Clemson will win the ACC.
Yes. Mainly because that is a wet garbage conference. But yes.
But Clemson is turning into wet garbage slowly but surely. I'll say no. I'll take the field.
I don't need the field. I'll take NC State.
Really?
Wow. Yeah. I don't believe in Clemson this year.
Let me write that down. David said NC State. Just in case. David, you're right. You can get your props. I
really can't say it. I'm going to write that down.
I'm just saying.
He's such a jackass, isn't he?
You know what? As much as I think that they're a failing team, I still believe they're a failing team. No, Clemson will not win the ACC. The ACC will get 3 teams in the college football playoffs.
Maybe in 3 years? No. Ridiculous.
Not 3 this year. 2, not 3.
Yes, I agree with everyone.
Hey, honestly, can we turn the mic off when we move the mic? That way it doesn't sound like Kenny is bringing the microphone, like dragging it along the floor.
Oh, we just get a splitter and have 2 mics.
I know. It's only been 10 years of asking for it. Boop, bop, bop, boop, bop, beep.
All right. LSU will finish the season ranked higher regular season than Alabama.
No. Their defense is hideous. Absolutely not. And I don't believe in Nussmeier. No.
As much as I would like to take this opportunity to throw shade on Alabama, I actually agree with Mike on this one, so no.
Plus, they're both so far beneath you. What do you care, Kenny? David, go ahead.
No, they won't.
I think they will.
Of course, because I'm a contrarian Richard.
No. USC wins 8 or more games this season.
Ooh, Jim. I think there's actually a way that this can happen. 8 or more?
8 or more.
I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say no. Well, Kenny wants the mic, so I guess he's...
Yeah, here, why don't you drag the microphone across the parking lot before you...
go! There's a new faces, new places thing here. I'm going to say no.
I think they will. I think they're going to win 8 games, exactly 8. Utah wins the Big 12.
And say yes. Best front 7, established defense, Cam Rising back, better injury luck. What is it, Keefe or Kuthi, the tight end, is back. They had such horrible injury luck. They had a pig farmer as a quarterback last year. I'll say yes to Utah.
Yeah, while I always wonder about the quarterback here, I'm going to go with yes. I think he's back fully healthy. Yes.
Cam Rising.
Yeah, you can't possibly have worse injury luck, so by default, I would say yes.
Okay, clean sweep. Oh, now it gets fun.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of individuals. Shedeur Sanders is in New York as a Heisman finalist. Not winning it.
Yeah.
He's a Heisman finalist in New York.
For fun, on FanDuel right now, his odds to win the Heisman are plus 4,000. Just, I wonder. Okay, I don't think Colorado goes over their 5.5 win total, and I just don't think it's possible for a guy on a 4-8, 5-7 team to be in New York. So I'll say no.
I generally agree with Mike's line of thinking, but this is a made-for-TV event. This really doesn't have that much to do with wins and losses. So I'm going to say, yes, he will be there, courtesy of Rico Beard.
Okay.
I also agree. The TV executives will want him in New York, so I'm going yes.
You guys, I think you're giving the executives way too much power.
Oh, really?
You still have to play the games
Really?
on the field.
That's funny because I saw Aiden and Jabril Peppers in New York, but not the only Doak Walker Award winner to ever not get there.
But Michigan.
It doesn't matter.
TV executive,
That's
you
not TV
just said it.
Will Anderson had double the season that Aiden had that year, and he didn't get to New York.
He went to the wrong school.
That's TV execs.
That's not TV exec. That's
TV
Michigan,
execs.
Mike.
That's Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt just priming the pump. I'm my broadcast partner.
I'm going to go
Fake
no.
fist bump.
Jalen Milroe is in New York as a Heisman finalist.
As a tourist? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, no shot.
Do you know between 10 and 20 yards passing, he's one of the worst quarterbacks in Division I? Throws a beautiful deep ball. But in Kalen DeBoer's offense, if you're not operating with intermediate throws, how do you operate? I'm asking you. That's your boy.
I think they fix him. I think he's there.
Okay.
David?
Oh, Kenny, I don't think you can do that on camera. Oh, my God. That was outrageous.
Yes.
He's there in New York. Not winning it, but he's there. Okay. David, this one's for you. Penn State will finish with more wins than Michigan.
Yes, sadly, yes.
Michael?
Yes. I just don't have a lot of belief that Michigan's just going to rattle off 10 wins. Penn State's schedule's easier. They have a lot back. It's now or never. I think Michigan takes a step back. Plus, they don't know the team's plays.
Yeah, Penn State is Big Ten good, but not national good, so I'll say yes.
Yeah, Penn State will do what they always do. They'll lose both of their big games, but they'll end up in the playoff, and then they'll get smoked there too.
Billy Napier is the first coach fired mid-season.
In America?
Yeah.
Oh, how am I supposed to predict that?
Well,
like how some broke bleed from Kennesaw State not going to get capped.
Power 4 conference.
Yeah. Their schedule is the hardest schedule I've ever seen. And they're looking for a reason to ace him out besides his $8 haircut. So, yeah, I'll roll with you. Napier, out.
It always seems like it's the obvious one that's never fired first, though. Somebody will fall down a flight of stairs without realizing it. I'll take the field.
You're probably smart for doing that. I should have done the same.
I'm going to take the field.
Yeah, and Mike, it may be a familiar name that you know well, the Nard Dog. Pat Narduzzi.
Oh, did you see he brought in an OC who wants to run no huddle spread? How long is Narduzzi going to allow that before he assassinates?
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that Narduzzi will be.
Yeah, I think they're going to be bad.
Person. Big Ten will put 4 or more teams in the college football playoffs.
Mortal Lock Networks. That's it.
Is that your answer for everything?
Yes, this is WrestleMania. It's a TV product. It's why 12-0 Liberty's not getting in. Why? Because they showed their ass in a New Year's Six last year, and they played a worse schedule, and ain't nobody want to see Liberty Bibberty. It's a TV product. This is you created this. Now you live with it.
But Emu.
Yeah, this playoff was created for the SEC and the Big Ten, so yes.
Yeah, 100% made for TV. Gotta be.
I'm going to say no. I think they get 3 teams in.
With nothing to back that up, but okay.
No, because I think the Big Ten is going to beat up on each other.
Put it on the board right now. You put that on the board that the Big Ten's only getting 3.
I'm in the middle of a segment. I can wait till the break to do that.
I'd rather just see you be just
You want
go
me to just
do it.
walk away and do it right now?
Yes.
Okay. Big 12 will put 3 teams in the playoffs.
No.
That's why we do this, Mike.
What, 3?
Yeah.
No.
Lay off the weed. No.
No.
Okay. I agree. No.
Go ahead. Who's the non-power 4 team who makes the playoffs? Go. Who's gonna do it? You can say Liberty if you want. I don't think there's any way the committee will let them in. Oh, go ahead, funny guy. What do you got?
No, I'll go Boise, even though the quarterback from USC lost the starting job.
Maddox is going to be your starter, whatever his name is. The kid's 4 feet tall. Malachi Nelson did not win the job, but they got Ashton Genty, best non-power 4-0 line. Defense, I don't know, a little shaky. Go ahead, David. Who's going to get in?
Boise.
All right, here.
I don't think there's one that gets in.
What? No, they have to.
One gets in.
It's
a
the
charity
highest
case.
ranked non-P4. What about Memphis? Seth Hennigan's back for his 40th year. They averaged 40 a game last year. They may average 45 this year, and the Happy Action American Conference blows.
Yeah, but they got one game against, was it Florida or somebody?
They're playing Florida State. They could beat them.
If they beat Florida State, they're in. Because if they don't, I don't care what you do, you played homeless
Fun
people.
note, Boise State plus 450 to make the playoff. Memphis plus 550. It's not all that different. Hey, David, you're number one too, okay? I know. We're up against it. And Rico, quickly, go.
The last one. Who finishes the season higher, Tennessee or Miami?
Miami.
Tennessee.
Unbelievable. All right, that is Rico's receipts.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Michigan football landed 3 preseason All-Americans, including tight end Colston Loveland, defensive tackle Mason Graham, and corner Will Johnson. Secondary coach Lamar Morgan says competition is tight for that number 2 spot behind Johnson.
People have lost their faculties in a post-COVID world on airplanes. I don't know what is happening.
Mm-hmm. Well, you get the people who are afraid to fly, so they feel like, it's a good thing. Either I'm going to get super high or super drunk, or
hear me out, grow up. Okay? You're in more danger getting into a car.
I know.
Get on the plane. You're fine.
I got to get either really high or really drunk, and then I can hop on this
Well, honestly, I'm at a point with this show some days. I feel like I should get high and drunk before coming in here and David handing me a bushel of papers.
You okay?
No, I'm anything but okay. Read the ticket text, will you please? We just did a damn receipt segment. I know, I can't wait for that to bite us in the ass. Odyssey.com Rewind, you want to hear why the Tigers winning might matter, because it won't be for the playoffs.
And you could get all these answers right. We don't know what the season brings.
I know.
No, but they know, just like the texter, King Petty is collecting his receipts.
That's
we know
it.
what he's going to do with them.
That's it. All the rubber faces in it.
Well, it's just to be a December show where we can break it down on December 1st.
Wonderful. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Someone else is answering your question, which, yes, Florida State and Georgia Tech are in Dublin, Ireland.
Wait, what?
They're in Dublin, Ireland this year.
There's always a game in week 0 in Dublin, I guess.
Yeah, and it should feature Notre Dame with that stupid cartoon leprechaun.
You mean not Nebraska?
Yeah, or Northwestern or Florida State, Georgia Tech.
So when I think Dublin, I think Wildcats. I think Northwestern.
This sport is so sunk. Why wouldn't you just play the game in Atlanta? Sell out a stadium, all the fans can go to it. Who the hell's going to Dublin to watch a college football game? Who?
Let alone Georgia Tech.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes no sense to me for them.
What time is that disaster on?
That's a great question. It's
noon?
probably a noon.
Give me Georgia Tech getting the 11.
Because at that point, it'll be nighttime for them. Or, yeah.
Someone's saying it's no way Michigan loses more games than Penn State.
Okay, why? Do you have reasons besides the fact you're touching yourself? Like, what are we doing here? Like, you got to have reasons if you're an adult.
Quarterbacks. That's why.
Here's the reasons you're going to lose more games than Penn State. These are reasons, not opinions. You lost your starting quarterback who was a first-round pick. You lost one of the best running backs in school history. You lost not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but all 5 starting offensive linemen. You lost 3 of your top 4 wide receivers. You lost 2 of your best defensive players, 1 to a blown-out knee and 1 went to Bama. You lost an amazing, versatile weapon, jackknife in Mikey Sanders still. I mean, you want me to keep going? You lost your whole coaching staff. And just, oh, God, it's like just people take stupid pills around here. Anywhere else in America, that opinion, people go, you know what? I get that. Here, in the belly of the blue beast, you'd think I called someone's mother a whore.
Well, that's why we put it in here, because it's thought-provoking, because here people do think that they're going to be so much better. But I look at another reason. You're playing a real schedule for the first time. You get a lot of games at home.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Michigan never plays anybody on the road.
But you start off in week 2 with no quarter. Like, if this was last year and you knew JJ was your quarterback, I would feel better about playing Texas. Whoever starts the Texas game is going to be your starting guy, but they don't know yet who's going to be out of the 5 QBs auditioning. That's problematic.
I still think they'll be good. I just have a hard time believing they get to 10 wins.
I think if Sharon Moore can find the QB early and identify the leader of the team, yes. But if he's playing the quarterback shuffle game in those first couple of games, that's where you can end up.
Here's
losing.
the other thing. Why is your win total 8.5 if you're just a monolith? I mean, Vegas doesn't do discounts. Remember last year, nobody understood why State was at 5.5. We're going, geez, that feels awfully low. Like, shouldn't they be better? Cutscene, hotel room, season over, dead. I don't know.
And then you also got to wonder what's going to happen.
Go ahead, put your house on the over. You're so confident. Leave me alone.
With the NCAA and what's going to happen. Is that going to become a distraction? Is Moore going to be coaching all the games?
It's just a cheeseburger. You Sparty bleep.
I know.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
Oh, I love these Colt members. Okay, we know what Michigan lost, but look at what we added.
What did you add?
And Wyandotte.
What'd you add?
Mangum.
Who's the backup? And your own coaching staff is saying he's struggling to adjust to the culture and won't play a lot at the start. Why do I know more about your team than you do? What else did you add? Did you add a high-priced quarterback? I'm sorry, did Dante Moore come home?
You got Donovan.
Who can't stay healthy and has never been the starter. Got it. Who did you add? Tell me what we are supposed to trip over our dingalings.
You went to the portal and added a new offensive line.
Great. They're not as good as the best O-line in the history of the school. And that's not a shot. It's a compliment. The guys you lost were phenomenal.
I'll say this. Yeah, Will Johnson can't cover everybody.
No, Will's great. Mason Graham's a top 10 pick. And certainly you could say Loveland's probably a second-round tight end. You got a couple high-end players. You still have talent, but gee whiz, guys.
If I'm a top team playing Michigan, I'm going to tell my top receiver, we're not throwing you the ball today. You're going to get a lot of exercise. You're just going to take Will deep.
Or you just find a way to get him away from him. You can do that with scheme and different things. That's all. But I'm with you. Dude, it's not. No one is saying they're terrible. But the idea, like I was asked the question, who's going to win more games, Penn State or you? Penn State. You know how little I think of James Franklin. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed where I like Penn State. I hate them. Those stupid Spaceball helmets, that broke bleep offense. They're another group of cultists.
Yeah, they are.
David?
Michigan is an interesting situation, though. The defense is going to be solid, at least the front seven. The offense is the question mark. There's a chance they can get to 10, but I don't see it.
You know, if in order for Michigan to get to 10 wins, you're going to have to become something you hate. You're going to have to become Iowa football for the past few years, where you rely on your defense. Hopefully your special teams can make a couple of plays. Your kicker can hit some field goals, and you win games 16-13, 16-10.
Their best benefit is they never leave home, ever. And look, I don't think – look, I will say this again. Don't put last year on. Last year it was horns up. Like, I thought Texas was back. This year it's horns down. I don't think Texas is nearly as good as people think they are. I'm not saying Michigan doesn't have a shot at them. The difference is I don't think Michigan just automatically is going to roll out of the rack and win every game like they have the last few years. Yeah, I think there are holes here.
When I see teams like that are similar to each other, you look at who's at the best player on the field, they got the better quarterback. Because I don't know who the Michigan quarterback is going to be for that game.
Yeah, Ewers needs a win like that, because I got to be honest with you. I still don't think he's the guy. Like, he's their starter, but I don't think he's the dude. Like, I'm not ready to say Quinn Ewers is going to be a first-round pick. Would you take him to lead your NFL team right now?
No.
He still goes through some weird funks.
No, but I think I read that is he the latest person in the Dr. Pepper commercials? Yeah, it's Quinn Ewers.
So he is, and they happen to mention cheating in there as well.
Do they?
Yeah. In a way. They do it funny, but in a way they do.
Oh, that's it. I'm sure the cultists are now going to boycott Dr. Pepper.
I didn't know so many people would be triggered off of one question.
This is what happens. This is what happens when everything on this station is the M-Den except us.
Well,
people are conditioned.
Well,
call into the mornings. John's got them going 17-0. They don't even play 17 games.
Ironically enough, the M-Den bankrupt. It happened while you were gone.
I mean, the school's morally bankrupt, so I mean,
they're being sold to a different company.
How did you go bankrupt selling all this championship gear?
That's a flag.
Maybe the hillbillies ran out of money.
Flag?
Because they're being bought out. It's part of the process.
Kenny, is that a flag?
Yes.
Kenny says no. I thought you sold gear throughout the country.
What do you want from me? I didn't even know.
They're being sold.
Okay, David, I don't. No offense, but I'll be the last guy to ever enter the M-Den. That's not. There ain't nothing there for me.
I'm just giving the facts because Rico's not giving the facts.
Okay, they're millions of dollars in debt. I don't know how they got that.
And so they're doing it so that they can be sold.
Okay.
That's
leave
the
me
facts.
out of this. I didn't have any idea about any of that situation. Okay. Rico should probably read something. And then Kenny has a situation I want to handle. Okay. Rico's really pleased with himself. He made a funny. All right, go ahead.
All right, Specs at LTU. Classes start in 2 weeks, folks. So if you are still thinking about that career in radio, TV, or graphic design, you better hurry up and you better go and check out the website. Be curious. LTU.edu/specs. You can learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself. We work in the business. What does that mean? We're not going to waste your time. With the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn all the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. But you need to hurry up. And if for some reason you don't make it in this semester, well, there's always the winter semester. But you need to be curious and go and visit the website right now, ltu.edu/specs. While you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Go do it today.
Hi, everybody. Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing's free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned, over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to business. If you missed anything, we started out Tigers. 2 or 3 from the Yankees. Sweep the Mariners. What does it all mean? I'll tell you what it means. Nothing for this season. You're too far out of it. But if they can get hot, could it force Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch to act like they care and spend a little money? That's the only reason I'll be excited. But we talked about it. We also talked about the Lions, some of the concerns the other shows are moaning about. It's all there, Odyssey.com Rewind. Kenny, you have a problem on your hands. I want to talk about this. One segment, I want to help you. Because you started to explain, and I said, shut up, we'll do it on the show.
Here we are. So I, over the weekend, received a phone call from an old high school friend. Used to be a very good... No, none of that. None of that. Do you want to help this or not? You're already looking at buttons. Roberts, and that's not what we're talking about. Damn it. Can I continue, or is it? Do you have one more button,
here, Kenny?
All right.
I got nothing else.
Am I getting rid of black jobs? Anything else? Peanut gallery?
David, we should leave.
1 fly, 2 fly.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, so I received a phone call over the weekend from an old buddy of mine. He used to be a really close friend of mine in high school. We go way back. I haven't really talked to him a whole bunch since high school. And he invites me to his wedding, or asked me for my address over the phone.
Yeah.
So I sent him the address, and the wedding is the end of next month.
Nope.
It is less than 2 months away. I told him, I'll talk to the lady. We'll see what we're doing. I don't know where this begins or ends.
It ends right here. The answer is no. This guy's a freeloader, and he wants a gift. That's all it is. You're out.
See, I looked at it as it was. Did he call you?
Yeah, he called me.
Yeah, it was almost like out of obligation. Like, Kenny may find out I got married and I didn't invite him. So let me kind of half-ass do this. I'll invite him 3 days before the wedding. So he'll say no.
Or, hey, do you have any idiots in your Rolodex who will buy us something nice and we can upcharge them to come to our wedding? Yeah, I got a guy.
See, that's interesting that you would say that, though, because to me it felt more like somebody had dropped out and there was still a spot. David?
Right, and he's trying to fill it because he's already paid for the venue and paid for the plate, and he wants you to give him a little envelope.
It's close enough. Well, the end is getting really here to his wedding, and he lost a seat, and he wants someone to fill it to give him a gift.
So, Kenny, basically, he's treating you like the group of 5 team.
Yeah.
I get a seat at the table, but is it really a seat at the table?
Right, you're there, but you happen to notice a lot of little people around you. They're called children. You're at the little kids' table.
Kenny's the 7th corner that they took. He's a depth move. The kid will never play, but you add him to the roster.
I happen to enjoy the guy's company. I mean, he's a good dude.
You enjoy his company so much, you haven't seen him since high school.
Well, that's kind of where the sticking point with me is
enjoy his company.
I haven't seen this. I saw him at a party once, like a year ago, and it wasn't even his party.
And then on top of that, it's, hey, do you want to go to a fall wedding? No.
Oh, what week is the wedding?
It's actually it's on a Friday, so it's not
even worse.
It's not on a Saturday or a Sunday.
Yes, but you got the Big Ten games out West Coast on Friday nights.
No way.
Thank God.
The answer is no. Turn it down. Don't ever talk to him again.
So he's a freeloader, is what you're saying.
See, I looked at it as, you were I don't want Kenny to be angry at me if he finds out.
Wait a minute, how would he be angry? Kenny hasn't seen him in 10 years.
Well, at a reunion.
Well, what reunion? Kenny didn't graduate.
But he didn't know if Kenny's a spiteful person.
Jesus. 1 fly, 2 fly.
Wow. Listen, why would you go? Do you even know the name of the person he's marrying?
I think I might. I met her one time.
Oh.
That one singular time.
Oh.
So
does she listen to this show?
I don't know. We'll find out probably. It's out there now. I'll probably be receiving a text at some point.
Of what?
I don't know.
I think it's sketchy.
I don't think there's anything to be mad about. If he didn't invite me, I wouldn't have been offended either.
Because you didn't know if he was alive. If this guy died, would you have known when the funeral was? No.
I would have found out. It wouldn't have been like through the first 2 or 3 people to find out, though. That's for sure.
Exactly, which means you don't count.
I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't have been offended if he hadn't invited me in the first place. Like you said, we haven't.
First of all, when you don't get invited to a wedding, you know what you should say?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Because second of all, there's better than 50% odds He's going to have a second one. So who cares?
Oh, come on. What are we doing here?
We're talking truth. All right, David, I'm tired of this. Weddings are hostage situations. All this is now is a game. It's a way to collect money to subsidize their life and probably pay their credit card debt. It's not about love.
So
it's not about any of this. It's a grift.
I will say this, Kenny.
I'm pumped up when I'm not invited to a wedding.
Oh, even better if you're not involved in it at all.
Even better.
Right.
That's another grift.
If you're true friends,
pay for my bachelor party.
That's all Kenny did was bitch about bachelor parties the last 5 years. He's been on 17 of the damn things.
We're not allowed to talk about that.
I said
not
17
that one.
of them.
Not that one. He's been to others.
Our little show.
He's been to a zillion of these things. He's got a bachelor party every week.
But I'll say this, Kenny. If you were true friends, he wouldn't have to call you to ask you for your address.
Yeah, hello.
He would already have it and would have already sent this months ago.
Yeah, I would say if you haven't talked to the person in 6 months, you're not obligated to.
6 months? Try 6 years.
No. It's been a while. I'm saying, but if you haven't talked to somebody within 6 months that you don't, you know
Correct.
what? I know you're dating this person.
Listen.
Hey, how's it going with her? We're actually thinking about getting married.
I'll give you a great example. If you don't talk to somebody within 6 months or a year before they die, you don't go to the funeral.
See, I thought I had a leg to stand on because I was like, all right, so I moved recently, and I was like, well, that was during the pandemic or right after. That was 4 years ago, so that's not even that recently that I moved.
It's not recent. Kenny, if the guy dropped dead and you hadn't seen him in 4 years, I don't think you need to be at the funeral. I don't care about social protocol.
No, see, that could be different. Because,
it's not.
No, because, Mike, there are some people that you don't need to talk to, but it's like, you could talk to them 2 years from now, and you'll pick right up from your previous conversation.
Not if they're dead. I wouldn't go to the funeral. Okay. Funerals suck. And then if you go, it's like you're patronizing the people that lost this person because what? You're there to look good? It's the same thing as these stupid weddings. You're not his friend.
You're there to pay your respects,
No,
Mike.
you're not. That's a made-up thing.
No, it is not
It's
a made-up
made up.
thing.
Rico, I understand what you're saying. There are certain people or some people that you may not talk to
I don't have to talk
in a
to you
year,
every day.
but we catch back up every time we see each other. And we're
But
like,
you know plenty of people go to those events for no other reason than to make themselves look good. True or false, and you know it's true.
See, I think as you get older,
You're one of those people, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Rico sachets by the corpse.
No, I do
Okay.
not. No.
You're a funeral guy.
I am not a funeral guy at all. As a matter of fact,
funeral guy.
no,
Wow.
As a matter of fact, I am the antithesis of that. I have to really know you well in order to go. I do
Thank
not.
you. So here's
do
my-
funerals.
There's up north guy, there's boat guy, there's funeral
No,
guy.
Rico's
I do
funeral
not-
guy.
I do not do funerals.
No,
we,
and
we
I
can
don't-
end that right here.
No, and I don't think you have to. That's
Right.
my point.
Just
like you don't have to say yes to a wedding you're invited to. To hell with that.
Yeah.
Plus, look, at least a funeral's final. Dead. There's no undead. These weddings, no one stays married anymore. Kenny can get them on the rebound. That's the difference. Look at the divorce statistics.
I'm not allowing that.
Who's Kenny getting on the rebound?
Well, that depends. I don't know.
I was like, wait. Like, wait a minute.
I was like, I'm getting a rebound. What's going on here?
You mean hanging out with his buddy on the
I
rebound,
meant
or
the second go around when he inevitably is married again.
Getting divorced and Rico's funeral guy. All right.
We've established a lot here.
Yeah, I don't do.
I'm with you. And I get tired of people judging people. Oh, did you see Bob didn't go to the funeral? Bob hadn't seen the person in 8 years. They don't talk.
There's probably a short list of people that I will actually go to their funeral if I'm still around. But other than that, the best you'll get from me is, a phone call, maybe a visitation family hour.
But even that's obligatory. Listen, it is what it is. I think the whole funeral thing for non-immediate family or friends is largely performative. And I think it is something that needs to stop. Just like weddings. This whole thing, listen, these people hold... Last year, I'll give you a great example. You know what?
No, but here's
We're
the
up
beauty.
against it. I can't do anything anymore.
You know what? Finish it on the next
No,
episode.
nobody cares. We'll move on. He's just going to say all these weddings.
I didn't say a word. My hands didn't move.
Because here's the thing. I honestly think if you gave the people
nobody likes 300 people. Why would you have 300 people at your wedding?
You know what? How about I'll buy the opt out. How about I'll just give you a check for $150 and I don't have to be there.
There you go. Why can't you pay your way out of a funeral?
Yep.
I didn't want to be there, but here's $100. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, it doesn't make sense.
I was talking weddings, but sure.
It's both. Well, speaking of funerals, distracted driving could have you attending your own, so you probably want some life insurance. Let's just make it happen. You're on the road right now. What, Kenny? It's the truth. It's a good segue. People diddling around on their phone, and the next thing you know, they killed Nona. Get life insurance so your family is covered. Then it won't matter who attends the funeral. At least your family's taken care of, and they're not cursing your name. David, it's true. Life insurance is a depressing topic. Go to National Benefit Plans. Have Mike Papura shop for you. Over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. And with over 30 years in the game, they're going to take care of you. Not getting life insurance, it's just not an option if you're an adult. Go to Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, a few minutes. We'll get back to football, talk Lions, top of the hour. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We took a quick TO because Kenny was victimized over here. He's got a grifter inviting him to a wedding. It's totally ridiculous. And we found out that Rico shows up at funerals to pick up chicks. Unbelievable.
I'm with Frank the Tank.
You're Chaz. No, I'm kidding. No,
yeah, Chaz. Yeah.
No, it's weddings and funerals are two things that a lot of people go to a lot of that they don't want to go, and they shouldn't go. Kenny should not go. He hasn't seen a guy in 10 years.
He's out there hang gliding. Oh, look at me. Dead.
What an idiot. David.
I don't even go to my closest relative's wedding. Waste of time. Someone else signed anonymous because he listens regularly. A buddy of mine got married recently. He started inviting anyone and everyone last minute. We all saw right through it.
Thank you.
Just wanted gifts or filled the seats.
This story, I'm serious. This was real life, and it is the epitome of stupidity. So one of the weeks I was in New York last year for football, there was a wedding. You know the movie Home Alone 2?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the hotel it's filmed at, it's like the Plaza.
Right.
Celebrity guests of the Ding Dong Dang. So somebody had a wedding near Christmas time. They had shut the street. They had horse-drawn carriages. There were like 300 people. I mean, that's a $1 million wedding. No one even likes 300 people. Why would you attend said wedding? Look at all the huge weddings we have locally. You don't even like that many people.
Actually, yeah. Even if you just split it down the middle, give me 150 people.
I don't like 150 people. It's not even something. David doesn't like 150 people.
I don't, and I made that mistake in my life.
Okay, no. Which one? The first kid or the second?
No, inviting a number of people to the wedding.
First kid. No, but yeah, now that you put it in that way, it's like, yeah, you really don't.
So my point is, if you don't like that many people, how could you get offended that they don't come? That they're not there?
Because I think deep down, everybody wants to see, the full congregation.
Here's the other thing. Oh, you didn't go to so-and-so's funeral. Yeah, what's their opinion? Wait for it. They're dead.
Yeah, they don't really care.
Now, if you're friends with the family and you care about them, go. But if you don't talk to the person, or much less you didn't like them, why are you there? Like, I can't stand it when you go to a wake or a viewing, you got people laughing like it's the Ed Sullivan Show. Pay your respects and leave. This isn't comedy hour.
No, Mike, you're reflecting back on the good times.
Yeah, talking to people and enjoying the good times.
Yeah, well, there's a body next to you. Totally normal behavior.
How about this?
Stories about the individual.
Okay, I promise you this.
What?
If you go first, we will not attend.
Don't.
We're going to go to a horse race.
That's fine. I won't care. I'm
actually,
dead.
That may be a way to honor him. That you might be right.
We're headed to Sarasota, Florida, and we're going to horse racing.
You'll have trouble. They don't have a track. But I wish you luck in your quest.
Sarasota, Florida.
All right. Ticket text, please.
Oh, Kenny Cott is not going to turn down free fruit and a drink.
It's not free. He has to buy them a gift.
Thank you. Worse than weddings and funerals are graduation parties. My wife and I will never go to one. We made sure our kids didn't have them either.
Yeah,
that is from John.
Me and my wife have a policy. We just send an envelope. There are no graduation parties. Like, I'm not going to be a jerk. I don't want to hurt the kid. God bless. Have a great life. I'll send you a little envelope, but no
right,
shot.
So the only exception is like little Tommy that you saw grow up since he was 5.
I don't even care. Little Tommy doesn't talk to me no more. Here's an envelope. David?
What you do, little Tommy, man?
I cannot believe this text. This cannot be real.
What?
My cousin had 700 people at his wedding in San Diego.
I quit.
I cannot believe that.
I give up. You know, the worst part is the families demand it. Certain families who are planning it, oh, my God, you have to invite Aunt Beatrice. Who?
Your aunt on your brother's cousin's side. Did I ever meet her before?
Kenny, you're not going, right?
700?
That's the consensus. Otherwise, I'm labeled a loser or something at this point,
You
right?
are. You're a sucker.
Kenny, you don't have to go. Okay. So what's the downside? You don't talk to him for another 10 years?
No, I don't know. I feel bad about it. It's basically what you were saying earlier. It's, I was good friends with this guy at one point. Very good friends.
Right.
Actually.
So such good friends you haven't talked in 10 years.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Okay, so you're not going.
That's where the lean is.
There are people that you may talk to once a year or so, and it's just like, wow, don't know how this happened, and you catch up, and you just kind of because
it
you
is
have
kind
a life,
of like that
and I
though.
have a life.
Is if I hung out with him tomorrow, it would be just like it was, 5, 6 years.
So
ago.
basically, you don't like this guy.
No, I do like this guy.
Well, you're short on friends. So if you have someone you like, why wouldn't you hang out with them?
Redneck, no friends. What's next, huh? 1 fly, 2 fly.
Just saying, man. You may want to just, you don't have to.
No, the lean is probably not. I'll talk to the lady, see what she thinks. about
No,
it.
she doesn't get an opinion. It's your friend.
I mean, what, the last time you spoke to this guy, the Tigers were relevant?
That's it. That's another angle of this too. Is I was just at a family member's wedding a few weeks ago.
Do you like them?
Yes, very much so. And we did a lot of ring shaming about me not having one for my lady. So another wedding, that's not going to help with that at all.
No, because you don't want to buy a ring.
Not yet. Not yet. Once we move out of this, our favorite apartment that we like to talk about, then that's going to be on
Have
the
your
table.
neighbors calmed it down, or are they still caving the ceiling in on you?
Oh, summertime was busy months for them. All the drops. Yes. It's probably what's happening right now. Who needs an alarm at 2 p.m? When you have these guys?
What was that, David?
Yes, it does. That is correct.
Oh my God. So maybe Kenny is looking for my new drop for his neighbor. No.
Don't we have football to talk about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Football coming up next.
We absolutely do. We're going to do football the rest of the show. We said to take a time out, but why would you ask your girlfriend? It's not her friend. If it were her friend, she dictates whether you're going or not.
Not asking her if we should go, just asking her opinion on the situation.
What
Why?
opinion?
More
It's
people.
It's not relevant.
Kenny,
we gave you the
step up
opinion.
to the plate.
She would have
and
to go
just-
with me, too. That's part of it.
Kenny, step up to the plate and just say no.
I'll talk to her. Put her on the phone during the break. I'll handle it.
No. Kenny's gonna be an adult.
You are not going to bother her on her only day off this week, all right?
Well, according to you, she's already being bothered at home.
Probably.
You know what?
Probably.
I didn't mean don't you dare.
No,
Don't you put that
everybody
evil on me.
relax.
I did not mean
Football
it.
today.
I did not mean it that way. I meant the neighbors. You guys are terrible. I did not. That is.
What is this pineapple for?
No. Read something, somebody.
David, this has got no shot. I'll do it at 55. 97-1. All right. Hey, David, 1 minute. All right, listen. Here's the deal. If you want Tiger baseball, we covered this to start the show, and I welcome you to go back and listen to it. And it's very simple. I mean, they're playing some good ball here the last 10 days. The problem is too little too late. But if you want to rally up and be happy about the winning, I think you can, because it will put Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch on Main Street under the spotlight. It's time to spend. But other than that, you're not going to get a smile out of me, because they should have made the playoffs this year had they tried. And they didn't take it seriously this year. They essentially punted on the season. They wasted arguably prime Verlander, a.k.a. Tarek Skubal, and we're 8.5 games out of the wild card with 35 games to go. Do the math on it. It's not pretty. So we did it earlier. What I want to focus on is the Lions a little bit. This show has a different approach to preseason than the other shows. If you think we're wrong for it, you can tell us why. The other shows love to obsess about the preseason, as if it matters. And I have heard the other shows yelling, screaming, not necessarily hosts, mostly callers, about the following 3 topics. And I want to know which of these, because I think all 3 are ridiculous. Let me be upfront with you. But which of these 3 is the most worrisome to you? Choice A, we don't have a third wide receiver. Wah. Choice B, Jake Bates, I'm scared about the kicker that Dan Campbell won't use. Wah. Or choice 3, which is, what the hell was choice 3, David? I'm losing my faculties. I'm so upset. It's
third wide receiver.
Third
wide receiver quarterback.
Yeah, I was still thinking about what I was talking to Evan too. Listen, if Jared Goff gets hurt, your season's over regardless. Whether it's Hendon Hooker or Tannehill or any other unemployed stiff. I don't think any of these are worth your worry. The NFL is unforgiving. The wrong problem at the wrong time, you get a hole in your roof, you're going to get wet. So you guys tell us. But what Rico and I aren't doing is yelling about any of it. I mean, I heard Gov and Jansen get into it this morning about Julio Jones. Seriously? Julio Jones is the NFL equivalent of James Earl Jones. He's 100. I mean, James Earl Jones is so tired, he just said, I won't even voice Darth Vader anymore. I'm done. Julio's been on 17 teams. It's over. You think Julio Jones is the difference between you being good and not? The kicker thing, Rico's been on this. They don't like kickers. They don't value them. They don't use them. Okay. And the quarterback thing, if your $50 million quarterback gets hurt, it don't matter who your backup is. You're not going nowhere. You can point to Tom Brady. I'll point to the 100 seasons ruined by it. You can point to Brock Purdy. I'll point to the 100 seasons that got upended. That's life. So yeah. I don't personally worry about any of these, but if you're forcing me to do this, probably the kicker. That there will come a point where you don't get a choice. You're going to need a kick. You're down 2, 8 seconds to go, and I need a 53-yard field goal.
Yeah.
It's just life.
Yeah, end of the game or right before the half, 2 seconds to go. You know what? Put the kicker in there. Let's get the 3 points, go into the locker room, and we build upon the lead. Yes. Is Dan Campbell going to go for it? Absolutely. He's not going to change who he is, but knowing that your kicker went out there in a pressure situation, even though it was preseason, and had a walk-off victory on the road is something that if you're a special teams coach or a head coach, you feel good about. You know, okay, if we need him, it won't be the first time of putting him out on the field in that type of situation. The third wide receiver, you already have a third wide receiver. His name is J-Mo, or his name is Jahmyr Gibbs. That's your third wide receiver, because you look at Amon-Ra, you look at LaPorta, they're 1 and 2. So right now, Ben Johnson's job is to try to make everybody happy. To bring in an outsider, I think would upset the apple cart. I think you just leave this status quo and you just roll with the people that you have, because you have enough weapons as is. The quarterback situation, I mean, you said it. It's rare that you get the whole, well, Trey Lance went down and Brock Purdy steps in.
That's right.
Or, RG3 goes down and Kirk Cousins steps in. Like, it's rare that a situation like that happens. Why? Because you look at what happened in Minnesota last year. Cousins go down, and in comes Josh Jacobs and Nick Mullins and a whole bunch of other people as they audition quarterbacks, because the Vikings, not you, were favored to win the division last year, and it all fell apart. If that were the case, then the Lions would, trust me, it would not be Hendon Hooker. They would be going out trying to find a quarterback right here, right now. Especially, heaven forbid, Goff goes down now. You got to fix this thing quickly. You can't rely on Hendon Hooker as your quarterback.
248-539-9797. David, of the three, which one has the most merit? We're never going to be the show that yells and screams about this stuff in the preseason. I think you got a top 5 football team in this league. I think these are first world problems, and you don't get to have it all. There is no way to future-proof your entire franchise in the National Football League. Every team has holes. For the Niners even, look, Niners are fabulous. They don't have anybody behind McCaffrey. They don't have another answer for Trent Williams. They don't have depth. Why? They have stars. And if they get hurt, they're screwed. That's it.
It looks like the preseason game that happened over the weekend.
Correct. And that's how I feel about this here, because if your quarterback goes down, doesn't matter who your backup is. You're screwed, okay? The kicker, he never kicks field goals. So what does it matter? He's going to go for it, and he does it in preseason to practice for what he's going to do in the regular season. That's what he's going to do. He's not going to kick the ball. So it would be wide receiver by default. That would be the one I'm most concerned with, because doesn't hurt to have another weapon, doesn't hurt to have another person to throw the ball to on a third down, second down, key moment. So
and listen, understand too, I'm not flippant about it. It's just when you have the best tight end in football, and I say that with it's no hyperbole. He's better than Kelsey right now. Sam Laporte is the best tight end in football. So you have a top 5 wide receiver and the top tight end in the league. That's 225 targets right there. J-Mo's good for another 75 targets. All right, that's 300. Gibbs and Montgomery together, call it 80 targets. I mean, you start to really look at this and you go, well, how much oxygen is left? And who the hell is this third receiver I'm supposed to care about?
Correct. And that's why I think it is the haves and the have-not, because you have so many things. Why do you even need a third wide receiver? You're right.
Well, you have a spoil of riches.
Yes.
And I understand. Look, if you told me tomorrow they signed Hunter Renfrow, would I be upset by it? No. He can help on special teams. He's a gym rat. He'll get open on 3rd and 4 and get you 5. I'm fine with it. They clearly believe in the people they have. I'm trusting Brad Holmes because, unlike other GMs in this town, he has shown an elite ability to identify talent.
Well, he's not afraid to take chances either. And that's what I like about him.
Signed mystery man. He drafted in the 3rd round this year.
We're not just going to constantly play it safe. And it doesn't mean I agree with every decision, but you don't hear, well, we're just going to wait for the core to get better.
I'm with you. I am. The Tiger thing, this offseason will tell me everything. I want to win. These fans deserve a winner. It's 10 years without the playoffs. If Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris do not spend this offseason, it is an insult to the customer base. Mm-hmm. And I know we're doing Lions.
I know.
But this idea that they will trot Javi Baez and Kenta Maeda out there next year, that isn't called a decision. That's called being cheap.
Especially, and then we're going to get back to Lions, especially when you come out with these new things. Well, hey, we have these upgraded season tickets that you can buy.
They're called the 1901 Society. Get it right, you poor.
Sorry. You have your own special interest, your own special washroom.
You want to fill those seats?
It's not a bathroom, it's a washroom.
You want to fill those seats? Go have a Texas Rangers off-season from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we got new players on the season tickets. We got bats to help the kids. Mm-hmm. We look around and we go, wow, our lineup looks really good. Mm-hmm. Skubal not only has Olsen, but we got insurance for when Job only gives you 100 innings. They sign a real pitcher. Mm-hmm. Come on. Let's go win this thing.
Right.
Like I said, that's the only way I'll get excited about it. David, text.
Only one backup in QB history has won a Super Bowl after the starter was hurt. That's Nick Foles.
Not true.
Was it Hostetler?
Jeff Hostetler, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tom Brady was in
Jeff
his first
Hostetler.
one.
Phil Simms got hurt like week 13 against Buffalo, broke his ankle. Hostetler took over for the Giants and led him to the Super Bowl in 90. Admittedly, great defense in a running game, and Hostetler didn't have to do a lot.
Was that Rodney Hampton?
1990? No, that would have been Otis Anderson.
Okay.
And Roger Craig fumbling when you were just trying to kill the clock. Yes. You hate to see it.
But he continues to say, but if Goff goes down, it's over. Kicker is the only one that might hurt them.
Yeah,
David and Graham
that's why. Look, and again, what if Amon-Ra goes down? Right, what if Jamar Chase gets hurt? What if Kelsey gets hurt? There are players that are non-negotiables for every elite team in this league that if you lose them, you're probably dead.
Now, I think what's happened with you is here in Detroit, you haven't faced that. And let's hope that you don't, but it hasn't been one of those, okay, this person's going to be in a Lions jogging suit the entire season.
Right.
Because they're done.
That's the hard part.
There are different types of hurt. Yes, if Jared Goff breaks his hand, he's done for the season. But if he tweaks his hamstring and has to miss 3 games, a backup is important to keep us afloat.
Right, and that's why you use the 3rd-round pick on one.
But you know what?
So if Hendon Hooker can't come in and hand the ball off 40 times and shepherd you through a 2-week ankle sprain, then he's terrible.
And if he's in the game for 3 weeks, Hendon Hooker, your job is this. Go 1-2. Let's not get swept.
Right.
We could absorb 2 losses.
I also, guys, who's the backup you're bringing in here? Let's be just clear about it. Who? Look, if you wanted to have this rock-solid backup, let's say you wanted Gardner Minshew, you do realize that would cost you a player that's currently on this team that you paid a lot of money to. These short-term backup deals, you're giving Minshew 2 years at $24 million or whatever it is, and like 17 of it's guaranteed. I'm not going to name a player. I'm just saying when you look at the capology, you're costing yourself a big-time, call it defensive starter, or the ability to get Taylor Decker paid or whatever it is. I don't think it's a wise move to overly invest in the backup. Now, it shouldn't be Nate Sudfeld, but if you wanted Ryan Tannehill, go ahead. You want Tannehill, go get him.
I think the best thing you had last year was Teddy Bridgewater, and he never really played.
And that's why you were good.
Right. That was somebody that if he went down, you can hand the ball off to Teddy, and he can keep this thing afloat for 3 games.
248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. And interesting piece of news. It feels like the Lions dodged a bullet. I will explain why next. Rico.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and right now there's unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deal. It's time to check out the all-new 2025 Chevy Trax. The Chevy Trax has been turning heads with the new body design, sleeker, sportier, and more stylish than ever. It's the perfect blend of form and function, ready to take on the city streets or whatever your next adventure is. And get this, you can pull off the lot in the Rico deal for just $259 a month. That's it, $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Hamilton Chevrolet is making it even easier to upgrade your ride. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hi, let me stop talking to my co-host about actual show content. I want to tell you about Mastercraft. Look, a lot of companies, they offer nonsense. All right, just call it what it is. You want a real deal, you go to the best. You go to Mastercraft. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price in the marketplace. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save up to $2,000. Fast installation, great same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. So I know we're talking a little bit about the biggest thing you're concerned with. I just had three preseason notes around the league that I can't figure out. Maybe you guys could help me. Now, one is I think the Lions dodged a bullet. I don't want to bury the lead. So we were talking for weeks about Matthew Judon, and then he got into another blow up and walked out of practice, and you go, all right, he's going to get traded. And the Lions never really surfaced. It came out today, 2 teams had identical offers, and the Patriots did Judon a solid and let him pick where he wanted to go. One team was Atlanta, where he went. The other was the Chicago Bears. Now, why is that a problem? Well, first of all, one team you don't see, the other you see twice. It's a non-negotiable. But the difference is Judon on an already top 10 defense, opposite Montez Sweat.
Right.
That you did not want to have.
No, because I remember when they got Sweat last year, and it's just like, oh, the Bears, wow.
Right. I think it was a major win for the Lions to not deal with Judon in division. So that's a positive. But here are the 2 things I really can't figure out. A, why is Atlanta putting Michael Penix on ice? Did you guys read these articles today? They're sitting him down in the preseason. He's healthy. They're saying we've seen enough. Seen enough for what? You're already putting the kid on ice when Kirk Cousins starts. This is your godson. What the hell is Atlanta doing?
I didn't know, Mike, because at first I thought maybe he has some type of an injury that they're just trying to rest him up just in case. But yeah, wait, so he's not injured. You're just not playing him. I guess they feel he's too valuable, so we want to make sure he's dude, he would be playing.
It makes no sense not to.
None. Right? If anything, you're going to play the first half.
Right, you're not playing Cousins.
Right.
You play Penix.
You're going to play the first half with the best players that we can put out there to surround you. Go out there, do something. That, to me, is a coach overthinking.
Last piece, and then we'll get to the calls. David, I've left you alone all day about this. But Steelers may have a bit of a QB issue here now.
Yes.
It's Russell Wilson was morbid.
Trash. Just say it. He was trash.
And you have Tomlin running his car over him. Fields is no great shakes. I mean, David.
But with Fields in there, there's at least been some energy with the offense.
So it's got to be Fields then, right?
It should be, but it won't be. It won't be.
You only paid Russ $1 million.
I have a hard time believing they're going to let him go. I really do.
You don't need to let him go. You just bench his ass.
You know
he
what
goes
you need
from
to do.
Mr. Dangerous to Mr.
I think he can't be on that roster if he doesn't start.
You know what you need to do. You need to get him some help. Make the trade, David.
Debo Samuel just said that BA is going to be on this team. Yeah. I don't know. Debo's a locker room leader.
He is, but David,
I don't know.
David, it only costs you a couple first-round selections.
No, here's the thing. I don't think it matters what talent Russell Wilson has around him. He can't get the ball to that talent. He's horrible.
No, I think Russell is the last one to realize that his skills are gone.
He's David Justice in Moneyball.
He is. Russell is guy who still walks around in his high school Letterman jacket talking about the good old days.
The Broncos paid $80 million for you to play against them. That's what they think about you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you hate to see it, David. Welcome to my world.
No. I don't like this world. I don't like this world.
Did Russell throw an interception?
He got sacked 3 times.
He can't process. Rico, it's the same thing you saw in Denver. He can't process. He holds the football. And you're just like, dude, cut it loose. I don't care if you kill a worm with it.
He is overthinking everything instead of vintage Russell Wilson was just a read and react. He would
Correct.
see something and then move along. This one is like thinking to himself, okay, what's going to happen next? What am I have to say in the press interview when I throw this interception? If I do this, like, dude, just
I swear
do
you
something.
can directly tie his downfall, yes, to Mother Nature. But when his personal sports psychologist died, you ever hear of Trevor Mawad?
No.
So Trevor Mawad, was best friends with Russ, and he basically worked on the mental aspect of the game. Mawad did a lot of work for Nick Saban at Alabama. He died. I think he had brain cancer or something.
Yeah, I believe so.
But once Mawad, it's this whole thing called neutral thinking that he got Russ to subscribe to. Long story short, you can almost trace Mawad dying to and along with, let's face it, Russ getting a little older. Those two things, man. He's not the same dude.
Kind of like Tyson with Customato.
Yeah, there's just something changed.
Yeah.
See, but you said something there that Russell Wilson won't let it go. The only thing that's helping Justin Fields is that he can still run because he won't let it go either.
Well, because your offensive line.
There are plenty of times where he should have just let it right in the.
Russ can't
But
run.
you know
Right
what?
there.
Here's the problem. I think you blame Chicago Bears for that. I think Fields is still gun shy and he's ruined.
Like the seam is right there past the ball. And he wouldn't, but he runs
He's gonna become
and
the
gets
next-
5 yards, and everybody's like, yay.
He's
No,
gonna
it's
be
not
the,
yay.
he'll be the next David Carr where the team ruined him so badly that he can never get out of his own way.
Big yikes there. Good call. Sacked so many times, it just ruined his ability to play football. Let's go to Terrence, 97.1. What's up, Terrence?
How's it going, fellas? Y'all all right?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Just as it relates to the Lions, when you were speaking of the scenarios, I personally feel that the kicker should be the point of emphasis. Not that I have any names to throw out there, but the other two will really work themselves out. I think you do everything you can to invest in protecting Jared Goff because, again, it doesn't happen often enough to talk about. When the starting quarterback goes out, they're done, right? The Bengals made it to 2 straight AFC championships. As soon as Joe Burrow goes out, Jake Browning comes in, doesn't get the job done. If your starter goes out, that's it, period, point blank. So don't screw yourself over trying to find a decent backup. You just won't find it. It's starter or nobody.
No,
period.
and listen,
So
they
I
drafted
think-
Jake Browning, and Browning was good enough. But to your point, Terrence, he's not good enough to will them to the ultimate goal. If you lose your starter, you're dead. I don't understand the obsession by people. Keep Goff upright.
Still had Joe Mixon, still had Tyler Eifert, still
That's
had
right.
T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. You just couldn't get it done, so don't focus on that.
Look,
I
and here's the other
personally
thing.
feel-
Terrence,
Yeah.
1 second. To give you the people a different example so they understand what you're saying. Look at the Buffalo Bills.
Sure.
They focus on the quarterback, right? But think about this. Matt Milano just blew out his bicep. He's going to be out for the year. Matt Milano's their best cover linebacker, and he's their team captain on defense. There is no replacement for Matt Milano. You're dead. It's no different. But people only focus on the quarterback.
Yeah, as if that's the only one expendable. And to your point, I also feel that there's no need to focus on trying to get another receiver. Right now, this offense, if they had to go out and do a 2-minute drill to put 7 points on the board to win the game, they can get it done. Now, can the kicker go out there and make a game-winning field goal? I'm not sure. And the scenario I pointed out to my dad is if they are up by 7 and it's 4th and 3, and you're telling me Dan Campbell will be more ballsy to go for it than to kick the field goal, I don't know that I can honestly say that's because he's being ballsy. That sounds like you don't have trust in the kicker to put the game away and to make it a double-digit lead. And so in that regard, I think you do everything you can to find some type of legitimate kicker to
I
put
think
games away. Or to
and
keep
I
yourself
agree,
from
but
doing it.
Terrence, make no mistake, it's about the math. See, and I don't think it's balls. I don't think it's guts. I think it's math. If the win probability goes up by going for it, they are fully subscribed, and they're going to do it.
I guess the question is what happens when it's the same number?
Ha-ha.
Because I think that's where you were in the playoffs last year.
That means we have radio gold. Then it just depends, does it work? 248-539-9797. Summer still rolling along. Football season about to hit. Gets Shandy before it's too late. Right here, right now. Old Nation Shandy still available. It's selling out quick. Independently owned. Old Nation Brewing Company. Solidly one of the best small brewers in America, in Williamston. You know the Shandy, the lemonade beer. Theirs is simply better, higher quality, higher caliber than anyone else's. Go and buy it before it's gone. until the permafrost is gone next summer. It's 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly and plan for a safe ride home wherever you enjoy great beer.
to Wojo and Rieger, who have to do a real show today.
That's
Wojo,
funny.
I mean, Rieger does.
Yeah, that's funny. Justin Fields is broken and more damaged than a Mr. Dangerous ham and cheese sub. Steeler QB might as well be a kindergarten class. That's Gilly at work.
See, I'm afraid that mentally, I think he is broken. I think the Bears just did a number on him. Sorry, David. But you know what? If you
Could
put
be
them
worse.
together,
it could be worse. You could have that, but pay it $40 million and call it Dan Jones.
Just
at least David's options are cheap, right?
They're very cheap compared to yours.
It's like bitching and complaining about your car when you paid $500 at the swap shop for it.
Right.
Versus the guy who bought an expensive car and bought a lemon.
It just won't run. Well, you spent $250 on it.
You literally, you traded a bag of groceries for a car.
Yeah, I'm assuming, and I don't know, and I'm not trying to be funny. If the Giants tank this year, and they're just bad, will they go get a quarterback in the draft? Or
Yes.
Okay.
And then it'll be a new coach and a new GM, and we'll start the same dance all over again, and it just ends in the same place, a coffin.
But you could end up being like Chicago and just say, you know what, we're going to get rid of him and we're starting all over.
Nope. That's it. That's all we do is start over. That's all we do. Because our owner is a spineless jellyfish. John Mara is pathetic.
You got Thibodeau.
You got Daniel Jones.
Watching Hard Knocks has made me hate my organization even more.
So why do you watch it?
What else am I supposed to do?
Tell the people again, Rico, what he was supposed to watch.
Yeah.
He was supposed to watch Clipped.
Right, you were supposed to watch Clipped. I don't know how you got hard.
Yeah.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys. How you guys doing?
Hi, Mike. Hi.
What's going on?
Rico. What's going on?
Stellar.
Yeah. A little nervous. Rico was on edge. Mike's on edge.
They had a very nice hug out there.
They did.
Nice.
Oh, I'm not mad at Rico. No, I get flustered with this place. That's
Yeah. Everybody's on edge. Rieger, are you on edge?
No, I feel
I
fantastic.
had a great conversation with Rieger till you said, Rieger, we don't talk to those people.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's what he said. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
no.
pretty much what he said. Like, Wojo didn't realize he was on speakerphone. I think that's what it was.
No, I said, do you want to do a show or not?
Walk away
Yeah.
now and talk to me.
And I said, Rico, I got to go. Sorry.
I don't think we've ever seen Mike and Rico hug before, though, have we?
Until today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very nice.
It was
It was patronizing, but I appreciated the support.
It was not patronizing. It was
No,
just,
I
you know
feel
what?
supportive.
Right now, I want to run away from this like Connor Stallions from the media.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, the little cat and mouse
Bob,
game.
can I ask a serious question?
Can you
though?
imagine 75-year-old Mick McCabe running after him?
Well, first of all, like if you're Connor, like if you were gonna do this, move to New Mexico, change your name to like Happy McSmileson, and try it. You can't go down the
Connor
road
Donkey.
here.
Oh, no, or literally just
Brad
go.
Steele.
You know what? I'm going to go by my middle name out here. Legally, still the same name.
Right.
But no one knows my middle name.
Well, he's from here. He's a Michigan fan. He doesn't want to leave.
Big Mumford guy.
A big Mumford fan, apparently.
Who isn't?
The thing is, supposedly he can't talk until the Netflix thing comes out.
You coach at
Some
Mumford.
deal.
No one cares.
Well,
I
apparently
just-
a few did.
I just love
No,
the
I'm
mental
saying,
picture
say
reading
something.
the article, and they're waiting. The 6 media people are
Right.
waiting, and Connor Stallions is like sprinting to center field.
And I love Mick because he's like, and no one was chasing him. He was just out there running.
The whole thing.
He was wearing a bucket hat,
It's,
wasn't he?
it's absurd at
It's
every
theater
level.
of the absurd. And I blame the high school. Honestly. Hey, if
A little
someone's-
bit, yeah, for
Maybe
sure.
A little
No,
bit.
they're getting a little pub
An
out of this.
administrator should go cheating scumbag. Absolutely not. And
Well,
I
they
don't
did-
blame Connor. If they're going to let him be there, let him be
He
there.
has not
did
broken
pass
any
the
high school
background check.
rules. What's
He
that?
passed the background check.
Sure,
they said.
he
That's
did.
what the head coach
The
said.
background check is.
Do you have
can
a
you spell
brain?
cat?
Are you alive?
Listen, I'm just telling you what I read in the press.
Yeah, can you spell cat? Hit
Do you
this
have a
button and you get the first two
library
letters.
card?
No microfiche machine for you.
What's next?
Oh, we are, because we have Lions review later, so I'm going to talk Lions later. So me and the little Rieger kid are going to talk about the Tigers, and we're not. He tried to mention the word wild card.
I did not.
You did.
No, I said in the next 10 games they're going to climb the wild card rankings.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
You're 8.5 out with what? 32 games left.
Yes, and you have to pass like 5 teams.
Right,
I'm not
you're
saying it's
8.5
happening.
No, here's what you should
Oh
be
my
focusing
God.
on, and you're missing it.
Well, take your anger out of me.
You want them to win a ton,
Yes.
so it puts pressure on Illich and Harris
would
to
agree.
wake up and do something this offseason.
That was my point during our show last Friday. And Rico goes, "Oh, shut up! There's nothing to watch."
No,
said,
I
yes,
did not
there
say
is.
that. I just said every year we believe something's real. It turns out not to be real. Torque last year.
How about they caught fire at the end of last year? It
But
wasn't
exactly,
real.
2021, AJ Hinch, you'll either come here or we're going to beat you. Remember that comment?
But if
they won
sta-
66 games
if they
the next
stay
year.
hot the rest of this year, which who knows, it will be with more of the core guys than it's been in the past.
And Scott Harris promised us that
He did.
when the core was here, he'd do
He
things
did.
and stuff.
We're going to use
Spent
that quote,
heavily,
by the way.
Heavily. He said heavily.
We're gonna use
Heavily
that
is
quote.
buy out Baez and Maeda, sign Skubal, and add 2 major bats to this lineup and support these young
Where
players.
was Baez yesterday?
Who
In that
cares?
broadcast.
They said
He's
he's
on one
sitting
of
him for a
Rico's
while.
planets.
Very Yankee-centric broadcast, people were saying.
Who cares? The game
exactly.
was
Who
the game
does
was an
care?
atrocity.
Found out this is the hot button topic. Who wins more games, Penn State or Michigan?
This year?
Yeah.
No, 1956.
Well,
We did a receipt.
it's usually every year, but
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
it. I'm signing myself.
oh wait, they don't play each other, so they can't give one a loss. Yeah, that's different.
My favorite part of the day when Wojo just makes these guys go
How is
away.
that uncomfortable?
Uncomfortable. It's annoying. Just answer the question.
No, Penn State has a chance this year because they won't get a loss from Michigan.
Who just wins more games at the end of the season?
I'll go
probably
Penn
say
State.
Penn State because
There
of
you go.
that. Yes.
Yes.
Because they don't have a guaranteed loss to Michigan on their schedule. That's all I was clarifying.
My guaranteed loss is doing
Oh, my
this
God.
crosstalk on a daily basis. David, hit the button.